Chapter 1 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 1. Introductory Remarks. Effects of Incredulity and Credulity. Knowledge supposed to be remembrance. Purpose of this volume. Progress of rational belief. Resemblance of error to truth. Contagious nature of excitement. Improved state of the human mind in modern times. Incredulity has been said by Aristotle to be the foundation of all wisdom. The truth of this assertion might safely be disputed, but on the other hand, to say that credulity is the foundation of all folly is an assertion more consonant to experience, and may be more readily admitted, and the contemplation of this subject forms a curious chapter in the history of the human mind. A certain extent of credulity, or more properly belief, may indeed be considered as absolutely necessary to the well-being of social communities. For universal skepticism would be universal distrust. Nor could knowledge ever have arrived at its present amazing height had every intermediate step in the ladder of science, from profound ignorance and slavery of intellect, been disputed with bigoted incredulity. It has been said that all knowledge is remembrance and all ignorance forgetfulness, alluding to the universal knowledge which, in the opinion of the schoolmen, our first father, Adam, possessed before the fall, and that the subsequent invention of arts and sciences was only a partial recovery, or recollection, as it were, of what had been originally well known. The undefined aspirations of many minds to seek for what is distant and least understood, in preference to that near at hand and more in unison with our general state of knowledge, seem to favor this idea. It will be the endeavor of the following pages to show that the credulity of many, in some cases synonymous with the foolish, has been, from the beginning, most readily imposed upon by the clever and designing few. It is a curious task to investigate the gradual development of rational belief as exhibited in the proportionate disbelief and exposure of those things which, in earlier ages, were considered points of faith, and to doubt which was a dangerous heresy, and how, at first, the arts and sciences were weighed down and the advantages to be derived from them neutralized by the fallacies of misconception or fanaticism. We are, in spite of ourselves, the creatures of imagination and the victims of prejudice, which has been justly called the wrong bias of the soul, that effectually keeps it from coming near the paths of truth, a task the more difficult to accomplish, since error often bears so near a resemblance to it. Error, indeed, always borrows something of truth to make her more acceptable to the world, seldom appearing in her native deformity, and the subtlety of grand deceivers has always been shown in grafting their greatest errors on some material truths, and with such dexterity that Ithuriel's spear alone, whose touch no falsehood can endure, would have power to reveal them. Many and even contradictory causes might be assigned for the constant disposition towards credulity. The mind is prone to believe that for which it most anxiously wishes. Difficulties vanish in desire, which thus becomes frequently the main cause of success. Thus, when Prince Henry, believing his father dead, had taken the crown from his pillow, the king, in reproach, said to him, "Thy wish was father, Harry, to that thought." Footnote, second part of King Henry IV. End footnote. Belief is often granted on trust to such things as are above common comprehension, by some who would thus flatter themselves with a superiority of judgment. On the other hand, what will all around put faith in, the remaining few will, from that circumstance, easily believe. This is seen in times of popular excitement, when an assertion, quite at variance with common sense or experience, will run like a wildfire through a city, and be productive of most serious results. It would appear that this springs from that inherent power of imitation, which is singularly exemplified even in particular kinds of disease, comitial, as they were called by the Romans, from their frequent occurrences in assemblies of the people, and, more fatally, when it impels us to follow a multitude to do evil. After a long and dreary period of ignorance, the nations of Europe began to arouse themselves from the lethargy in which they had been plunged. Religious enthusiasm then awakened the ardor of heroism, and the wild but fascinating spirit of chivalry, whose actions were the offspring of disinterested valor, that looked for no reward but the smile of favoring beauty or grateful tear of redressed misfortune, taught the world that humanity and benevolence were no less meritorious than undaunted courage and athletic strength. Knowledge, however, advanced with slow and timid steps from the cells of the monks, in which she had been obliged to conceal herself, whilst her rival, ignorance, had been exalted to palaces and thrones. From the period which succeeded that twilight of the Goths and Vandals, when all the useful arts were obscured and concealed by indolent indifference, we shall find that each succeeding age happily contributed to enlighten the world by the revival and gradual improvement of the arts and sciences. A corresponding elevation in the general sagacity of the human mind was the natural consequence. This can readily be shown by the proportionate decrease of the numerous methods by which specious impostors lived upon the credulity of others. Few, it is to be hoped, in the present day seek consolation for disappointment in the mysteries of astrological judgments, or attribute their ill success in life to an evil conjunction of the stars, as revealed by the deluding horoscope of a caster of nativities. That age has at length passed away, when the search after the philosopher's stone or the universal solvent terminated a life of incredible toil and hopeless expectation in poverty and contempt. But there are still many who neglect the experience of the past, and, anxious to know their future fate, seek it in the fortune-teller's cards, or, unhappily, a prey to some of those ills that flesh is heir to, would rather seek to expedite their cure by some specious but empirical experiment than wait for the slower but surer results of time and experience. End of chapter 1. Read by Kerry Adams. your book voice at Mesa, Arizona on the 30th of July, 2022.
Chapter 2 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ahimsa. Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. On Ancient Oracles, etc. Remote origin of oracles, influence of oracles, opinions respecting them, cause of the cessation of oracles, superstition early systematized in Egypt, Boeotia early famous for oracles, origin of the oracle of Dodona, ambiguity of oracular responses, stratagem of a peasant, oracles disbelieved by ancient philosophers. Cyrus and the idol Baal, source of fire worshipping, victory of Canopus over fire, the Sphinx, sounds heard from it, supposed cause of them, mysterious sounds of Nakus, frauds of the priest of Serapis, the statue of Memnon, oracle of Delphi, its origin, changes which it underwent, the Pythoness, danger attendant on her office, tricks played by heathen priests, origin of the Gordian knot, the knot is cut by Alexander, Ambrosian, Logan or rocking stones, representations of them on ancient coins, Pliny's description of a Logan stone in Asia, stones at Sydney in Cornwall and at Castle Trerren. The latter is overthrown and replaced. Logan stones are druidical monuments. The knowledge of the origin of the ancient oracles is lost in the distance of time, yet it seems reasonable to suppose that traditionary accounts and confused recollections of the revelations graciously vouchsafed to Noah, to Abraham and the patriarchs, more especially Moses, may have been the foundation of these oracles, which were venerated in ancient times and established in temples, which were, in some instances, supposed to be even the abode of the gods themselves. Thus, Apollo was supposed to take up his occasional residence at Delphos, Diana at Ephesus, and Minerva at Athens. The manner of prophecy was various, but that employed by oracles enjoyed the greatest repute, because they were believed to proceed in a most especial manner from the gods themselves. Everything of essential consequence being, therefore, referred to them by the heads of states, oracles obtained a powerful influence over the minds of the people, and this popular credulity offered tempting opportunities to the priest for carrying on very lucrative impostures, nor did they disdain or neglect to take advantage of those opportunities. Added to this, the different functions of the gods and the different and often opposite parts which they were made to take in human affairs by the priest and poets were plentiful sources of superstitious rites and therefore of emolument to those who, in consequence either of office or pretension, were supposed to have immediate communications with the deity in whose temples they presided. Much has been written on this subject, and some have even gone so far as to suppose that divine permission was granted to certain demons or evil spirits to inhabit pagan shrines, and thence by ambiguous answers to deceive and often to punish those who sought by their influence to read the forbidden volume of futurity. This doctrine was strenuously opposed by Van Dale and Mobius of Leipzig, although opposed to Van Dale's opinion, allows that oracles did not cease to grant responses immediately at the coming of Christ, and this has been considered a sufficient proof as well as argument that demons did not deliver oracular responses, but that those responses were impostures and contrivances of the priests themselves. The true cause of the cessation of oracular prophecy, however, appears to be that the minds of men became enlightened by the wide spreading of the Christian faith, and by the circumstance that their superstition was compromised by the metamorphosis of their favorite heroes and deities into saints and martyrs. As an instance of which, it will hereafter be shown that the statues of the ancient gods, even to this day, are allowed to stand and hold places in the churches and cathedrals of many Catholic countries. Those who argue that oracles ceased immediately at the coming of Christ relate in confirmation of their opinion that Augustus, having grown old, became desirous of choosing a successor and went, in consequence, to consult the oracle at Delphos. No answer was given, at first, to his inquiry, though he had spared no expense to conciliate the oracle. At last, however, the priestess is reported to have said, "The Hebrew infant, to whom all gods render obedience, chases me hence. He sends me to the lower regions. Therefore, depart this temple without speaking more." Superstition was formed into a system in Egypt at an age prior to our first accounts of that country. Vast temples were built and innumerable ceremonies established. The same body, forming the hereditary priesthood and the nobility of the nation, directed with a high hand the belief and the conscience of the people, and prophecy was not only among their pretensions, but perhaps the most indispensable part of their office. Boeotia was also a country famous for the number of its oracles, and from its localities was well suited for such impostures, being mountainous and full of caverns, by means of which sounds and echoes, apparently mysterious, could be easily multiplied to excite the astonishment and terror of the supplicants. Herodotus informs us that one of the first oracles in Greece was imported from the Egyptian Thebes. It happened, says Mr. Mitford in his History of Greece, that the master of Phoenician vessel carried off a woman, an attendant of the temple of Jupiter, at Thebes on Nile, and sold her in Thesprotia, a mountainous tract in the northwestern part of Epirus, bordering on the Illyrian hordes. Reduced thus unhappily to slavery among barbarians, the woman, however, soon became sensible of the superiority which her education in a more civilized country gave her over them, and she conceived hopes of mending her condition by practicing upon their ignorance what she had acquired of those arts which able hands imposed upon a more enlightened people. She gave out that she possessed all the powers of prophecy to which the Egyptian priest pretended, that she could discover present secrets and foretell future events. Her pretensions excited curiosity and brought numbers to consult her. She chose her station under the shade of a spreading oak, where, in the name of the god Jupiter, she delivered answers to her ignorant inquirers, and shortly her reputation as a prophetess extended as far as the people of the country themselves communicated. These simple circumstances of her story were afterwards, according to the genius of those ages, turned into a fable, which was commonly told in the time of Herodotus by the Dodonian priests. A black pigeon, they said, flew from Thebes in Egypt to Dodona, and, perching upon an oak, proclaimed with human voice that an oracle of Jupiter should be established there. Concluding that a divinity spoke through the agency of the pigeon, the Dodonians obeyed the mandate and the oracle was established. The historian accounts for the fiction thus: the woman on her arrival, speaking in a foreign dialect, the Dodonians said she spoke like a pigeon, but afterwards, when she had acquired the Grecian speech and accent, they said the pigeon spoke with a human voice. The trade of prophecy being both easy and lucrative, the office of the prophetess was readily supplied both with associates and successors. A temple for the deity and habitations for his ministers were built, and thus, according to the evidently honest and apparently well-founded and judicious account of Herodotus, arose the oracle of Jupiter at Dodona, the very place where tradition, still remaining to the days of that writer, testified that sacrifices had formerly been performed only to the nameless god. The responses of the oracles, though given with some appearance of probability, were for the most part ambiguous and doubtful. But it must be acknowledged that the priests were very clever persons, since, while they satisfied for the time the wishes of others, they were so well able to conceal their own knavery. A fellow, it is said, willing to try the truth of Apollo's oracle, asked what it was he held in his hand, holding at the time a sparrow under his cloak, and whether it was dead or alive, intending to kill or preserve it. Contrary to what the oracle should answer, but it replied that it was his own choice whether that which he held should live or die. Many of the sages and other great men evidently paid no regard or real veneration to the oracles, beyond what policy dictated to preserve their influence over others. The researches of modern antiquaries and travellers have discovered the machinery of many artifices of the priests of the now deserted fanes, which sufficiently account for the apparent miracles exhibited to the eye of ignorance. There remain many instances of this kind to show how general this system of imposture has been in all ages, and, as may be supposed, the priest did not fail to exact a liberal payment in advance. Cyrus, according to the apocryphal tradition, a devout worshipper of the idol Bel, was convinced by the prophet Daniel of the imposture of this supposed mighty and living god, who was thought to consume every day 12 measures of fine flour, 40 sheep, and 6 vessels of wine, which were placed as an offering on the altar. These gifts being presented as usual, Daniel commanded ashes to be strewed on the floor of the temple, round the altar on which the offerings were placed, and the door of the temple to be sealed in the presence of the king. Cyrus returned on the following day, and seeing the altar cleared of what was placed thereon, cried out, "Great art thou, O Bel, and in thee is no deceit." But Daniel, pointing to the floor, the king continues, "I see the footsteps of women and children." The private door at the back of the altar, leading to the dwellings of the priests, was then discovered. Their imposture clearly proved they were all slain, and the temple was destroyed. The circumstance of fire being so frequently an object of veneration amongst pagans is thought to have arisen thus: the sun, as a source of light and heat, was the most evident and the most benignant of the natural agents, and was worshipped accordingly as a first cause rather than as an effect. As, however, it was occasionally absent, it was typified by fire, which had the greatest analogy to it. This element, first respected only as the representative of the sun, in time became itself the object of adoration amongst the Chaldeans, and Eusebius relates the following circumstance with respect to it. The Chaldeans asserted that their god was the strongest and most powerful of all gods, since they had not met with anyone that could resist his force. so that whenever they happened to seize upon any deities which were worshipped by other nations, they immediately threw them into the fire, which never failed of consuming them to ashes, and thus the god of Chaldeans came to be publicly looked upon as a conqueror of all other gods. At length, a priest of Canopus, one of the Egyptian gods, found out the means to destroy the great reputation which fire had acquired. He caused to be formed an idol of a very porous earth, with which pots were commonly made to purify the waters of the Nile. The belly of the statue, which was very capacious, was filled with water, the priest having first made a great many little holes and stopped them with wax. He then challenged the fire of the Chaldeans to dispute with his god Canopus. The Chaldeans immediately prepared one, and the Egyptian priest set his statue on it. No sooner did the fire reach the wax than it dissolved. The holes were opened, the water passed through, and the fire was extinguished. Upon this, a report was soon spread that the god Canopus had conquered and destroyed the god of the Chaldeans. As a memorial of their victory, the Egyptians always afterwards made their idols with very large bellies. The celebrated Sphinx, still more interesting as a wonderful production of art, is said to have been made by an Egyptian king in memory of Rhodope of Corinth, with whom he was passionately in love. Yet it was subsequently considered as an oracle, which, if consulted at the rising of the sun, gave prophetic answers. There has lately been discovered a large hole in the head, in which the priests are supposed to have concealed themselves for the purpose of deluding the people. At sunrise, music was said to be heard. The latter might even occur from natural causes. Messieurs Jomard, Jolois, and de Villiers heard at sunrise, in a monument of granite, placed in the centre of that spot on which the palace of Karnak stood, a noise resembling that of a string breaking. This was found on attentive examination to proceed from a natural phenomenon occurring near the situation of the Sphinx. Of this circumstance, the ingenuity of the priest would no doubt be sure to avail themselves, and this may also account for the hour of sunrise being chosen for the oracular responses. To confirm the probability of this solution of the mystery, it may be mentioned that Baron Humboldt was informed by most credible witnesses that subterranean sounds like those of an organ are heard towards sunrise by those who sleep upon the granite rocks on the banks of Orinoco. Those sounds, he philosophically supposes, may arise from the difference of temperature between the external air and that contained in the narrow and deep crevices of the rocks, the air issuing from which may be modified by its impulse against the elastic films of mica projecting into the crevices, producing, in fact, a natural and a gigantic aeolina, the simple but beautiful arrangement of musical chords which is now so commonly heard. A somewhat similar phenomenon, which gives rise to an Arab superstition, occurs about 3 leagues from Tor on the Red Sea. The spot, which is half a mile from the sea, bears the name of Nakus, or the Bell. It is about 300 feet high and 80 feet wide, presents a steep declivity to the sea, and is covered by sand and surrounded by low rocks in the form of an amphitheatre. The sound which it emits are not periodical, but are heard at all hours and at all seasons. The place was twice visited by Mr. Gray. On the first visit, after waiting a quarter of an hour, he heard a low, continuous murmuring sound beneath his feet, which, as it increased in loudness, gradually changed into pulsations, resembling the ticking of a clock. In 5 minutes more, it became so powerful as to resemble the striking of a clock, and by its vibrations to detach the sand from the surface. When he returned on the following day, he heard the sound still louder than before. Both times the air was calm and the sky serene, so that the external air could have no share in producing the phenomenon, nor could he find any crevice by which it could penetrate. The noise is affirmed by the people of Tor to frighten and render furious the camels that hear it, and the Arabs of the desert poetically ascribe it to the bell of a convent of monks, which convent they believe to have been miraculously preserved underground. Seetzen, another visitor, attributes the phenomenon to the rolling down of the sand. Rufinus informs us that when it was destroyed by order of Theodosius, the temple of Serapis at Alexandria was found to be full of secret passages and machines, contrived to aid the impostures of the priest. Among other things, on the eastern side of the temple was a little window, through which, on a certain day of the year, the sunbeams entering fell on the mouth of the statue of Memnon. At the same moment, an iron image of the sun was brought in, which, being attracted by a large lodestone fixed in the ceiling, ascended up to the image. The priest then cried out that the sun saluted their god. This Memnon was said to be the son of Tithonus and Aurora, and a statue of him in black marble was set up at Thebes. It is also related that the mouth of the statue, when first touched by the rays of the rising sun, sent forth a sweet and harmonious sound, as though it rejoiced when its mother Aurora appeared. But at the setting of the sun, it sent forth a low melancholy tone, as if lamenting its mother's departure. On the left leg of one of the colossal figures, called Memnon, are engraved the names of many celebrated personages who have borne witness at different times of their having heard the musical tones which proceeded from the statue on the rising and setting of the sun. Strabo was an ear witness to the fact that an articulate sound was heard, but doubted whether it came from the statue. The oracle which held the greatest reputation and extended it over the world was Delphi. Yet upon what slight grounds were the minds of people led captive by the love of the marvelous and a proneness to superstition? Of this celebrated place so many fables are related, some of them referring to times long before any authentic account of the existence of such an oracle, that it is difficult to decide upon the real period. On the southern side of Mount Parnassus, within the western border of Phocis against Locris, and at no great distance from the seaport towns of Crissa and Kira, the mountain crags form a natural amphitheatre, difficult of access, in the midst of which a deep cavern discharged from a narrow orifice a vapour powerfully affecting the brain of those who came within its influence. This was first brought into public notice by a goatherd, whose goats, browsing on the brink, were thrown into singular convulsions, upon which the man, going to the spot and endeavouring to look into the chasm, became himself agitated like one frantic. These extraordinary circumstances were communicated through the neighbourhood, and the superstitious ignorance of the age immediately attributed them to a deity residing in the place. Frenzy of every kind among the Greeks, even in more enlightened times, was supposed to be the effect of divine inspiration, and the incoherent speeches of the frantic were regarded as prophetical. This spot, formerly visited only by goats, now became an object of extensive curiosity. It was said to be the oracle of the goddess Earth. The rude inhabitants from all the neighbouring parts resorted to it for information concerning futurity, to obtain which any one of them inhaled the vapour, and whatever he uttered in the ensuing intoxication passed for prophecy. This was found dangerous, however, as many, becoming giddy, fell into the cavern and were lost. And in an assembly it was agreed that one person should alone receive the inspiration and render the responses of the divinity. A virgin was preferred for the sacred office, and a frame prepared, resting on 3 feet, whence it was called a tripod. The place bore the name of Pytho, and thence the title of Pythoness or Pythia became attached to the prophetess. By degrees, a rude temple was built over the cavern. Priests were appointed, ceremonies were prescribed, and sacrifices were performed. A revenue was necessary. All who would consult the oracle henceforward must come with offerings in their hands. The prophets produced by the prophecies of the goddess Earth beginning to fail, the priest asserted that the god Neptune was associated with her in the oracle. The goddess Themis was then reported to have succeeded Mother Earth. Still, new incentives to public credulity and curiosity became necessary. Apollo was a deity of great reputation in the islands and in Asia Minor, but had at that time little fame on the continent of Greece. At this period, a vessel from Crete came to Crissa, and the crew landing proceeded up Mount Parnassus to Delphi. It was reported that the vessel and crew, by a preternatural power, was impelled to the port, accompanied by a dolphin of uncommon magnitude, who discovered himself to be Apollo, and who ordered the crew to follow him to Delphi and become his ministers. Thus the oracle recovered and increased its reputation. Delphi had the advantage of being near the center of Greece, and was reported to be the center of the earth. Miracles were invented to prove so important a circumstance, and the navel of the earth was among the titles which it acquired. Afterwards, vanity came in aid of superstition in bringing riches to the temple. The names of those who made considerable presents were always registered and exhibited in honor of the donors. The Pythoness was chosen from among mountain cottagers, the most unacquainted with mankind that could be found. It was required that she should be a virgin, and originally taken when very young, and once appointed, she was never to quit the temple. But unfortunately, it happened that one Pythoness made her escape. Her singular beauty enamored a young Thessalian, who succeeded in the hazardous attempt to carry her off. It was afterwards decreed that no Pythoness should be appointed under 50 years of age. This office appears not to have been very desirable. Either the emanation from the cavern or some art of the managers threw her into real convulsions. Priests, entitled prophets, led her to the sacred tripod, force being often necessary for the purpose, and held her on it till her frenzy rose to whatever pitch was in their judgment most fit for the occasion. Some of the Pythoness are said to have expired almost immediately after quitting the tripod, and even on it. The broken accents which the wretch uttered in her agony were collected and arranged by the prophets, and then promulgated as the answer of the god. Till a late period, they were always in verse. The priest had it always in their power to deny answers, delay them, or render them dubious or unintelligible, as they judged most advantageous for the credit of the oracle. But if princes or great men applied in a proper manner for the sanction of the god to any undertaking, they seldom failed to receive it in direct terms, provided the reputation of the oracle for truth was not liable to immediate danger from the event. Theophrastus, Bishop of Alexandria, showed the inhabitants of that town the hollow statue into which the former priest of the pagan oracle had privately crept whilst delivering their responses, and a modern traveller corroborates this fact by a similar discovery made among the excavations at Pompeii. In the Temple of Isis, says Dr. J. Johnson, we see the identical spot where the priests concealed themselves whilst delivering the oracles that were supposed to proceed from the mouth of the goddess. There was found the bones of the victims sacrificed, and in the refectory of the abstemious priest were discovered the remains of ham, fowls, eggs, fish, and bottles of wine. These jolly friars were carousing most merrily, and no doubt laughing heartily at the credulity of mankind, when Vesuvius poured out a libation on their heads which put an end to their mirth. To cut the Gordian knot has long been proverbial for an independent and unexpected way of overcoming difficulties, however great. It took its rise from a circumstance related with some variations by several ancient authors, and with great simplicity by Arrian. It is the more a curiosity as coming from a man of his eminence in his enlightened age. At a remote period, says he, a Phrygian yeoman named Gordius was holding his own plough on his own land, when an eagle perched on the yoke and remained whilst he continued his work. Wondering at a matter so apparently preternatural, he deemed it expedient to consult some person among those who had reputation for expounding indications of the divine will. In the neighboring province of Pisidia, the people of Telemissus had wide fame for that skill. It was supposed instinctive and hereditary in men and women of particular families. Going thither, as he approached the first village of the Telemissian territory, he saw a girl drawing water at a spring, and making some inquiry, which led to further conversation, he related the phenomenon. It happened that the girl was of a race of seers. She told him to return immediately home and sacrifice to Jupiter, the king. Satisfied so far, he remained anxious about the manner of performing the ceremony, so that it might be certainly acceptable to the deity, and the result was that he married the girl, and she accompanied him home. Nothing important followed till a son of this match, named Midas, had attained manhood. The Phrygians then, distressed by violent civil dissensions, consulted an oracle for means to allay them. The answer was that a cart would bring them a king to relieve their troubles. The assembly was already formed to receive official communication of the divine will, when Gordius and Midas arrived in their cart to attend it. Presently the notion arose and spread that one of those in that cart must be the person intended by the oracle. Gordius was then advanced in years. Midas, who already had been extensively remarked for superior powers of both body and mind, was elected king of Phrygia. Tranquillity ensued among the people, and the cart, predesigned by heaven to bring a king the author of so much good, was, with its appendages, dedicated to the god and placed in the citadel, where it was carefully preserved. The yoke was fastened with a thong formed of the bark of a cornel tree, so artificially that no eye could discover either end, and rumour was become of an oracle, which declared that whosoever loosened that thong would be the lord of Asia. The extensive credit which this rumour had obtained, and the reported failure of the attempts of many great men, gave an importance to it. Alexander, in the progress of his campaign in Asia, arrived at Gordium, and of course visited the castle in which was preserved the Gordian knot. While with many around he was admiring it, the observation occurred that it being his purpose to become the Lord of Asia, he should, for the sake of popular opinion, have the credit of loosening the yoke. Some writers have reported that he cut the knot with his sword, but Aristobulus, who, as one of his generals, is likely to have been present, related that he wrested the pin from the beam, and so taking off the yoke, said that was enough for him to be Lord of Asia. Thunder and lightning on the following night, says Arrian, confirm the assertion that Alexander had effected what the oracle had declared was to be done only by one who should be Lord of Asia. Accordingly, on the morrow, he performed a magnificent thanksgiving sacrifice in acknowledgment of the favor of the gods, thus promised a measure as full of policy as devotion. In Cornwall are to be found enormous piles of stone, which bear the name of Ambrosian, Logan, or rocking stones. Structure of this kind, as they may, perhaps, reasonably be called, are of very great antiquity, being represented on the medals of Tyre. They appear to have been composed of cones of rock let into the ground, with other stones adapted to their points, and so nicely balanced that the wind could move them, and yet so ponderous that no human force, unaided by machinery, could displace them. The figures of Apollo Didymus on the Syrian coins are placed sitting on the point of the cone, on which the more rude and primitive symbol of the Logan stone is found poised, and we are told that the oracle of the god near Miletus existed before the emigration of the Ionian colonies, more than 1100 years before Christ. Pliny, in his second book, relates that there was one to be seen at Harpasa in Asia, exactly answering the description of those found in Cornwall. Lay one finger on it, and it will stir, but thrust against it with your whole body, and it will not move. Hephaestion mentions the Gegodian stone near the ocean, which may be moved with the stalk of an asphodel, but cannot be removed by any force. Several of these stones may be seen in the neighborhood of Heliopolis or Baalbek in Syria, and one in particular has been seen in motion by the force of the wind alone. The famous Logan stone, commonly called Minamber, stood in the parish of Sitney, Cornwall. The top stone was so accurately poised on the one beneath that a little child could move it, and all travellers went that way to see it. But in Cromwell's time, one Shrewp Saul, governor of Pendennis, with much ado caused it to be undermined and thrown down, to the great grief of the country. Thus its wonderful property of moving so easily to a certain point was destroyed. The cause which induced the governor to overthrow it appears to have been that the vulgar used to resort to the place at particular times and pay the stone more respect than was thought becoming good Christians. A similar destructive act was committed a few years since by one of His Majesty officers, the commander of a revenue cutter. His achievement had, however, not even the excuse of a mistaken religious feeling to plead in its behalf. It seems to have been prompted merely by the spirit of mischief. Having landed a part of his crew, he, with infinite labour, succeeded in overturning the most celebrated Logan stone in Cornwall. But such was the odium with which he was visited in consequence of his exploit, that he undertook the gigantic task of restoring the stone to its original situation, or he was fortunate or skilful enough to succeed. A description of the situation and magnitude of the enormous mass which he had to raise will give some idea of the difficulty which he had to encounter. It is situated on a peninsula of granite, jutting out 200 yards into the sea. the isthmus still exhibiting some remains of the ancient fortification of Castle Treryn. The granite which forms this peninsula is split by perpendicular and horizontal fissures into a heap of cubical or prismatic masses. The whole mass varies in height from 50 to 100 feet. It presents on almost every side a perpendicular face to the sea and is divided into 4 summits, on one of which, near the center of the promontory, the stone in question lies. The general figure of the stone is irregular. Its lower surface is not quite flat, but swells out into a slight protuberance on which the rock is poised. It rests on a surface so inclined that it seems as if a small alteration in its position would cause it to slide along the plain into the sea. For it is within 2 or 3 feet of the edge of the precipice. The stone is 17 feet in length and above 32 in circumference near the middle, and is estimated to weigh nearly 66 tons. The vibration is only in one direction, and that nearly at right angles to the length. A force of very few pounds is sufficient to bring it into a state of vibration. Even the wind blowing on its western surface, which is exposed, produces this effect in a sensible degree. The vibration continues a few seconds. Such immense masses, being moved by means so inadequate, must naturally have conveyed the idea of spontaneous motion to ignorant persons, and have persuaded them that they were animated by an emanation from the deity or great spirit, and as such might be consulted as oracles. Behold yon huge and unhewn sphere of living adamant, which poised by magic rests its central weight on yonder pointed rock, firm as it seems. Such is its strange and virtuous property. It moves obsequious to the gentlest touch. It cannot be doubted that those Logan stones are druidical monuments, but it is not certain what particular use the priest made of them. Mr. Toland thinks that the Druids made the people believe that they could only be moved miraculously, and by this pretended miracle they condemned or acquitted an accused person. It is likely that some of these stones were of natural formation, and that the Druids made and consecrated others, by such pious frauds increasing their private gain, and establishing an ill-grounded authority by deluding the common people. The basins cut on the top of these stones had their part to act in these juggles, and the ruffling or the quiescence of the water was to declare the wrath or testify the pleasure of the god consulted, and somehow or other to confirm the decision of the Druids. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ahimsa. Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. False Messiahs, Prophets and Miracles. Susceptibility of the imagination in the East. Muhammad, his origin. He assumes the title of the Apostle of God. Opposition to him. Revelations brought to him by the angel Gabriel. His flight to Medina. Success of his imposture. Attempt to poison him. His death. Tradition respecting his tomb. Account of his intercourse with heaven. Shabbatai Shri, a false messiah. Superstitious tradition among the Jews. Reports respecting the coming of the Messiah. Shabbatai pretends to be the Messiah. He is assisted by Nathan. Follies committed by the Jews. Honors paid to Shabtai. He embarks for Constantinople. His arrest. He embraces Mohammedanism to avoid death. Rosenfeld, a German, proclaims himself the Messiah. His knavery. He is whipped and imprisoned. Richard Brothers announces himself as the revealed prince and prophet of the Jews. He dies in Bethlehem. Thomas Munzer and his associates. Their fate. Matthias, John of Leyden, and other Anabaptist leaders. They are defeated and executed. The French prophets. Punishment of them. Miracles at the grave of the deacon Paris. Horrible self-inflictions of the convulsionaries. The brothers of Bruglen. They are executed. Prophecy of a lifeguardsman in London. Joanna Southcott. Her origin, progress and death. Folly of her disciples. Miracles of Prince Hohenlohe. The earlier species of superstitious belief are now passed away, and the remembrance of them only serves to adorn poetic fiction. In Eastern countries, where the imagination is more susceptible, men have yielded a religious faith to one, the rapid extension of whose tenets, though subsequent indeed to his death, was as astonishing as the boldness and effrontery of his attempt, which may be considered without a parallel in the annals of imposture. Mohammed, the original contriver and founder of the false religion, so extensively professed in the East, has always been designated par excellence the impostor. He was born in Mecca in the year of our Lord 571, of the tribe of the Qurayshites, the noblest and the most powerful in the country. In his youth, he was employed by his uncle, a merchant, as a camel driver, and as a term of reproach and proof of the lowness of his origin, his enemies used to call him the camel driver. When he was once in the marketplace of Bostra with his camels, it is asserted that he was recognized by a learned monk called Bahira as a prophet. The monk pretended to know him by a halo of divine light around his countenance, and he hailed him with joy and veneration. In his 25th year, Muhammad married a rich widow. This raised him to affluence, and he appeared at that time to have formed the secret plan of obtaining for himself sovereign power. He assumed the character of superior sanctity, and every morning retired to a secret cave near Mecca, where he devoted the day to prayer, abstinence, and holy meditation. In his 40th year, he took the title of Apostle of God and increased his fame by perseverance and the aid of pretended visions. He made at first but few proselytes, his enemies, who suspected his designs and perhaps foresaw his bold and rapid strides to power, heaped on him the appellations of impostor, liar, and magician. But he overcame all opposition in promulgating his doctrine, chiefly by flattering the passions and prejudices of his nation. In a climate exposed to a burning sun, he allured the imagination by promising as rewards in the future state rivers of cooling waters, shady retreats, luxurious fruits, and immaculate houris. His system of religion was given out as the command of God, and he produced occasionally various chapters which had been copied from the archives of heaven and brought down to him by the angel Gabriel, and if difficulties or doubts were started, they were quickly removed, as this obliging angel brought down fresh revelations to support his character for sanctity. When miracles were demanded of him in testimony of his divine mission, he said with an air of authority that God had sent Moses and Christ with miracles, and men would not believe. Therefore, he had sent him in the last place without them, and to use a sword in their stead. This communication exposed him to some danger, and he was compelled to fly from Makkah to Medina, from which period is fixed the Hijrah, or flight, at which he began to propagate his doctrines by the sword. His arms were successful. In spite of some checks, he ultimately overcame or gained over all his foes, and within 10 years after his flight, his authority was recognized throughout the Arabian Peninsula. Among the tribes subjugated by his sword was the Jewish tribe of Khyber. He put to death Kinana, the chief, who assumed the title of King of the Jews. And after the victory, he took up his abode in the house of a Jew, whose son, Marhab, had fallen in the contest. This circumstance nearly cost him his life. Desirous to avenge her brother, Zainab, the sister of Marhab, put poison in a shoulder of mutton which was served up to Muhammad. The Prophet was saved by seeing one of his officers fall, who had begun before him to eat of the dish. He hastily rejected the morsel which he had taken into his own mouth, but so virulent was the poison that his health was severely injured, and his death is thought to have been hastened by it. On being questioned as to the motive which had prompted her, Zainab boldly replied, "I wish to discover whether you are really a prophet, in which case you could preserve yourself from the poison. And if you were not so, I sought to deliver my country from an impostor and a tyrant." Muhammad died at Medina, and a fabulous tradition asserts that his body in an iron coffin was suspended in the air through the agency of 2 lodestones concealed, one in the roof and the other beneath the floor of the mausoleum. The success of this impostor during his life is not more astonishing than the extent to which his doctrines have been propagated since his death. The Quran was compiled subsequent to his decease from chapters said to have been brought by the angel Gabriel from heaven. It is composed of sublime truths, incredible fables, and ludicrous events. By artful interpolation, he grafted on his theories such parts of the Holy Scriptures as suited his purpose, and announced himself to be that comforter which our Saviour had promised should come after him. Muhammad was a man of ready wit, and bore all the affronts of his enemies with concealed resentment. Many artificers were had recourse to for the purpose of delusion. It is said a bull was taught to bring him on its horns revelations, as if sent from God, and he bred up pigeons to come to his ears, and feigned thereby that the Holy Ghost conversed with him. His ingenuity made him turn to his own advantage circumstances otherwise against him. He was troubled with the falling sickness, and he persuaded his followers that during the moments of suspended animation he accompanied the angel Gabriel in various journeys borne by the celestial beast Alburak, and that ascending to the highest heavens he was permitted to converse familiarly with the Almighty. His first interview with the angel took place at night, when in bed. He heard a knocking at the door, and having opened it, he then saw the angel Gabriel with 79 pairs of wings expanded from his sides, whiter than snow and clearer than crystal, and the celestial beast beside him. This beast he described as being between an ass and mule, as white as milk, and of extraordinary swiftness. Muhammad was most kindly embraced by the angel, who told him that he was sent to bring him unto God in heaven, where he should see strange mysteries which were not lawful to be seen by other men, and bid him get upon the beast. But the beast, having long lain idle, from the time of Christ till Muhammad, was grown so restive and skittish that he would not stand still for Mohammed to get upon him, till at length he was forced to bribe him to it by promising him a place in paradise. The beast carried him to Jerusalem in the twinkling of an eye. The departed saints saluted them, and they proceeded to the oratory in the temple. Returning from the temple, they found a ladder of light ready fixed for them, which they immediately ascended, leaving the albarak there tied to a rock till their return. Muhammad is said to have given a dying promise to return in 1,000 years. But that time being already past, his faithful followers say the period he really mentioned was 2,000, though, owing to the weakness of his voice, he could not be distinctly heard. A pilgrimage to Mecca is thought by devout Mohammedans to be the most efficacious means of procuring remission of sins and the enjoyments of paradise. And even the camels which go on that journey are held so sacred after their return that many fanatical Turks, when they have seen them, destroy their eyesight by looking closely on hot bricks, desiring to see nothing profane after so sacred a spectacle. The early leaning of the Jews towards idolatry and superstition has been recorded in terms that admit of no dispute by their own historians. The same leaning continued to be manifest in them for many ages. Sandys, in his travels, heard of an ancient tradition current on the borders of the Red Sea, that the day on which the Jews celebrate the Passover, loaves of bread, by time converted into stone, are seen to arise from that sea, and are supposed to be some of the bread the Jews left in their passage. They were sold at Grand Cairo, handsomely made up in the manner and shape of the bread, at the time in which he wrote, and this was of itself sufficient to betray the imposture. The anxiously expected appearance of their Messiah made the Jews very easily imposed upon by those who for interested motives chose to assume so sacred a title. Our Saviour predicted the coming of false Christ, and many have since his day appeared, though perhaps no false prophet in later days has excited a more general commotion in that nation than Shabbatai Shri. According to the prediction of several Christian writers who commented on the apocalypse, the year 1666 was to prove one of wonders, and particularly of blessings to the Jews, and reports flew from place to place of the march of multitudes of people from unknown parts in the remote deserts of Asia, supposed to be the 10 tribes and a half lost for so many ages, and also that a ship had arrived in the north of Scotland with sails and cordage of silk, navigated by mariners who spoke nothing but Hebrew. With this motto on their flag, the 12 tribes of Israel. These reports, agreeing thus near with former predictions, led the credulous to expect that the year would produce strange events with reference to the Jewish nation. Thus were millions of people possessed when Shabtai Shri appeared at Smyrna and proclaimed himself to the Jews as their Messiah, declaring the greatness of his approaching kingdom and the strong hand whereby God was about to deliver them from bondage and gather them together. It was strange, says Mr. Evelyn, to see how this fancy took, and how fast the report of Shabtai and his doctrine flew through those parts of Turkey the Jews inhabited. They were so deeply possessed of their new kingdom and their promotion to honor that none of them attended to business of any kind, except to prepare for the journey to Jerusalem. Shabtai was the son of Mordechai Zvi, an inhabitant of Smyrna, who acted as a broker to English merchants. His son, studying metaphysics, vented a new doctrine in the law, and gaining some disciples, he attracted sufficient notice to cause his banishment from the city. During his exile, he was twice married, but soon after each ceremony, he obtained a divorce. At Jerusalem, he married a third time. He there began to preach a reform in the law, and meeting with another Jew named Nathan, he communicated to him his intention of proclaiming himself the Messiah, so long expected and so much desired by the Jews. Nathan assisted in this deceit, and as, according to the ancient prophecies, it was necessary Elias should precede the Messiah, Nathan thought no one so proper as himself to personate that prophet. Nathan, therefore, as the forerunner of the Messiah, announced to the Jews what was about to take place, and that consequently nothing but joy and triumph ought to dwell in their habitations. This delusion being once begun, many Jews really believed what they so much desired, and Nathan took courage to prophesy that in 1 year from the 27th of Kislev, June, the Messiah should appear and take from the Grand Seigneur his crown and lead him in chains like a captive. Shabtai meanwhile preached at Gaza repentance to the Jews and obedience to himself and his doctrine. These novelties very much affected the Jews, and they gave themselves up to prayers, alms, and devotion. The rumor flying abroad, letter of congratulation, came from all parts to Jerusalem and Gaza, and thus encouraged, Shabtai resolved to travel to Smyrna and thence to Constantinople, the capital city, where the principal work was to be performed. All was now expectation among the Jews. No trade was followed, and everyone imagined that daily provisions, riches, and honor were to descend upon him miraculously. Many fasted so long that they were famished to death. Others buried themselves in their gardens up to the neck. But the most common mortification was to prick their backs and sides with thorns, and then give themselves 39 lashes. To avoid the necessity of business, which was even made a finable offense, the rich were taxed to support the poor, and lest the Messiah should accuse them of neglecting ancient precepts, particularly that to increase and multiply, they married together children of 10 years and under. Without respect to riches or poverty, to the number of 600 or 700 couples were indiscriminately joined. But on better and cooler thoughts, after the deceit was discovered, or expectation grew cold, these children were divorced or separated by mutual consent. At Smyrna, Shabtai was well received by the common Jews, but not so by the Chochans or doctors of the law, who gave no credence to his pretensions. Yet Shabtai, bringing testimonials of his sanctity, holy life, wisdom, and gift of prophecy, was deeply fixed himself in the hearts of the generality, that he took courage to dispute with the Grand Chochim. Arguments grew so strong and language so hot between the disputants that the Jews who espoused Shabtai's doctrine appeared in great numbers before the Cadi of Smyrna in justification of him. Shabtai thus gained ground, whilst the Grand Chochim in like proportion lost it, as well as the affection and obedience of his people, and ultimately he was displaced. No invitation was now ever made by the Jews, or marriage ceremony solemnized, where Shabtai was not present, accompanied by a multitude of followers, and the streets were covered with carpets or fine cloths for him to tread upon, which the pretended humility of this Pharisee stooped to turn aside. Many of his followers became prophetic, and infants who could scarcely stammer a syllable to their mothers could pronounce and repeat his name. There were still, however, numbers bold enough to dispute his mission and to proclaim him an impostor. Shabtai then proceeded with great presumption to an election of princes who were to govern the Israelites during their march to the Holy Land. Miracles were thought necessary for the confirmation of the Jews in their faith, and it was pretended that on one occasion a pillar of fire was seen between Shabtai and the Cadi, though but few were said to have seen it. It speedily became the general belief, and Shabtai returned triumphant to his house, fixed in the hearts of all his people. He then prepared for his journey to Constantinople, where his great work was to be accomplished. But to avoid the confusion of his numerous followers, he went by sea with a small party, and was detained 39 days by contrary winds. His followers, having arrived overland before him, awaited his coming with great anxiety. Having heard of the disorder and madness that had spread among the Jews, and fearing the consequences, the vizier sent a boat to arrest Shabtai, and he was brought ashore a prisoner and committed to the darkest dungeon to await his sentence. Undiscouraged by this event, the Jews were rather confirmed in their belief and visited him with the same ceremony and respect, as if exalted on the throne of Israel. Shabtai was kept a prisoner 2 months, and then removed to the castle of Abydos, where he was so much sought after by the Jews, and the Turks demanded $5 or $10 for the admission of each proselyte. At his leisure in this castle, he composed a new mode of worship. The Jews now only awaited the personal appearance of Elias, previous to the glorious consummation. There is a superstition among them that Elias is invisibly present in their families, and they generally spread a table for him, to which they invite poor people, leaving the chief seat for the Lord Elias, who they believe partakes of the entertainment with gratitude. On one occasion, at the ceremony of circumcision, Shabtai took advantage of this credulity, for he exhorted the parents to wait a while, and after an interval of half an hour, he ordered them to proceed. The reason he gave for this delay was that Elias had not at first taken the seat prepared for him, and therefore he had waited till he saw him sit down. Having had the history of the whole affair laid before him, the Grand Signior sent for Shabtai to Adrianople. On receiving the summons, the pseudo-Messiah appeared to be much dejected, and to have lost that courage which he formerly showed in the synagogues. The Grand Signior would not be satisfied without a miracle any more than the Jews, but he wisely resolved that it should be one of his own choosing. He ordered that Shabtai should be stripped naked and set up as a mark for dexterous archers of the Sultan to shoot at, and if it was found that the skin was arrow-proof, he would then believe him to be the Messiah. Not having faith enough in himself to stand so sharp a trial, Shabtai renounced all titles to kingdoms and governments, alleging that he was merely an ordinary Chochem. Not satisfied with this, the Grand Signior declared that the treason of the Jew was only to be expiated by the conversion to Mohammedanism, which, if he refused, a stake was ready at the gate of the seraglio on which to impale him. Shabtai replied with much cheerfulness that he was contented to turn Turk, and that not of force but choice, he having been a long time desirous of so glorious a profession. When the Jews received intelligence of Shabtai's apostasy and found that all their insane hopes were completely blighted, they were filled with consternation and shame. The news quickly spread all over Turkey, and they became so much the common derision of all the unbelievers that for a long time they were overcome with confusion and dejection of spirit. Of subsequent pretenders to the sacred character of the Messiah, it must suffice to mention 2, the one of them a German, the other an English subject. The German, whose name was Hans Rosenfeld, was a gamekeeper. The scene of his impious or insane pretensions was Prussia and the neighboring states. he taught that Christianity was a deception and that its priests were impostors. Having thus summarily disposed of spiritual matters, he proceeded to meddle with temporal in a manner which was not a little dangerous under a despotic government. Frederick the Great, who was then on the throne, he declared to be the devil, and as it was not fit that the devil should reign, Rosenfeld made known that he intended to depose him. Having accomplished this difficult feat, he was to rule the world at the head of a council of 24 elders. The 7 seals were then to be opened. In his choice of the angels who were to open the seals, he took care to have an eye to his own pleasure and interest. He demanded from his followers 7 beautiful girls who were to fill the important office, but that, in the meanwhile, the office might not be a sinecure. They held the place of mistresses to him and maintained by him by their labor. Rosenfeld was suffered to go on thus for 20 years, with occasionally a short imprisonment, and he still continued to find dupes. He might perhaps have gone to his grave without receiving any serious check, had he not been overthrown, though unintentionally, by one of his own partisans. This man, who had resigned 3 of his daughters to the impostor, was tired of waiting so long for his promised share of the good things which the pseudo-Messiah was to dispense. It was not his faith, it was only his patience that was exhausted. To quicken the movements of Rosenfeld, he hit upon a rare expedient. As according to his creed, the king was the devil, he went to him for the purpose of provoking the monarch to play the devil by acting in such a manner as should compel the impostor to exert immediately his supernatural powers. On this provocation, Frederick did act, and with effect. Rosenfeld was ordered to be tried. The trial took place in 1782, and the tribunal sentenced him to be whipped and imprisoned for life at Spandau. Against this sentence, he twice appealed, but it was finally executed. The English claimant of divine honours was Richard Brothers. He was born at Placentia in Newfoundland and had served in the Navy, but resigned his commission because, to use his own words, he conceived the military life to be totally repugnant to the duties of Christianity, and he could not conscientiously receive the wages of plunder, bloodshed, and murder. This step reduced him to great poverty, and he appears to have suffered much in consequence. His mind was already shaken, and his privations and solitary reflections seem at length to have entirely overthrown it. The first instance of his madness appears to have been his belief that he could restore sight to the blind. He next began to see visions and to prophesy, and soon became persuaded that he was commissioned by heaven to lead back the Jews to Palestine. It was in the latter part of 1794 that he announced, through the medium of the press, his high destiny. His rhapsody bore the title of A Revealed Knowledge of the Prophecies and Times. Book the First, wrote under the direction of the Lord God, and published by his sacred command, it being the first sign of warning for the benefit of all nations. Containing, with other great and remarkable things, not revealed to any other person on earth, the restoration of the Hebrews to Jerusalem by the year of 1798, under their revealed prince and prophet. A second part speedily followed, which purported to relate particularly to the present time, the present war, and the prophecy now fulfilling, containing, with other great and remarkable things, not revealed to any other person on earth, the sudden and perpetual fall of the Turkish, German, and Russian empires. Among many similar flights, in this second part, was one which described visions revealing to him the intended destruction of London and claimed for the Prophet the merit of having saved the city by his intercession with the deity. Though every page of his writings betrayed the melancholy state of the unfortunate man's mind, such is the infatuation of human beings that he speedily gained a multitude of partisans, who placed implicit faith in the divine nature of his mission. Nor were his followers found only in the humble and unenlightened classes of society. Strange as it may appear, he was firmly believed in by men of talent and education. Among his most devoted disciples was Sharp, the celebrated engraver, whom we shall soon see clinging to Joanna Southcott, and Mr. Halhed, a profound scholar, a man of great wit and acuteness, and a member of the House of Commons. The latter gave to the world various pamphlets, strongly asserting the prophetic mission of brothers, and actually made in the House a motion in favor of the Prince of the Jews. Numerous pamphlets were also published by members of the new sect. Brothers were now conveyed to a madhouse at Islington, but he continued to see visions and to pour forth his incoherencies in print. One of his productions, while he was in this asylum, was a letter of 200 pages to Miss Scott, the recorded daughter of King David and future Queen of the Hebrews, with an address to the members of His Britannic Majesty's Council. The lady to whom his letter was addressed had been an inmate of the same receptacle with himself, and he became so enamored that he discovered her to be the recorded daughter of both David and Solomon, and his spouse by divine ordinance. Brothers was subsequently removed to Bedlam, where he resided till his decease, which did not take place for several years. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ahimsa. Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. False Messiahs, Prophets and Miracles. Among the most mischievous of the pretenders to prophetical inspiration may be reckoned Thomas Munzer and his companions Stork, Stupner, Cellarius, Thomas, and several others, contemporaries of Luther, from whom sprang the sect of the Anabaptists. 84 of them assumed the character of 12 apostles and 72 disciples. They state wonderful things respecting themselves. Says Melanchthon, in a letter to the Elector of Saxony, namely, that they are sent to instruct mankind by the clear voice of God, that they verily hold converse with God, see future things, and in short are altogether prophetical and apostolical men. Munzer was of them all the one who possessed the highest portion of talents and eloquence, and chiefly by his exertions a spirit of insurrection was excited among the peasantry. Expelled from Saxony, he found a retreat in Altstadt in Thuringia, where the people listened to his revelations, gave him the chief authority in the place, and proceeded to establish that community of goods which was one of his doctrines. The war of the peasants had by this time broken out, but Munzer hesitated to place himself at their head. The exhortations of Pfeiffer, another impostor, of a more daring spirit, and who pretended to have seen visions predictive of success, at length induced him to take the field. His force was, however, speedily attacked near Frankhausen by the army of the allied princes, and in spite of the courage and eloquence which he displayed, it was utterly defeated. Munzer escaped for the moment, but speedily fell into the hands of his enemies, and after having been twice tortured, was beheaded. The same fate befell Pfeiffer and some of his associates. Of the unfortunate peasants who had been driven to arms of oppression, still more than by fanaticism, several thousands perished. 9 years afterwards, consequences equally disastrous were produced by fanatical leaders of the same sect. In 1534, John Matthias of Haarlem and John Bocold, who from his birthplace being Leyden, is generally known as John of Leyden, at the head of their followers, among the most conspicuous of whom were Nipper Doling and Bernard Rothman, a celebrated preacher, succeeded in making themselves masters of the city of Munster. Though Matthias was originally a baker and the latter a journeyman tailor, they were unquestionably men of great courage and ability. As soon as they were in possession of the place, the authority was assumed by Matthias, and equality and community of goods were established, and the name of Munster was changed to that of Mount Sion. The city was soon besieged by its bishop, Count Waldeck. Matthias, who had hitherto displayed considerable skill in his military preparations, now took a step which proved that his reason had wholly deserted him. He determined, in imitation of Gideon, to go forth with only 30 men and overthrow the besieging host. Of course, he and his associates perished. John of Leyden now became the principal leader. To establish his authority, he pretended to fall into a trance and have visions. Among the revelations made to him were that he was to appoint 12 elders of the people, similar to those of the 12 Hebrew tribes, and that the laws of marriage were to be changed, each person being henceforth at liberty to marry as many wives as he chose. Of the latter permission he availed himself to the extent of 3 wives, one of whom was the widow of Matthias. A new prophet now started up, who was a watchmaker by trade. Charged, as he pretended, with a mission from above, he gathered round him a multitude and announced it to be the will of heaven that John of Leyden should be crowned king of all the earth, and should march at the head of an army to put down princes and unbelievers. John was accordingly enthroned, and decked in royal ornaments, he held his court in an open part of the city. Among his first acts of sovereignty appears to have been the dispatching, in pursuance of a celestial order, 28 missionaries to spread the doctrines of his sect through the 4 quarters of the world. The 28 apostles were readily found, and they proceeded to execute his orders. Of these unfortunate enthusiasts, all but one endured tortures and death. The bishop had by this time increased his force to an extent which enabled him to hold the city completely blockaded. The citizens suffered dreadfully from famine and disease, but John of Leyden lost not one jot of his confidence. One of his wives, having unconsciously expressed her sympathy for the sufferers, was instantly punished by being beheaded, and her death was celebrated by the multitude with singing and dancing. During all this time, John of Leyden displayed a degree of firmness, vigilance, and prudence in guarding against the enemy, which did credit to his abilities. Till nearly the end of June 1535, he contrived to hold the blockading army at bay, but the end of his reign was now approaching. 2 fugitives gave the bishop information of a vulnerable point, and on the 24th of June, a band of picked soldiers effected an entrance into the city. A desperate struggle ensued, and the king and his partisans fought with such desperate courage that the assailants were on the very verge of defeat when they contrived to open a gate and admit the troops from without the walls. Resistance was speedily subdued by overwhelming numbers. Rothman was fortunate enough to fall by the sword, but John of Leyden, Kniperdoling, and another of the leaders were taken and died in the most barbarous torments. Their flesh was torn from their bones by burning pincers, and their mangled remains were hung up in iron cages. Passing to the commencement of the 18th century, we find a group of pretended prophets and miracle workers, perhaps not less fanatical than those which have just been described, but certainly less noxious. They were Protestants and were known by the appellation of the French prophets. It was towards the latter end of 1706 that they came to England from the mountains of the Cevennes, where their countrymen had for a considerable time maintained a contest with the troops of the persecuting Louis XIV. As exiles from conscience sake, they were treated with respect and kindness, but they soon forfeited all claim to respect by the folly or knavery of their conduct. Of this group, Elias Marion was the prominent figure, the others acting only subordinate parts. He loudly proclaimed that he was the messenger of heaven and was authorized to denounce judgments and to look into futurity. All kinds of arts were employed by Marion and his associates to excite public attention, sudden dropping downs as though death struck, sighs and groans, and then shrieks and vociferations on recovering broken sentences uttered in unearthly tones, violent contortions, and desperate strugglings with the spirit, followed by submission and repentance, were all brought into the play. The number of the believers in their power soon became considerable. In proportion as they gained partisans, they increased their wants of miraculous gifts, and at length they boldly announced that they were invested with power to raise the dead. They even went so far as to try the experiment, and notwithstanding repeated failures, their besotted followers continued to adhere to them. In vain did the ministers and elders of the French chapel in the Savoy declare their pretensions to be blasphemous and dangerous. Far from being deterred by this censure, the prophets grew more strenuous in their exertions to make proselytes, and more daring in their invectives, prophesying daily in the streets to crowds, launching invectives against the ministers of the established church, and predicting heavy judgments on the British metropolis and nation. It was at last thought necessary to put a stop to their career, and they were consequently prosecuted as impostors. They were sentenced to be exposed on a scaffold at Charing Cross and the Royal Exchange, with the paper declaring their offence, to pay each of them a fine of 20 marks, and to find security for their good behaviour. After a time, the sect which they had formed died away, but its ruin was less to be attributed to the punishment of the prophets, or the recovery of reason by their votaries, than by a report which was spread that they were nothing more than the instruments of designing men who wished to disseminate Socinianism and destroy orthodoxy. About 20 years after the freaks of the French prophets had been put down in England, scenes occurred in the French capital which degrade human nature and appear almost incredible. Those scenes arose out of the contest between the Jansenists and their antagonist, and the dispute respecting the celebrated Bull Unigenitus, which the Jansenists held in abhorrence. One of the opponents of the bull was the Deacon Paris, a pious and charitable man whose scruples on the subject prevented him from taking priest orders, and who relinquished his patrimony to his younger brother, and lived by making stockings, the gains arising from which humble occupation he shared with the poor. His benevolence, his piety, and his austere life gained for him admiration and affection, and when he died in 1727, his grave in the churchyard of St. Medard was visited by crowds as that of a saint. Some of his votaries, who were diseased or infirm, soon began to imagine that a miracle was worked on them by the influence of a blessed deceased. Blind eyes were said to be restored to their faculty of seeing, and contracted limbs to be elongated. As faith increased, cures increased, and so did the multitudes which thronged from all parts, and consisted of the highest as well as the lowest ranks. The votaries now began to exhibit the most violent convulsionary movements, and to utter groans, shrieks, and cries. As such movements are readily propagated by sympathy, the number of persons affected grew daily greater. At length, the matter beginning to wear a serious aspect, the government shut up the churchyard, a proceeding which gave birth to a witty but somewhat profane distich, which was written upon the gate: De par les rois defense du, de faire miracle and c'est lieu. But though the votaries were expelled from the churchyard, they did not discontinue their practices. The scene of action was only removed to private houses. Miracles, too, were still worked by means of earth from the churchyard and water from the well which had supplied the deacon's beverage. Pushing their frenzy to extremity, the convulsionaries, as they were called, invented a system of self-torture not exceeded by that of the Hindus. Their purpose was to obtain the miraculous aid of the beatified deacon, to be beaten with sticks to bend the body into a semicircle, and suffer a stone of 50 pounds weight to be dropped from the ceiling down on the abdomen, and to lie with a plank on the same part, while several men stood upon it, were among the trials to which even women submitted, apparently with delight. In some instances, their insanity prompted them to still more horrible displays, some being tied on spits and exposed to the flames, and others nailed to a cross by the hands and feet. In this case, as in many others, we are astonished to find that men of learning and acute intellect are to be met within the list of believers. There were also many who, notwithstanding they shrank from the irreverence of making the deity a party to such deeds, believed the miracles to be really performed, and were, of course, under the necessity of giving the credit of them to the devil. It might naturally be supposed so insane a sect as that of the convulsionaries would speedily die away, but this did not happen. In spite of the ridicule and punishment, it maintained its ground to a certain extent for a long series of years, and there is some reason to doubt whether it is yet wholly extinct. 2 insane fanatics of Bruglen, in the canton of Bern, did not escape with so slight a penalty as those who have already been recorded. They were brothers named Roller, and in the year 1746 they proclaimed themselves to be the 2 witnesses mentioned in the 11th chapter of the Revelations, and selected a girl of their acquaintance to fill the part of the woman who was to be clothed with the sun and have the moon under her feet. The advent of Christ to judge the world they fixed for the year 1748, after which event the kingdom of heaven was to commence in their village. One of the brothers gave a sufficient proof of his being mad by declaring that he would ascend in the flesh to heaven before the assembled multitude. He had, however, cunning enough to attribute his failure to the circumstance of numbers of his followers holding by his garments, that they might take the journey with him. These lunatics were followed by crowds who abandoned all their usual occupations, thinking it useless to work when the final day was at hand, and many of the believers in their mission indulged in licentious pleasures, perhaps under the idea that as little time was left, they ought to make the most of it. the government of Bern at length began to apprehend danger from this frenzy, and it averted the evil by dooming the brothers to death. While the Bernese peasants were thus blindly yielding to superstitious delusions, a circumstance occurred which proved that the enlightened citizens of the British capital were as liable as the Swiss boors to the same species of folly. In 1750, on the 8th of February and the 8th of March, two rather severe shocks of earthquake were felt in London. As exactly 4 weeks had elapsed between the two shocks, it was sagaciously concluded that a third would occur at a similar period. The fear which this idea excited was raised to the highest pitch by a mad life guardsman, who went about exhorting to repentance and predicting that on the 5th of April, London and Westminster would be wholly destroyed. His predictions had at least one beneficial effect, that of filling the churches and emptying the gin shops. When the supposed fatal hour arrived, the roads were thronged with thousands who were flying into the country. So numerous were the fugitives that lodgings could hardly be obtained at Windsor, and many were obliged to sit in their coaches all night. Others, who had not the means of retiring to a distance, or whose fears were less violent, lay in boats all night, or waited in crowds in the open fields round the metropolis, till the dreadful moment was passed by, till the broad daylight showed them that at once the city still uninjured, and the disgraceful absurdity of their own conduct. Considering the period at which it took place, when the failure of Brothers was yet recent, and the success which it nevertheless met with, the imposture of Joanna Southcott may be deemed as remarkable as any that has occurred. Though her claims to inspiration have been trampled in the dust of death, there are still some who insanely look forward to the completion of prophecies as ridiculous as they were blasphemous. Notwithstanding, thousands from all parts of England looked on Joanna Southcott with reverence and gratitude as the means through which salvations would be effected. There does not appear anything remarkable in her character or her history to give a colour to her extraordinary pretensions. Joanna was born in April 1750, the daughter of a small farmer in Devonshire. For many years she lived as a servant in Exeter, and her character was irreproachable. From her early years she delighted in the study of the Scriptures, and was accustomed on all interesting occasions to apply directly to heaven for advice, and she affirmed that, sooner or later, an answer was always returned by outward signs or inward feelings. During her probationary state, as it may be called, she had many temptations which she was strengthened to resist and overcome. After she had drawn the attention of the world by her prophecies and writings, great pains were taken to ascertain the truth of her commission. From the end of 1792, says Mr. Sharp, the most devout of her believers, to the end of 1794, her writings were sealed up with great caution, and remained secure till they were conveyed by me to High House, Paddington, and the box which contained them was opened in the beginning of January 1803. Her writings were examined during 7 days, and the result of this long scrutiny was the unanimous decision of 23 persons appointed by divine command, as well as of 35 others that were present, that her calling was of God. They came to this conclusion from the fulfillment of the prophecies contained in these writings, and to which she appealed with confidence and triumph. It was a curious circumstance, however, that her handwriting was illegible. Her remark on this occasion was, "This must be to fulfill the Bible. Every vision John saw in heaven must take place on earth, and here is the sealed book that no one can read." A protection was provided for all those who subscribed their names as volunteers for the destruction of Satan's kingdom. To every subscriber, a folded paper was delivered, endorsed with his name and secured with the impression of Joanna's seal in red wax. This powerful talisman consisted of a circle enclosing the two letters JC with a star above and below, and the following words: "The seal of the Lord, the elect, precious, man's redemption, to inherit the tree of life, to be made heirs of God and joint heirs of Jesus Christ." The whole was authenticated by the signature of the prophetess in her illegible characters, and the person thus provided was said to be sealed. Conformably, however, to the 7th chapter of the Revelations, the number of those highly protected persons was not to exceed 144,000. The great object of her mission was to bring forth a son, the Shiloh, promised to be born of a virgin, and this event had been looked forward to by her followers with unbounded enthusiasm and credulity. Disappointment, more than once, appeared inevitable. The period, however, at last was set to draw nigh, she being 64 years of age. As she labored under more than the usual indisposition incidental to pregnancy, and it was deemed necessary to satisfy worldly doubts, medical men were called in to give a professional opinion as to the fact from the consideration of all the symptoms and without reference to miraculous agency. Some asserted their belief that she was pregnant. Others disbelieved and ridiculed the idea. One of these gentlemen, Mr. Matthias, published his view of the case. He was informed that Joanna was 64 years old, a virgin, and pregnant with the expected son. Appearing incredulous, so he well might, he was asked if he would believe when he saw the infant at the breast. He protested against opinions so blasphemous and cautioned them to be wary how they proceeded, and to consider the consequences of attempting a delusion so mischievous upon the ignorant and credulous. His further attendance was declined, as she had been answered that he had drawn a wrong judgment of her disorder. In Mr. Matthias's opinion, notoriety, ease, and affluence appeared to be the prevailing passions of Joanna's mind, and the means she adopted to fulfill her desires would seem, and actually proved, well calculated to answer her end. She passed much of her time in bed, in downy indolence. She ate much and often, and prayed never. When she would have it, she was with child. She, like other ladies in that situation, had longings. On one occasion she longed for asparagus, when it was by no means a cheap article of food, and so strong was her longing that she is said to have eaten 160 heads before she allayed it. At this period, shoals of enthusiasts with more money than wit poured into the metropolis to behold this chosen vessel. Mr. Richard Rees was now consulted by Joanna Southcott on the subject of her pregnancy. It does not appear that he was a proselyte to her religious views, but he was probably deluded and deceived by the enumeration of physical symptoms. At all events, he was prevailed on to avow his belief of her being pregnant by some means or other, and a numerous deputation of her followers, who appeared a motley group of all persuasions, waited upon him to receive the happy intelligence from his own lips. By this conduct, he seems to have acquired great favour in her sight, for he continued in attendance till her death. When her supposed time of deliverance from her precious burden approached, Joanna felt alarmingly ill, and her fears, either conquering her fanaticism or awakening her conscience, began to make her suspect that her inspiration was deceptious. A few weeks before her death, her misgivings gave rise to the following scene, which is described by Mr. Rees, who was present. 5 or 6 of her friends, who were waiting in an adjoining room, being admitted into her bedchamber, she desired them, says Mr. Rees, to be seated round her bed, when, spending a few minutes in adjusting the bedclothes with seeming attention, and placing before her a white handkerchief, she thus addressed them, as nearly as I can recollect, in the following words: "My friends, some of you have known me nearly 25 years, and all of you not less than 20. When you have heard me speak of my prophecies, you have sometimes heard me say that I doubted my inspiration. But at the same time, you would never let me despair. When I have been alone, it has often appeared delusion, but when the communication was made to me, I did not in the least doubt. Feeling, as I now do feel, that my dissolution is drawing near, and that a day or two may terminate my life, it all appears delusion." She was by this exertion quite exhausted, and wept bitterly. On reviving in a little time, she observed that it was very extraordinary that after spending all her life in investigating the Bible, it should please the Lord to inflict that heavy burden on her. She concluded this discourse by requesting that everything on this occasion might be conducted with decency. She then wept, and all her followers present seemed deeply affected, and some of them shed tears. "Mother," said one, "I believe, Mr. Howe, we will commit your instructions to paper, and rest assured they will be conscientiously followed." They were accordingly written down with much solemnity, and signed by herself, with her hand placed on the Bible in the bed. This being finished, Mr. Howe again observed to her, "Mother, your feelings are human. We know that you are a favourite woman of God, and that you will produce the promised child, and whatever you may say to the contrary will not diminish our faith." This assurance revived her, and the scene of crying was changed with her to laughter. Mr. Howe was not the only one of her disciples whose sturdy belief was not to be shaken by the most discouraging symptoms. Colonel Harwood, a zealous believer, entreated Mr. Rees not to retract his opinion as to her pregnancy, though the latter now saw the folly and absurdity of it. And when the colonel approached the bed on which she was about to expire, and she said to him, "What does the Lord mean by this? I am certainly dying," he replied, smiling, "No, no, you will not die, or if you should, you will return again." Even when she was really dead, the same blind confidence remained. Mrs. Townley, with whom she had lived, said cheerfully she would return to life, for it had been foretold 20 years before. Mr. Sharp also asserted that the soul of Joanna would return, it having gone to heaven to legitimate the child which would be born. Though symptoms of decomposition arose, Mr. Sharp still persisted in keeping the body hot, according to the directions which she had given on her deathbed, in the hope of a revival. Mr. Rees having remarked that if the ceremony of her marriage continued 2 days longer, the tenement would not be habitable on her return, the greater will be the miracle, said Mr. Sharp. Consent at last was given to inspect the body, and all the disciples stood round, smoking tobacco. Their disappointment was excessive at finding nothing to warrant the long-cherished opinion, but their faith remained immovable. More than 20 years have elapsed since her death, yet many persons are still infatuated enough to avow themselves believers in her supernatural mission. The most recent thaumaturgist with whom we are acquainted bears no less a title than that of a prince, and worked his wonders within the last 13 years. The personage in question is Prince Alexander Hohenlohe, whose miracles have made much noise in the world and given rise to no small portion of angry controversy. His Highness, who appears to have previously been practicing with much success in Germany, first became generally known in England by an extraordinary cure which he was said to have performed on a nun at the convent of New Hall, near Chelmsford in Essex. It must be premised that it was by no means necessary for him to see or be near his patient, prayers being the sole means which he employed. Accordingly, he did not stir from his residence at Bamberg. The nun at New Hall had for a year and a half been afflicted with an enormous and painful swelling of the right hand and arm, which resisted every medical application. In this emergency, the superior of the convent applied for the aid of Prince Hohenlohe. The answer which he returned seems to prove that he was a pious, though a mistaken man. It also affords some insight into the cause of the effect which was undoubtedly sometimes produced. At 8 o'clock on the 3rd of May, I will, in compliance with your request, offer up my prayers for your recovery. At the same hour, after having confessed and taken the sacrament, join your prayers also with that evangelical fervour and that entire faith which we owe to our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Stir up from the very bottom of your heart the divine virtues of true repentance, Christian charity, a boundless belief that your prayers will be granted, and a steadfast resolution to lead an exemplary life to the end that you may continue in a state of grace. Whatever may be thought of his miraculous pretensions, it is impossible to deny that his exhortation was praiseworthy. The following account of the result is given by Dr. Badley, the physician to the convent. On the 3rd of May, says he, she went through the religious process prescribed by the prince. Mass being nearly ended, Miss O'Connor, not finding the immediate relief which she expected, exclaimed, "Thy will be done, O Lord. Thou hast not thought me worthy of this cure." Almost immediately after, she felt an extraordinary sensation through the whole arm, to the ends of her fingers. The pain instantly left her, and the swelling gradually subsided. But it was some weeks before the hand resumed its natural shape and size. Other cures, still more marvellous, are said to have followed in rapid succession. Requests for assistance now poured in so rapidly from all quarters that he was nearly overwhelmed. On an average, he received daily 50 letters. As it was physically impossible for him to attend to every individual application, a vast majority of his suitors must have gone without the benefit of his curative powers. Had he not fortunately hit upon a plan to accommodate all comers? His new arrangement consisted in adopting a system of offering his prayers for the relief of particular districts on particular days. For instance, 7 o'clock in the morning on the 1st of August was appointed for curing all the diseased in Ireland, and notice was given to all the religious communities in that island that it would be proper for each of them at the same hour to perform a mass. This delusion flourished for a considerable time, but it gradually died away, and for some years past nothing more has been heard of Prince Alexander Hohenlohe's miracle-working intercession. End of Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 4 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.A. Henson. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Section 5. Chapter 4. Roman Catholic Superstitions, etc. Account of Pope Joan. Artifice of Pope Sextus V, some Christian ceremonies borrowed from the Jews and pagans, melting of the blood of St. Januarius, Addison's opinion of it, description of the performance of the miracle, miraculous image of our Savior at Rome, ludicrous metamorphosis of a statue, relics, head of St. John the Baptist, sword of Balaam, St. Ursula and the 11,000 virgins, self-tormenting, penances of St. Dominic the Cuirassier, the Crusades, their cause and progress, and the immense numbers engaged in them. There appears to have been, on the one hand, an extensive belief in the existence of a female Pope Joan, while on the other, many eminent writers have been anxious to relieve the papal chair of such a scandal. By the believers in her existence, Joan is affirmed to have worn the tiara between Leo IV, who died 855, and Benedict III, who died 858. Anastasius, the library keeper in that age, does not appear to have made mention of this she-pope. But Marianus Scotus observes, under the year 855, that Joan, a woman, succeeded Leo IV during 2 years, 5 months, and 4 days. Joan, whose original name we are told was Gilberta, is said to have been a native of Mentz in Germany, and to have received an excellent education. Falling in love with a young Englishman, a monk at Fulda, she assumed male attire to obtain admittance into the monastery, where he resided. They subsequently eloped and traveled through many countries. Their time, however, was not wholly devoted to love and love's disport, for they are said to have omitted no opportunity of acquiring knowledge, and, among other places, to have studied at Athens. Her lover having died, she repaired to Rome, still disguised as a man. She was extremely witty and had a graceful way of arguing at disputations and public lessons, so that many were equally surprised at her learning and delighted by her manner. She gained such friendship and goodwill that, after the death of Leo, she was chosen pope, and performed all the acts and ceremonies popes are wont to do. Whilst she was pope, she became pregnant by one of her chaplains, and as she was going in solemn procession to the church of the Lateran, she was delivered, in the midst of the city, in the great square, and in the presence of all the people. She died on the spot, and was buried without papal pomp or any of the usual honors. Her sudden death was said by some to be a judgment for her crime, and it was added that, by a divine notification sent down to her, she had the choice of undergoing such a public exposure here and obtaining pardon hereafter, or passing through life tranquilly and incurring a future dreadful responsibility. It has been maintained by others that Pope John VIII, manifesting much imbecility and cowardice, the people thought he should rather be called a woman than a man. Thence arose the unfounded report that a woman was in reality elected pope. The general belief, however, is that the whole story is an utterly groundless fabrication. Pope Sixtus V, when he first came to Rome, was constrained to beg alms, but by his abilities, he at last raised himself to the popedom. When he first aspired to that dignity, while he was yet a cardinal, he counterfeited illness and old age for 15 years. During the conclave, which was assembled to create a pope, he continually leaned on his crutch, and very frequently interrupted the sage deliberations of the conclave by a hollow cough and violent spitting. This scheme took so well that the cardinals fell into the trap, and everyone thinking that, by electing Sixtus, he might himself stand a chance of being in a short time elected, he was unanimously chosen. As soon as the election was concluded, the new pope performed a miracle. His legs became vigorous, his body, that had been before curved became firm and erect, his cough was dissipated, and he showed in a short time of what he was capable. It cannot be denied but that Christianity is adorned with the spoils of Judaism and paganism. Our best authors are of that opinion. Among others, Du Scholl, at the end of his treatise concerning the religion of the old Romans, ingenuously owns the conformity there is between ceremonies of the Christians and those of the Romans and Egyptians. Such being the case, it will not be thought extraordinary that many of the modern miracles so famed in Italy should be the identical prodigies of former times. For in order to accelerate the conversion of the Gentiles, the first popes found it necessary to dissemble and to wink at many things so as to effect a compromise between the original superstition and the modern creed. The melting of the blood of St. Januarius at Naples, when with great solemnity it is applied to his head on the day of his festival, whilst at other times it continues dry in the glass, is one of the standing and authentic miracles of Italy. Yet Mr. Addison, who twice saw it performed, says that instead of appearing to be a real miracle, he thought it one of the most bungling tricks he had ever seen, and believed it to be copied from a similar heathen miracle, the melting of the incense, without the help of fire, at Ignatia, as described by Horace in his Journey to Brundusium. Dum flamma sine tura lique scere limine sacro, persuadere cupit. Another eyewitness to the same miracle, Dr. Dewan, says, he approached through the crowd till he got close to the bust of St. Januarius. The archbishop had been attempting to perform the miracle, and an old monk stood by, who was at the utmost pains to instruct him how to handle, chafe, and rub the bottle which contained the blood. He frequently also took it in his own hands, but his maneuvers were so ineffectual as those of the archbishop, who was all over in a profuse sweat with vexation and exertion, fearing lest the people might interpret so unpropitious an omen against him. The old monk, with a genuine expression of chagrin, exclaimed, "Cospetto di Bacco, e dura come una pietra," and universal gloom overspread the multitude. Some were in a rage at the saint's obstinacy, and called his head an ungrateful yellow-faced rascal. It was now almost dark, and when least expected, the signal was given that the miracle was performed. A Roman Catholic, who remained close by the archbishop, assured me this miracle failed altogether. The bottle was turned with a rapid motion before the eyes of the spectators, who would not contradict that which they were all expecting to see. An image of our Savior is shown at Rome, which, some time before the sacking of that city, wept so heartily that the good fathers of the monastery were all employed in wiping its face with cotton, thus following the example of the statue of Apollo, which, according to Livy, wept for 3 days and nights successively. This phenomenon resembles another, which is recorded respecting a statue of Orpheus in Libethra, which was made of cypress wood, when Alexander the Great was on the point of setting out upon his expedition. Various omens occurred. Among them, this statue was in a profuse sweat for several days. Aristander, the soothsayer, gave a favorable interpretation to this apparent indication of fear by saying it was emblematic of the labor the poets and historians would have to undergo to celebrate the actions of the Macedonian monarch. Miss Piozzi mentions a ludicrous metamorphosis of one statue at Rome. "A beautiful statue of Diana," says she, "with her trussed-up robes, the crescent alone wanting, stands on the high altar to receive the homage in the character of Saint Agnes, in a pretty church dedicated to her, Fuor della Porte, where it is supposed she suffered martyrdom. And why? For not venerating that very goddess Diana, and for refusing to walk in her processions at the new moons. Such contradictions put one from oneself, as Shakespeare saith. The incredible absurdities of some of the assertions made by the possessors of sacred relics ought to have been sufficient, in the name of common sense, to convict them of imposture. What can be at once more ridiculous and irreligious than the following? The monastery of St. Benedict in France had for time immemorial been supposed to possess that invaluable relic, the head of St. John the Baptist. Many years since, however, the monastery of St. Francis overthrew their claim by declaring that in their dormitory they had discovered the genuine caput, and one of the friars, testifying to its being the real head, in the most solemn manner asserted that when, in a holy fervor, he frequently kissed the lips, he found they still retained the flavor of locusts and wild honey. So strong a proof there was no withstanding. The claim of St. Francis was admitted and established by the conclave. The recital of one forgery only recalls another, and it would be easy to recount well-authenticated tales, which would fill a volume. An exhibitor of holy relics showed with much veneration the sword with which Balaam smote the ass. Being reminded that Scripture only recorded Balaam's wish for such a weapon, he adroitly replied, "Aye, and this is the sword he wished for." Those who have through motives of curiosity visited many of the shrines abroad may have remarked an incredulity often lurking about the countenances of the holy men who exhibit them. The bolder, indeed, will openly laugh when questioned as to their own belief on these subjects. The vulgar, however, have generously too much credulity to be sufficiently competent to judge the truth or falsehood of what is set before them, and too many evidences still exist of their folly with regard to relics. Cologne, on account of its numerous religious houses, relics, and etc., was called the Holy City. The chapel of St. Ursula there became very famous for being the depository of her bones and those of the 11,000 virgins, her companions, who came from England in a little boat to convert the Huns, who had taken possession of Cologne in 640, and who, unmoved by the sweet eloquence of so many virgins, quickly silenced their arguments by putting them all to death. Some doubt arose many years since whether any country could have spared so many virgins. And a surgeon, somewhat of a wag, upon examination of the consecrated bones, declared that most of them were the bones of full-grown female mastiffs, for which discovery he was expelled from the city. The horrors of Hindu penance may be thought equaled by the voluntary sufferings of some of the earlier saints in the calendar, when fanaticism and ignorant credulity went hand in hand. The most remarkable of these early fanatics was, perhaps, Saint Dominic the Cuirassier, thus named from an iron cuirass which he wore next his skin, and which was never taken off till it was necessary to replace it by a new one. Convincing that he had incurred the guilt of simony, he not only refrained from performing Mass, but resolved to do penance the rest of his life. The result of this determination is so well described in the pages of a leading periodical that it is transferred with slight condensation. The first step toward this perpetual penance was to enter into the congregation of Santa Croce Fonte Avellana, whose exercises were so rigorous that one of their amusements was to flog each other after the services. It was a general belief that the pains of purgatory might be mitigated by certain acts of penance and an indulgence from the Pope. The monks of Santa Croce determined that 30 psalms said or sung with an obbligato accompaniment of 100 stripes to each psalm, making in all 3,000, would be received as a set-off for 1 year's purgatory. The whole Psalter, with 15,000 stripes, would redeem 5 years from the vast crucible, and 20 Psalters, with 300,000 stripes fairly entered, would be equal to a receipt in full for 100 years. This Dominic the Cuirassier, being very ambitious, tasked himself generally at 10 Psalters and 30,000 lashes a day, at which rate he would have redeemed 3,650 years of purgatory per annum. In addition to this, however, he used to petition for a supplementary task of 100 years. Being, as he hoped, already a creditor to a large amount in the angels' books, and as no good works can be lost, he recited and lashed away for the benefit of the great sinking fund of the Catholic Church, with more spirit than ever. During one Lent, he entreated for and obtained the imposition of 1,000 years. And St. Pietro Damiano affirms that, In these 40 days, he actually recited the Psalter 200 times and inflicted 60 millions of stripes, working away with a scourge in each hand. In an heroic mood, he once determined to flog himself in the jockey phrase against time, and at the end of 24 hours had gone through the Psalms 12 times and begun them the 13th. The quota of stripes being 183,000, reducing purgatory stock 61 years, 12 days, and 33 minutes. It still remains to be proved how he could recite verses and count lashes at the same time, or consistently have continued to wear his cuirass, which would have nullified the infliction of so many stripes. There is no event in the history of the religious opinions of mankind more singular than that of the Crusades. Each circumstance that tends to explain or give any rational account of this extraordinary frenzy of delusion in the human mind is interesting. In the account which follows, that which is given from the elegant pen of Dr. Robertson in his life of the Emperor Charles V has been taken advantage of. The Crusades, or expeditions to rescue the Holy Land out of the hands of infidels, seemed to be the first event that roused Europe from the lethargy in which it had been long sunk, and that tended to introduce any considerable change in government or in manners. It is natural to the human mind to view those places which have been distinguished by being the residence of any illustrious personage, or the scene of any great transaction, with some degree of delight and veneration. To this principle must be ascribed the superstitious devotion with which Christians from the earliest ages of the Church were accustomed to visit that country, which the Almighty had selected as the inheritance of his favorite people, and in which the Son of God had accomplished the redemption of mankind. As this distant pilgrimage could not be performed without considerable expense, fatigue, and danger, it appeared the more meritorious and came to be considered as an expiation for almost every crime, an opinion which spread with rapidity over Europe about the close of the 10th and beginning of the 11th century, and which gained universal credit, wonderfully augmented the number of credulous pilgrims, and increased the ardor with which they undertook this useless voyage. 10,000 years, mentioned by St. John in the 20th chapter of Revelations, were supposed to be accomplished, and the end of the world to be at hand. A general consternation seized mankind. Many relinquished their possessions, and abandoning their friends and families, hurried with precipitation to the Holy Land, where they imagined that Christ would quickly appear to judge the world. This belief was so universal and so strong that it mingled itself with civil transactions. Many characters in the latter part of the 10th century began in this matter. Appropiquante mundi termino, as the end of the world is now at hand, and by various calamities and judgments the signs of its approach are now manifest. While Palestine continued subject to the caliphs, they had encouraged the resort of pilgrims to Jerusalem, and considered this as a beneficial species of commerce, which brought into their dominions gold and silver, and carried nothing out of them but relics and consecrated trinkets. But the Turks, having conquered Syria, about the middle of the 11th century, pilgrims were exposed to outrages of every kind from these fierce barbarians. This change, happening precisely at the juncture when the panic terror above mentioned rendered pilgrimages most frequent, filled Europe with alarm and indignation. Every person who returned from Palestine related the dangers which he had encountered in visiting the holy city, and described with exaggeration the cruelty and vexations of the Turks. When the minds of men were thus prepared, the zeal of a fanatical monk who conceived the idea of leading all the forces of Christendom against the infidels and of driving them out of the Holy Land by violence was sufficient to give a beginning to that wild enterprise. Peter the Hermit, for that was the name of this martial apostle, ran from province to province with a crucifix in his hand, exciting princes and people to this holy war. And wherever he came, he kindled the same enthusiastic ardor for it which he himself was animated. The Council of Placentia, where upwards of 30,000 persons were assembled, pronounced the scheme to have been suggested by the immediate inspiration of heaven. In the Council of Clermont, still more numerous, as soon as the measure was proposed, all cried out with one voice, "It is the will of God." Persons of rank caught the contagion, not only the gallant nobles of that age, with their martial followers, whom we may suppose apt to be allured by the boldness of a romantic enterprise, but men in more humble and pacific stations in life, ecclesiastics of every order, and even women and children engaged with emulation in an undertaking which was deemed meritorious and even sacred. If we may believe the concurring testimony of contemporary authors, 6 millions of persons assumed the cross, which was the badge that distinguished such as devoted themselves to this holy warfare. All Europe, says the Princess Anna Komnena, torn up from the foundation, seemed ready to precipitate itself in one united body upon Asia. Nor did the fumes of this enthusiastic zeal evaporate at once. The frenzy was as lasting as it was extravagant. During 2 centuries, Europe seems to have had no object but to recover or keep possession of the Holy Land, and through that period vast armies continued to march thither. As Constantinople was the place of rendezvous for all the armies of the Crusaders, this brought together the people of the East and West as to one great interview, and several authors, witnesses of this singular congress of people, formerly strangers, described with simplicity and candor the impression which that new spectacle made upon their own minds. The first efforts of valor, animated by enthusiasm, were irresistible. Part of the Lesser Asia, all Syria, and Palestine were wrested from the infidels. The banner of the cross was displayed on Mount Sion. Constantinople, the capital of the Christian Empire in the East, was afterwards seized by a body of those adventurers who had taken arms against the Mahometans, and an Earl of Flanders and his descendants kept possession of the imperial throne during half a century. But, though the first impression of the Crusaders was so unexpected that they made their conquests with comparative ease, they found infinite difficulty in preserving them. Establishments so distant from Europe, surrounded by warlike nations, animated with fanatical zeal scarcely inferior to that of the Crusaders themselves, were perpetually in danger of being overturned. Before the expiration of the 13th century, the Christians were driven out of all their Asiatic possessions, in acquiring of which incredible numbers of men had perished, and immense sums of money had been wasted. The only common enterprise in which the European nations ever engaged, and which they all undertook with equal ardor, remains a singular monument of human folly. End of Chapter 4. Read by M. A. Henson. Houston, Texas, August 1st, 2022. Chapter 5 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M. A. Henson. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Section 6. Chapter 5. Royal Impostors. Pretenders to royalty numerous. Contest between the houses of York and Lancaster gives rise to various pretenders. Insurrection of Jack Cade. He is killed. Lambert Simnel is tutored to personate the Earl of Warwick. He is crowned at Dublin. He is taken prisoner. Pardon, and made scullion in the royal kitchen. Perkin Warbeck pretends to be the murdered Duke of York. He is countenanced by the King of France. He is acknowledged by the Duchess of Burgundy. Perkin lands in Scotland, and is aided by King James. He is married to Lady Catherine Gordon. He invades England, but fails. His death. Pretenders in Portugal. Gabriel de Spinosa. He is hanged. The son of a tiller pretends to be Sebastian. He is sent to the galleys. Goncalo Alvarez succeeds him. He is executed. An individual of talents assumes the character of Sebastian. His extraordinary behavior in his examinations. He is given up to the Spaniards. His sufferings and dignified deportment. His fate not known. Pretenders in Russia. The first false Demetrius. He obtains the throne, but is driven from it by insurrection, and is slain. Other impostors assume the same name. Revolt of Pugatchev. Pretenders in France. Hervagault and Brunel assume the character of the deceased Louis XVI. The seductions presented by a throne and some circumstances which seemed to give a chance of success have, in various ages and countries, stimulated individuals to personate the descendants of sovereigns, and in some instances, deceased sovereigns themselves. To mention all of them, even briefly within the narrow limits of a chapter, would be impossible, and therefore, passing over the false Smerdis, the Alexanders, and others of ancient times, we will select a few specimens from modern history. During the reigns of Henry VI and VII, infinite carnage and misery were caused by the contest between the houses of York and Lancaster. That contest also gave rise to several remarkable impostures on the part of the Yorkists. The Duke of York, in the time of Henry VI, animated one Jack Cade, a native of Ireland, to personate Mortimer, and in consequence of this, a formidable insurrection actually burst out in Kent during the Whitsuntide week. On the first mention of the popular name of Mortimer, the common people of that country, to the number of 20,000, flocked to Cade's standard. He marshaled the vast multitude that followed him and marched to Blackheath, and shortly after to London. Having served in the French wars, he was enabled to encamp them with some military skill. He presented 2 petitions to the king in the name of the people, and his demands, not in themselves unreasonable, were supported even by some of the king's friends. In spite of his attempts to maintain discipline, some of his followers pillaged a few houses in London, and thus alarmed the city, which at first had favored him. The citizens consequently rose against him, and a sharp conflict ensued, which terminated to his disadvantage. A pardon being offered to his men, they accepted it, and immediately dispersed. He himself took horse and fled towards Lewes in Sussex, but he was overtaken and discovered in a garden by an esquire named Alexander Iden, who slew him after a desperate combat. The discontentment of the Yorkists against the House of Lancaster showed itself more remarkably during the reign of Henry VII, whose increasing unpopularity about the year 1486 induced the opposite party to attempt some similar impostures and set up pretenders to the crown. The first fictitious prince was introduced to the world by one Richard Simon, a priest, possessed of subtlety and enterprise. The youth was in reality one Lambert Simnel, the son of a baker, endowed with understanding above his years, and address above his condition. He seemed well fitted to personate a prince of royal extraction. A report had been spread and received with great avidity that Richard, Duke of York, second son to Edward IV, had secretly escaped the confinement, saved himself from the cruelty of his uncle, and lay concealed somewhere in England. Taking advantage of that rumor, Simon had at first instructed his pupil to assume the name. But hearing afterwards that Edward Plantagenet, Earl of Warwick, was reported to have made his escape from the Tower, he changed the plan of his imposture that Simnel might personate the unfortunate prince. From his being better informed of circumstances related to the royal family, particularly of the Earl of Warwick's adventures, than he could be supposed to have learned from one of Simon's condition, it was conjectured that persons of higher rank, partisans of the House of York, had laid plan of the conspiracy and had conveyed proper instructions to the actors. The first scene opened in Ireland, a country zealously attached to the House of York. No sooner did Simnel present himself to Thomas Fitzgerald, Earl of Kildare, and claim his protection as the unfortunate Warwick, than the credulous nobleman, not suspecting so bold an imposture, paid him great attention, and consulted some persons of rank on a matter so extraordinary. These parties were more sanguine in belief than even himself, and in proportion to the circulation of the story, it became the object of greater enthusiasm and credulity, till the people of Dublin with one consent tendered their allegiance to Simnel as the true Plantagenet. Simnel was lodged in the castle of Dublin, and was crowned with a diadem taken from the statue of the Virgin, and publicly proclaimed king by the appellation of Edward VI. In order to prove the imposture of Simnel, Henry VII ordered that Warwick should be taken from the Tower, led in procession through the streets of London, conducted to St. Paul's, and exposed to the view of the whole people. This expedient put a stop to the credulity of the English. But in Ireland, the people still persisted in their revolt, and even retorted on the king the reproach of propagation and imposture, and of having shown to the populace a counterfeit Warwick. Simnel landed in England, and opposed the king in battle, but his faction having been routed, he was soon reduced to his original insignificance. He was pardoned by the king, was made a scullion to the royal kitchen, and was subsequently raised to the rank of falconer. Notwithstanding the failure of Lambert Simnel, a second attempt was, 6 years afterwards, made to disturb the government. It introduced one of the most mysterious personages recorded in English history, the Duchess of Burgundy. It seems, full of resentment at Henry VII, propagated a report that her nephew, Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, had escaped from the Tower. To personate the Duke, a youth named Perkin Warbeck was discovered, fit for her purpose. He is asserted to have been the son of one Osbeck or Warbeck, a renegado Jew of Tourney. This Jew had been to London in the reign of Edward IV. During his stay, his wife brought him a son. Being in favor at court, he prevailed with the king to stand godfather to his son, though it was hinted that there was in reality a much nearer connection between the king and the youth, and by this people accounted for the resemblance which was afterwards remarked between young Perkin and that monarch. Having been well tutored by the Duchess of Burgundy, Perkin repaired to Ireland, which was chosen as the proper place for his first appearance. He landed at Cork, assuming the name of Richard, Duke of York, son of Edward IV, and drew around him many partisans from among that credulous people. The news soon reached France, and Charles of France, then on the point of war with Henry, sent Perkin an invitation to repair to him at Paris. On his arrival, he was received with all the marks and regard due to the Duke of York. As the rightful heir to the British throne, Perkin, both by his deportment and personal qualities, supported the opinion which was spread abroad of his royal pedigree, and the whole kingdom was full of the accomplishments, as well as the singular adventures of the young Plantagenet. Wonders of this nature are commonly augmented by distance. From France, the admiration and credulity diffused themselves into England. Sir George Neville, Sir George Taylor, and above 100 gentlemen more went to Paris in order to offer their service to the supposed Duke of York, and to share his fortunes. Alarmed by the pretender having gained so powerful a friend, Henry VII signed a treaty of peace with Charles, who immediately ordered the adventurer to retire from his dominions. Perkin now solicited the protection of the Dowager Duchess of Burgundy. She gave him a warm reception, and bestowed on him the appellation of the White Rose of England. This behavior of hers induced numbers to give credence to his story, and it was thought impossible that the aunt could be mistaken as to the personal identity of her nephew. In consequence of the great communication between the Low Countries and England, the English were every day more prepossessed in favor of the impostor. Disgusted with Henry's government, men of the highest birth and quality began to turn their eyes to the new claimant, and even opened a correspondence with him. Sir Robert Clifford, with others, went over to Burgundy and tendered to Perkin their services. Clifford even wrote back to say that he knew perfectly the person of Richard, Duke of York, and that this young man was undoubtedly the prince himself. The whole nation was in suspense, and a regular conspiracy was formed against the king's authority. Henry showed great ingenuity in detecting who this wonderful person was that thus boldly advanced pretensions to his crown. His spies insinuated themselves amongst the young man's friends, and bribed his retainers and domestic servants, nay, sometimes his confessor himself. And in the end, the whole conspiracy was laid before him, and many of the chief conspirators were condemned and executed. Perkin, however, continued at large, and made a descent on Kent, where he was repulsed. He then returned to Flanders, whence he sailed to Cork, but the Irish were no longer disposed to espouse his cause. In Scotland, however, to which he next proceeded, he was more fortunate. James, the monarch of that country, recognized him as the true prince, and not only gave to him in marriage a near relation, Lady Catherine Gordon, but also took up arms in his behalf. But failing in 2 incursions in England, James grew tired of the conquest and consented to treat with Henry, either fearing that he might be given up, or having received an intimation to withdraw. Perkin quitted Scotland with 4 ships and 80 followers, made a vain attempt at Cork to obtain aid from the Earl of Desmond, and finally landed in Cornwall, the men of which country had recently been in rebellion. 6,000 Cornishmen joined him, and at their head he assaulted Exeter, but was defeated by the citizens. Finding that Henry, with an overwhelming force, was now at hand, his courage failed him, and he took refuge in the sanctuary of Bonnelau, in Hampshire. He gave himself up on a promise of pardon, but was committed to the Tower. He was subsequently executed on a charge of having, while imprisoned in the Tower, formed a treasonable plan with the Earl of Warwick to effect their escape, and raise the standard of insurrection. Pretenders to royalty have not been of uncommon occurrence in their countries. In Portugal, the doubts respecting Sebastian having been really slain at the Battle of Alcaçar gave rise to several attempts to personate that chivalrous but rash monarch. 5 or 6 impostors succeeded each other, of one claimant to the name and title of the Portuguese sovereign. However, the pretensions were so plausibly or so truly supported that serious doubts have been entertained whether he was not the true prince, and no false thief. Of the most conspicuous of these pretenders, the first is said to have been a pastry cook of Madrigal, Gabriel de Spinosa by name. He was tutored to act his part by Father Michael de los Santos, an Augustin friar, who had been chaplain to Don Sebastian. The friar had spoken so freely in Portugal against the Spanish usurpation that Philip of Spain removed him out of the country and made him confessor to a convent of nuns at Madrigal. Donna Anna of Austria, Philip's niece, was one of the inmates of this convent. To this princess the friar introduced the pretended Sebastian, who played his assumed character so well that she gave him some rich jewels to raise money. When he was endeavoring to dispose of these valuables privately at Madrid, he was apprehended as a thief. He declared his real profession and that the jewels belonged to Donna Anna, and he would perhaps have been released, had not his plot been portrayed by the interception of a letter, in which he was addressed with the title of Majesty. The result was that he and the friar were hanged, and the princess was removed to another convent and rigorously confined for the rest of her life. The pertinacious belief of the Portuguese that Sebastian would yet return, and their hatred of the Spanish domination, soon encouraged others to follow the example of Spinosa, the son of a tiller at Alcobaça, who, after leading a loose life, had turned hermit, next came forward to personate the much-desired monarch. He was accompanied by 2 companions, one of whom assumed the name of Don Christopher of Tafora, and the other took the title of the Bishop of Guarda. They began to raise money and to collect partisans round them. Their career was, however, cut short by the Archduke, who caused them to be apprehended. The pseudo-Sebastian was ignominiously paraded through the streets of Lisbon and then sent to the galleys for life. The self-appointed bishop was sentenced to be hanged. Undeterred by this failure, no long time elapsed before another pretender started up to supply the place of the tiller's son. This was Goncalo Alvarez, the son of a mason. His first act of royal power was to give the title of Earl of Torres Novas to Pedro Alonso, a rich yeoman, whose daughter he intended to marry. He succeeded in raising a body of 800 men, and it was not until some blood had been shed that he could be put down. He was hanged and quartered at Lisbon with his newly created earl. In spite of these examples, several new Sebastians arose. Only one of them, however, deserves mention. But this one, if an impostor, was at least an extraordinary character. It was at Venice that he made his first appearance, about 20 years after the Battle of Alcar. Of the manner in which he escaped from the slaughter, and of all his subsequent wanderings, he gave a minute of seemingly well-connected account. The Venetian Senate, on complaint being made to it, ordered him to depart. He sought a refuge at Padua, but, being expelled from that city by the governor, he returned to Venice. The Spanish ambassador now called loudly for the arrest of the supposed Sebastian. He accused him not only of imposture, but also of many atrocious crimes. The wanderer was in consequence seized and thrown into prison. The ordeal to which he was subjected was no slight one. He underwent 28 examinations before a committee of nobles, and he is said to have fully cleared himself of all the crimes attributed to him, and even to have given so accurate a statement of the former transactions between himself and the Republic as to excite the wonder of his hearers. His apparent firmness, piety, and patience also gained him many friends. The Senate refused to examine the charge of imposture unless some allied prince or state would request such an investigation. The request was made, and a solemn inquiry was instituted. No decision, however, followed. All that was done was to order the asserted Sebastian to quit the Venetian territories in 3 days. He bent his course to Florence, where he was arrested by order of the Grand Duke, who delivered him up to the Count de Lemos, the Viceroy of Naples. The Count died some time after, and his successor appears to have forgotten the claimant to the Portuguese throne, who for several years suffered the severest hardships as a prisoner in the castle of Del Ovo. It is probable that attention was at length called to him by attempts to excite, at Lisbon, an insurrection in his behalf. Be this as it may, he was brought out of his dungeon, led disgracefully through the city, and proclaimed to be an impostor. On this occasion, he did not belie his pretensions, nor display any want of courage. Whenever the public officer exclaimed, "This is the man who calls himself Sebastian," he calmly said, "And Sebastian I am." When the same individual declared him to be a Calabrian, he exclaimed, "It is false." When the exposure of him was over, he was shipped as a galley slave. He was next imprisoned at St. Lucar, and was subsequently removed to a castle in Castile. From that moment, his fate is buried in oblivion. In Russia, the seductive hope of ascending a throne has tempted various individuals to simulate deceased princes, and to stake life on the hazard of the die, for the chance of obtaining their object. One only, with more ability and better fortune than the rest, succeeded in grasping for a short time the prize. On the death of Feodor, son of Ivan the Terrible, the throne was occupied by Boris Godunov, who had contrived to procure the murder of Dmitri, or Demetrius, the younger brother of Feodor. For a while, Boris governed wisely, and acquired much popularity with the multitude, but it was not long before the nobles began to plot against him. The affections of the populace were alienated, and universal confusion ensued. This state of affairs was favorable to imposture, and an individual soon appeared who had talents to turn it to his advantage. There was a monk named Otrofif, who bore an almost miraculous likeness to the murdered Demetrius. He was also possessed of qualities well calculated to win the suffrage of the crowd, for his figure was fine, his manners prepossessing, and his eloquence forcible. Relaying on his personal likeness to the deceased prince, the love which the people cherished for the old royal stock, and the hatred to which they had been roused against Boris, the hardy adventurer spread abroad a report that he was Ivan, who had been saved from the assassins by the substitution of another youth in his place. Leaving this to work in the minds of the Russians, he withdrew into Poland, where his arts, his eloquence, and his promises soon gained for him numerous allies. Sendomir, a wealthy and powerful boyard, promised him his daughter in marriage whenever he should become Tsar, and through the influence of Sendomir, the support of the King of Poland was obtained. Boris denounced him in proclamations as an impostor and sent spies to seize and put him to death. But both were unavailing. The false Demetrius advanced into Russia in 1604, and at the head of a small army of Cossacks and Poles, Boris dispatched a much larger force to meet him, and a desperate battle ensued. The spirit-shifting language of the pretender to his troops, and his own signal intrepidity, turned the scale of victory in his favor. Numbers immediately espoused his cause. Boris, every day, found his subjects and his troops deserting him, and at length he poisoned himself in despair. The victor entered Moscow, and was crowned there. Demetrius began his reign in a manner which seemed to promise that it would be lasting. He was prudent, just, amiable, and accessible even to his poorest subjects. But the possession of power seems to have exercised on him its usual intoxicating influence. His virtues vanished, and he began to excite disgust. But the circumstances which most contributed to alienate from him the Russians were his impolitic lavishing of honors upon the Poles, and his equally impolitic contempt of the national religion. These were two inexpiable offenses in the eyes of those whom he governed. A conspiracy was formed against him by Prince Shinitsky. The palace of Pseudo-Demetrius was stormed, and he perished by the weapons of the revolters. Several other Demetriuses subsequently started up. The first of these was a Polish schoolmaster who, with the help of the Poles, obtained possession of Moscow, but he soon sunk into obscurity. The rest were still less lucky. Some of them perished on the gibbet. The last of the species appeared in 1616 and pretended to be the son of Demetrius. He was seized and strangled, and with him terminated all attempts to personate a prince of the race of Ivan the Terrible. A century and a half elapsed before another adventurer of this kind was seen in Russia. His name was Pugatchev, and he was a coarse and ferocious specimen of impostor princes. He was a Don Cossack and had served against the Prussians and Turks. A trifling circumstance was the cause of his aspiring to a throne. He was sent with a dispatch to a general, whom he found surrounded by his staff officers. On seeking Pugatchev, all the officers at once expressed their surprise at the striking likeness which he bore to the murdered Emperor Peter. This was sufficient to awaken ambition in his mind. He deserted and took refuge in Poland, where he spent some time in acquiring the information which was requisite for carrying his plan into effect. He then entered Russia and spread his forged tale among the Cossacks, and at length collected sufficient followers to enable him to take the field. He began his operations in 1773 by seizing some fortresses in the government of Orenburg. Swelling his numbers exceedingly, baffled the government forces, and, it is thought, might have made himself master of Moscow. He had pushed boldly forward. Count Panin, having brought together a considerable army, succeeded in driving him beyond the Ural Mountains. But in spite of every effort that was made against him, he contrived to keep up a harassing warfare for more than 12 months. It is probable that he might have held out longer had he not disgusted even his partisans by acts of wanton and brutal cruelty. This, and the temptation offered by a reward of 100,000 rubles, induced some of his followers to betray him. He was carried to Moscow in an iron cage and was executed there in January 1775. France, within the last 50 years, has had no less than 3 or 4 false dauphins, one of whom, of very recent date was a German watchmaker. The most conspicuous of them were, however, Jean-Marie Hervagault and Martherin Bernau. The former of these was the son of a tailor at Saint-Lô. The strong resemblance of his features to those of Louis XVI was doubtless that which inspired him with the hope of passing for the son of that monarch. He had a good address, much art, and a large stock of impudence, and succeeded in making numerous proselytes, even among people of education and fortune. He was several times imprisoned, but his blind admirers still persisted in paying him royal honors. He died in the Presetre in 1812. His successor, Martherin Bernau, had neither equal skill or equal success with Hervagault. Yet he found a considerable number of credulous dupes. His career was stopped in 1818 by a sentence of 7 years' imprisonment, 2 years of which were imposed for his daring insolence to the court by which he was tried. End of Chapter 5, Section 6. Read by M. A. Henson. August 3rd, 2022, Houston, Texas.
Chapter 6 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 6, Disguises Assumed by or in behalf of royalty, Part 1. Disguise of Achilles, of Ulysses, of Codrus, fiction employed by Numa Pompilius. King Alfred disguised in the swineherd's cottage. His visit as a harper to the Danish camp. Richard Coeur de Lion takes the garb of a pilgrim. He is discovered and imprisoned. Disguises an escape of Mary, Queen of Scots. Escape of Charles II after the Battle of Worcester. Of Stanislaus from Danzig. Of Prince Charles Edward from Scotland. Peter the Great takes the dress of a ship carpenter. His visit to England. Anecdote of his conduct to a Dutch skipper. Stratagem of the Princess Eudokia of Prussia. Pleasant deception practiced by Catherine II of Russia. Joan of Arc. Her early life. Discovers the king when first introduced at court. She compels the English to raise the siege of Orleans. Joan leads the king to the crown at Reims. She is taken prisoner. Base and barbarous conduct of her enemies. She is burned at Rouen. The Devil of Woodstock. Annoying pranks played by it. Explanation of the mystery. Fair Rosamond. Uneasy lies the head which wears a crown, are the emphatic words of Shakespeare, and that a penalty of no light sorrow is often attached to the pomp and grandeur of royalty, is a fact which receives confirmation from the earliest traditionary accounts we have of the histories of kings and princes. To avoid the dangers inseparable from war or during war, to overpower an enemy by guile, as well as by force of arms, or in political troubles, to seek a temporary concealment, have been occasionally the objects of men celebrated in after times as heroes, and as examples worthy and proper to be followed by such as aimed at future conquest or greatness. Thetis, knowing that her son Achilles was doomed to perish if he went to the Trojan War, privately sent him, it is said, to the court of Lycomedes, where he was disguised in a female dress. But as Troy could not be taken without him, Ulysses went to the same court in the habit of a merchant, and exposed jewels and arms for sale. Achilles, neglecting the jewels, generally more attractive to female eyes, and displaying a certain skill in handling the weapons, inadvertently discovered his sex, and, challenged by Ulysses, was obliged to go to the war, in which he ultimately perished. The truth of this story cannot perhaps be safely asserted, especially as the introduction of the goddess Thetis is evidently poetical. But the tradition of it and the two following are quoted to show that such impostures and concealments were not considered derogatory to the courage or good conduct of the greatest heroes of antiquity. And it is also probable that such facts, stripped of their poetical dress, did really take place. Ulysses had pretended to be insane, that he might not be obliged to leave his beloved Penelope, and had yoked a horse and bull together, plowing the seashore, where he sowed salt instead of corn. This dissimulation was discovered by Palamedes, who placed Telemachus, the infant son of Ulysses, before the plow, and thus convinced the world that the father was not mad, as he turned the plow from the furrow to avoid injuring his son. Codrus, the last king of Athens, from a nobler motive concealed his dignity and saved his country by sacrificing his own life. For when the Heraclidae made war against Athens, the Delphian oracle was consulted about the event. The Pythonists declared that the Peloponnesians would be victorious, provided they did not kill the Athenian king. This response being promulgated, Codrus, in the heroic spirit of the age, determined to sacrifice his own life for the benefit of his country. Disguising himself, therefore, as a peasant, he went to the outpost of the enemy and, seeking an occasion to quarrel, he was killed. When the real quality of the person slain became known, the Heraclidae, believing their fate sealed if they remained, quickly retreated to their own country. Numa Pompilius, at the death of Romulus, was unanimously elected king of Rome, and accepted the office after the repeated and earnest solicitations of the Senate and people, not, like Romulus, fond of war and military expeditions. He applied himself to tame the ferocity of his subjects by inculcating a reverence for the deity. He had the discretion to see that if he could bring them to that belief, that he was aided by higher powers, his own regulations would be better attended to. He therefore encouraged the report which was spread of his paying regular visits to the goddess nymph Egeria, and he made use of her name to give sanction to the laws and institutions which he had introduced, and he informed the Romans that the safety of the empire depended upon the preservation of the sacred ancile, or shield, which it generally believed had dropped from heaven. King Alfred, during the unsettled times of the Saxon Heptarchy, is an example of a reverse of fortune successfully overcome by temporary disguise and concealment. Striving with the Danes for the possession of his own country, he was worsted and compelled to provide for his safety by flying to a small island in Somersetshire, in the midst of marshes. This little oasis in the desert afterwards obtained the name of Ethelinge, or Prince's Island. From a swineherd who resided there, the king received shelter, and under his roof he remained for months. It happened one day that the swain's wife placed some loaves on the hearth to be baked. The king was at the moment sitting by the fire, trimming his arrows. The woman, who was ignorant of his rank, said to him, "Turn thou those loaves, that they burn not, for I know thou art a great eater." Alfred, whose thoughts and time were otherwise engaged, neglected this injunction, and the good woman, finding on her return the cakes all burnt, rated the king very severely, upbraiding him that, though he was so negligent in watching her warm cakes, he always seemed very well pleased to eat them. Alfred, it is said, subsequently munificently rewarded the peasant, whose name was Denulf, recommended him to apply himself to letters, and afterwards made him Bishop of Winchester. Some fugitives of Alfred's party at length, coming to the same place, recognized him and remained with him, forming the nucleus of his future army. After 6 months passed in this retreat, he sought to surprise the main army of the Northmen, which was still encamped in Wiltshire. but before striking any blow, he resolved to inspect the camp of the enemy in person. His early predilection for Saxon poetry and music qualified him to assume another disguise, that of a harper, and in this character he went to the Danish camp. His harp and singing excited notice. He was admitted to the king's table, heard his conversation with his generals, and contemplated their position unsuspected. He then returned to his own troops in safety, and, taking advantage of this knowledge of the place, conducted them to the most unguarded quarter of the enemy's camp, who was soon put to flight with great slaughter. This success paved the way for his ultimately regaining his crown and kingdom. Such is the story which has been handed down to us by some writers, but it was unknown to Asser, the biographer and contemporary of Alfred, and its truth is more than doubtful. Richard Coeur de Lion, at the close of those chivalrous adventures which made his name so renowned in the Crusades, having left the Holy Land on his way home, sailed to Corfu. On his arrival at that island, he hired 3 coasting vessels to carry him and his suite to Ragusa and Zara. Aware of the danger to which he was exposed from the animosity and machinations of his enemies, he concealed his dignity under the name of Hugh the Merchant. The beards and hairs of Richard and his companions had grown long from neglect, and they wore the garments of pilgrims. Driven by a storm on the Istrian coast, they landed between Venice and Aquileia, and proceeded toward Goritz, where it was necessary to solicit passports from the governor. He happened to be Maynard, the nephew of that Conrad who was stabbed in the streets of Tyre, and whose death was maliciously ascribed to Richard. Richard had purchased 3 rubies from a merchant at Pisa, and one of them was fixed in a gold ring. Consulting his native liberality, rather than remembering his assumed character, Richard sent this ring as a present to the governor, when he asked his protection. Startled at the value of the gift, Maynard asked who were the persons who wished for passports. He was answered that they were pilgrims from Jerusalem, but the man who sent the ring was Hugh the Merchant. "This is not the gift of a merchant, but of a prince," said he, still contemplating the ring. "This must be King Richard," and he returned a courteous but evasive answer. Richard felt that, in a country where he had so many bitter enemies, suspicion was equivalent to discovery, and that, if he remained, his safety was compromised. He quitted therefore his party, and by the assistance of a German youth as his guide, traveled 3 days and nights without food. Pressed at last by hunger, he rested near Vienna, where his enemy, the Duke of Austria, then was. A second incautious liberality again excited suspicion, and he was obliged to remain in a cottage whilst the youth procured necessaries for him. Richard supplied his messenger with so much money that the ostentatious display of it in the market by the youth excited curiosity. On his next visit to the market, he was seized and put to the torture, by which he was compelled to reveal the name and asylum of the king. The Duke surrounded the cottage with his soldiers, who called on Richard to surrender, but the monarch refused to yield to anyone but to the Duke himself. A cruel imprisonment followed his arrest, but he was at last restored to his kingdom. The romantic story of his favorite Blondel, seeking him throughout Europe in the disguise of a minstrel, and discovering his prison by singing his favorite air under the walls of it, is believed to have no other foundation than the lay of some sentimental troubadour. The beautiful and unfortunate Mary Queen of Scots excited a romantic interest and affection in her immediate followers, which was scarcely diminished at this distance of time, and in the attempt to escape from her evil fortune, in which she was strenuously aided by those followers, she was more than once obliged to assume a disguise to impose on the ever-wakeful vigilance of her enemies. It is well known that this celebrated beauty, through the political as well as, it is believed, the personal jealousy of Queen Elizabeth, was imprisoned in Loch Leven Castle, situated in the midst of a lake. which being thus cut off from all communication with the surrounding country, was thought sufficiently secure for the purposes of safe custody. But her beauty and pitiable misfortunes rendered her an object of compassion to many about her, and several attempts were made to rescue her from her rigorous confinement. Mary had one day nearly succeeded in making her escape from the castle, disguised as a laundress. She had actually seated herself in the boat when she was betrayed by inadvertently raising to her cheek a hand of snowy whiteness, her beauty in this instance, as in many others, proving the greatest source of her misery. William Douglas, soon after, had the address to steal the keys of the gates from the hall in which Sir William Douglas's father and his mother were sitting at supper. The Queen, apprised of the circumstance, once more descended to the edge of the lake, where a boat was waiting, and having entered it, her maid assisted in rowing. As they approached the shore, William Douglas flung the keys into the lake. Having quitted the boat, the Queen mounted a palfrey and rode to Midri, the residence of Lord Seton, where she was surrounded by her friends. She did not, however, long enjoy this respite from her misfortunes. The defeat of her army at the fatal Battle of Langside in 1568, consigning her to a long and barbarous imprisonment, and ultimately to the scaffold. History records few princes who have been compelled to assume such a series of disguises or met with such hairbreadth escapes as fell to the lot of Charles II, after his overthrow at Worcester, which apparently crushed forever the hopes of the Royalist party. By the victors, no means were left untried to seize upon his person, and had not the fidelity of his followers been even more than equal to the animosity of his enemies, he must undoubtedly have fallen a victim. A reward of £1,000 was offered for his apprehension. The formidable terrors of a traitor's death were fulminated against all who should dare to shelter him. The country was scoured in all directions by numerous parties, and the magistrates were enjoined to arrest every unknown individual, and to keep a vigilant eye on the seaports. All, however, was to no purpose. His flight remained untraceable. His fate was involved in profound mystery, and it at length began to be supposed that he had perished obscurely by the hands of the peasantry. 44 days elapsed before the Republicans received the unwelcome news that he not only still lived, but that he had eluded their pursuit and gained a secure asylum in France. On the night which followed the decisive defeat at Worcester, the Earl of Derby recommended Baskerville House to the Prince as a place of refuge, and at an early hour in the morning, Charles reached White Ladies, 25 miles off. There the Prince retired to assume his first disguise. His hair was closely cropped, his face and hands were discolored, his clothes changed for those of a laborer, and a woodbill was put into his hand, that he might personate a woodman. Under the escort of 2 peasants named Pendrell, he reached Manderley, where he remained concealed until night, when he again sought his way to Baskerville. Here he found Colonel Careless, who was acquainted with every place of concealment in the country, and by his persuasions Charles consented to pass the day with him, and the branches of a lofty oak, from which they occasionally saw the Republican soldiers in search of them. Night relieved them, and they returned to a concealment in the house. From thence Charles got to Moseley the following day on horseback, and there assumed the carriage of a servant, for the daughter of Colonel Lane of Bentley had a pass to visit her aunt near Bristol, and Charles departed on horseback with his mistress behind him. On stopping for the night, he was indulged with a separate chamber under the pretense of indisposition. But he was recognized on the following morning by the butler, who, being honored by the royal confidence, endeavored to repay it with his services. No ship being found at Bristol, it was resolved that Charles should remove to Trent near Sherborne, and at Lyme a ship was hired to transport a nobleman and his servant, Lord Wilmot and Charles, to the coast of France. But again disappointment attended them. They then rode to Bridgeport, and in the inn, the ostler challenged Charles as an old acquaintance whom he had known at Mr. Potter's of Exeter. The fact was, Charles had lodged there during the Civil War. He had sufficient presence of mind to avail himself of this partial mistake, and said, "I once lived with Mr. Potter, but as I've had no time now, we will renew our acquaintance on my return to London over a pot of beer." A second ship was at length procured by Colonel Phillips at Southampton, but of this resource Charles was deprived by its being seized with the transport of troops to Jersey. A collier was, however, soon after found at Shoreham, and Charles hastened to Brighton, where he supped with the master of the vessel, who also recognized him, having known him when, as Prince of Wales, he commanded the royal fleet in 1648. The sailor, however, faithfully set him ashore on the following evening at Fécamp in Normandy, where all his perils ended. Equal dangers had been encountered by a few other princes in flying from their foes. The escape of King Stanislaus Leszczynski from Danzig in 1734 was accomplished under circumstances of extraordinary difficulty. The city was closely invested. All its immediate vicinity was inundated by the Vistula, and the whole of the surrounding country was in the hands of inveterate enemies, who were on the watch and eager to seize him. The night before the fortress capitulated, he quitted it, disguised, in a boat, accompanied by some peasants and one of his generals. The night was spent in vain attempts to find the bed of the river, and the dawn compelled him to seek a precarious shelter in a hut within sight of the Russians. In the evening they departed, and at midnight the general and two peasants proceeded to search for a practicable route, leaving the king with only two peasants, of whose fidelity he was doubtful. The general did not return. Again Stanislaus was obliged to take refuge in a hut, where he was every moment in dread of being discovered by the Cossacks. The Cossacks did, in reality, enter the house, but they left it without being aware that he was in it. At night, with his guides, he made a painful march for some miles, through boggy ground into which he often sank knee-deep. On reaching the Vistula, where he had expected to find a boat, it was gone, and he had to make his way back through the marsh. At the house where he now arrived, he was instantly recognized, but the owner was friendly, and promised to provide him with a boat. While the king was waiting, he was joined by one of the peasants who had accompanied the general, who informed him that the Cossacks were searching for him in every part of the neighborhood. The boat was at length procured, and the king set out to embark, but his guides were so much frightened by seeing the fires of the enemies, flying camps on all sides, that they refused to proceed. It was only by a great exertion of firmness on his part that they were prevailed on to move forward. At length they reached the boat. The king wished to force on the finder of it a handful of gold, but the noble-spirited peasant could hardly be prevailed on to accept even a couple of ducats. Landing at a village to hire or purchase a vehicle, Stanislaus was in the utmost danger of being discovered, in consequence of the drunkenness of his guides. He succeeded, however, in reaching the Nogat, on the other side of which he would be in safety. But here again his hopes were on the point of being wrecked by the stupid obstinacy of his companions, who insisted on his going round by Marienburg to cross the bridge there, a measure which would have been fatal. Stanislaus peremptorily refused to consent to this mad scheme, and he was lucky enough to procure a boat by means of which he was conveyed to the Prussian territory, where he met with a hospitable reception. More protracted sufferings were experienced by the pretender, Prince Charles Edward, after the Battle of Culloden. Pursued by numerous foes, some of whom were rendered inveterate by their political feelings, while others were stimulated by the enormous reward of £30,000, which was offered for his apprehension. He was, for 6 months, in hourly expectation of falling into their hands. He was hunted by land and water, from island to island, from cave to cave, and from the abode of one partisan to that of another, with a perseverance which nothing but his own presence of mind and the fidelity of his followers could have rendered ineffectual. During the hot chase to which he was exposed, he was subjected to privations of the severest kind: hunger, thirst, exposure to the elements, and incessant fatigue. Among his many disguises was the dress of a female. It seems that he, now and then, forgot the demeanor which belonged to his garb. On one occasion, in crossing a stream, he held up his petticoat so indelicately high that his conductor expressed fear that suspicion would be excited, upon which the prince went to the opposite extreme and allowed his clothes to float on the water till he was reminded that this also might draw attention to him. The Battle of Culloden was fought on the 16th of April, and it was not till the 19th of September that Charles Edward was at last rescued from the perils which environed him by the arrival of 2 French vessels, in one of which he embarked for France. Even in the last scene of his adventures, danger threatened him, for the British fleet was then cruising off the French coast, and he actually sailed through it in his way to Morlaix, but was hidden from it by a thick fog. One of the most meritorious disguises ever put on by a monarch, as it had its origin solely in good intentions and anxiety for the welfare of his subjects, is described in the history of Peter the Great, Tsar of Muscovy, who, though his education was defective, was endowed with a strong mind, and felt how much was still to be acquired before he could realize the vast projects which he was eager to execute. To counteract the formidable power of the Strelitzes, who were far more inclined to dispute than obey the commands of their superiors, he resolved to introduce a new discipline and to reorganize his army, and in order to set the example of subordination, he himself entered as a private in one of his corps, which was disciplined in the German manner. In this corps he gradually rose to command by his services, and by sharing the toils and privations of the military life. In 1695 he laid siege to Azov, but the enterprise failed from a want of shipping to block the harbor. This circumstance, among others, forced on his attention the necessity of improving his navy. His fondness, however, for naval architecture is dated from 1691, when accidentally taking notice of a decayed sloop near Moscow, and being told that it was of foreign construction and able to sail to windward, he caused it to be repaired by a Dutch shipwright, and was highly delighted to observe its maneuvers, which he afterwards learned to regulate himself. Perhaps the most interesting and extraordinary circumstance in the history of mankind is that the despotic monarch of a mighty dominion should descend from his throne and travel as a private person in the train of his own ambassador sent to Holland. When Peter arrived there, he first took up his abode in the Admiralty at Amsterdam, and afterwards enrolled himself among the ship carpenters, and went to the village of Sardam, where he wrought as a common carpenter and blacksmith with unusual assiduity, under the name of Master Peter. He was clad and fed as his fellow workmen, for he would not allow of vain distinctions. The next year he passed over to England, where in 4 months he completed his knowledge of shipbuilding. After receiving every mark of respect from William III, he left this country, accompanied by several English shipbuilders and carpenters, whom he employed with great liberality in his naval dockyards, and he is said to have subsequently written several pieces on naval affairs. John Evelyn, the author of the Silva, gives rather a curious account of the emperor in his diary. He writes, 1698, January, the Tsar of Muscovy being come to England, and having a mind to see the building of ships, hired my house at Sayes Court, and made it his court and palace, new furnished for him by the king. Whilst the Tsar was in his house, Mr. Evelyn's servant thus wrote to him, "There is a house full of people and right nasty. The Tsar lies next to your library and dines in the parlor next your study. He dines at 10 o'clock and 6 at night, is very seldom at home a whole day, very often in the king's yard, or by water, dressed in several dresses. The king is expected here this day. The best parlor is pretty clean for him to be entertained in. The king pays for all he has." Such a noble mind, employed in the acquisition of knowledge for the benefit of his country and his people, may well be pardoned for any deficiencies in the accomplishments or embellishments of life. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 6, Disguises Assumed by or in Behalf of Royalty, Part 2. In Carr's tour around the Baltic is related an anecdote of the Tsar's partiality towards those connected with maritime affairs. A Dutch skipper, hearing that Petersburg was building and that the emperor had a great passion for ships and commerce, resolved to try his fortune there, and accordingly arrived with the first merchant vessel that ever sailed on the Neva, and was the bearer of a letter of introduction to the captain of the port from a friend of his in Holland, requesting him to use his interest to procure a freight for him. Peter the Great was working like a common laborer in the Admiralty as the galliot passed, and saluted with 2 or 3 small guns. The emperor was uncommonly delighted, and having been informed of the Dutchman's business, he resolved to have some frolic with him, and accordingly commanded the port captain to see the skipper as soon as he landed, and direct him to the emperor as a merchant just settled there, with character he intended to personate. Peter repaired to his original cottage on the Neva with his empress, who, to humor the plan, dressed herself in a plain bourgeois habit, such as suited the wife of a merchant. The Dutchman was introduced to the emperor, who received him with great kindness, and they sat and ate bread and cheese and smoked together for some time, during which the Dutchman's eye examined the room and began to think that one who lived in so mean a place could be of no service to him. Presently the empress entered, when the skipper addressed her by observing that he had brought her a cheese, a much better one than she had ever tasted, for which, affecting an awkward manner, she thanked him. Being much pleased with her appearance, he took from his coat a piece of linen, and begged her acceptance of it for shifts. "Oh," exclaimed the emperor, taking the pipe from his mouth, "Kate, you will now be as fine and as proud as an empress." This was followed by the stranger begging to have a kiss, which he coyly indulged him in. At this moment, Prince Menzikoff, the favorite and minister of Peter the Great, covered with all his orders, stood before the emperor uncovered. The skipper began to stare with amazement, whilst Peter, making private signs, induced the prince to retire. The astonished Dutchman said, "Why, you appear to have great acquaintance here." "Yes," replied Peter, "and so may you if you stay here for 10 days. There are plenty of such needy noblemen as the one you saw. They are always in debt and very glad to borrow money. But beware of these fellows, and do not be dazzled by their stars and garters, and such trumpery." This advice put the Dutchman more at his ease, who smoked and drank very cheerfully, and had made his bargain with the imperial merchant for a cargo, when the officer of the guard entered to receive orders, and stood with profound respect, addressing Peter by the title of Imperial Majesty. The Dutchman sprang from his chair, and fell on his knees, imploring forgiveness for the liberties he had been taking. Peter, laughing heartily, raised him up and made him kiss the Empress's hand, presented him with 1,500 rubles, gave him a freight, and ordered that his vessel, as long as her timbers remained together, should be permitted to enter all the Russian ports free of duty. This privilege made the rapid fortune of the owner. The marriage of Ulrika, sister of Frederick the Great, with Adolphus Frederick of Sweden, was the fruit of a stratagem, rather unfairly played off on her sister. The court and Senate of Sweden sent an ambassador incognito to Berlin to watch and report upon the characters and dispositions of Frederick's two unmarried sisters, Ulrika and Amelia, the former of whom had the reputation of being very haughty, crafty, satirical, and capricious, and the Swedish court had already nearly determined in favor of Amelia, who was remarkable for the attraction of her person and sweetness of her mind. The mission of the ambassador was soon buzzed abroad, and Amelia was overwhelmed with misery on account of her insuperable objection to renounce the tenets of Calvin for those of Luther. In this state of wretchedness, she implored the assistance of her sister's counsels to prevent a union so repugnant to her happiness. The wary Ulrika advised her to assume the most insolent and repulsive deportment to everyone in the presence of the Swedish ambassador, which advice she followed, whilst Ulrika put on those amiable qualities which her sister had provisionally laid aside. Everyone, ignorant of the cause, was astonished at the change, and the ambassador informed his court that fame had completely reversed their reciprocal good and bad qualities. Ulrika was consequently preferred and mounted the throne of Sweden. At the village of Tsarskoye, at which is situated the most magnificent of the imperial country palaces in Russia, there were no inns, but the hospitality of Mr. Bush, the English gardener, prevented that inconvenience from being felt by visitors properly introduced to him. When Joseph II, Emperor of Germany, to whom every appearance of show was disgusting, expressed his intention of visiting Catherine II, she offered him apartments in her palace, which he declined. Her Majesty, well knowing his dislike to parade, had Mr. Bush's house fitted up as an inn, with the sign of a Catherine wheel, below which appeared in German characters, the Falkenstein Arms, Falkenstein being the name which the Emperor assumed. His Majesty knew nothing of the ingenious and attentive deception till after he had quitted Russia. When the Emperor once went to Moscow, he is said to have preceded the royal carriages as an avant-coureur, in order to avoid the obnoxious pomp and ceremony which an acknowledgment of his rank would have awakened. About the year 1428, there arose in France, in the person of Joan of Arc, commonly called the Maid of Orleans, a heroine who, by her enthusiasm, stimulated the French to resist the domination of the English. She appears to have been simple, chaste, modest, and inoffensive. During her youth, she was frequently seen kneeling devoutly in a corner of her village church. Piety, indeed, seems to have produced its elevating effects on her mind, and to it may be ascribed the largest portion of her success. There was, in truth, nothing about her brief but brilliant day of public action which looked like wilful imposture in herself. We must therefore suppose she was practiced upon by others, or that her young and enthusiastic imagination, by being continually worked upon, became afflicted with a permanent, though partial, derangement, a species of madness which is not uncommon. The latter supposition is supported by her own language. She declared that at the age of 13, she had been instructed by a voice from God how to govern herself, and that she saw St. Michael several times, who ordered her to be a good girl, and that God would assist her, and that she must go to the succor of the King of France. Before she became a public character, she used to amuse herself with her companions in running and fighting with a kind of lance, and also on horseback, which accounted for her subsequent excellent management of weapons and skill in riding. There was a popular tradition that France was to be delivered by a virgin from the borders of Lorraine. This might have suggested or assisted her pretensions, and having once fixed popular attention and excited popular interest, public feeling both supported and carried her to the completion of her wishes. Joan, when first presented at court, is said to have known the king, who was standing promiscuously among the nobles, and to have revealed to him a secret unknown to anyone else. It has been very much canvassed what this secret could be, but it seems the Chevalier du Boissy, who was a favorite of Charles VII during their youth, and was at that time his bedfellow, was in possession of it. Charles told him that he had one day prayed without utterance, that heaven would defend his right. Joan reminded him of this prayer. Such an incident leads to a suspicion that some persons near the king, and acquainted with his private thoughts, were secretly instructing the Maid of Orleans, and practicing by these means on the credulity of the nation. But of still more consequence did her assumptions prove to the English who, under the administration of the Duke of Bedford, were masters at that time of the capital and almost all the northern provinces of France. During her interview with the French king, Joan, in the name of the Supreme Being, offered to raise the siege of Orleans and to conduct him to Rheims, to be there crowned and anointed, and she demanded, as the instrument of her future victories, a particular sword, which was kept in the church of St. Catherine of Fierbois, and which, though she had never seen it, she described by all its marks, and by the place in which it had long lain neglected. An assembly of grave doctors and theologians cautiously examined Joan's mission, and pronounced it undoubtedly supernatural. She was sent to the Parliament and interrogated before that assembly, and the presidents and councillors who had come persuaded of her imposture went away convinced of her inspiration. All the English affected to speak with derision of the Maid and of her heavenly commission, and said that the French king was now reduced to a sorry pass when he had recourse to such ridiculous expedients. But they felt their imagination secretly struck with the vehement persuasion which prevailed in all around them, and waited with anxious expectation for the issue of these extraordinary preparations. The inhabitants of Orleans now believed themselves invincible under her influence, and the Count of Dunois himself, perceiving such an alteration both in friends and foes, consented that the next convoy, which was to march in a few days, should enter by the side of Beauce, where the English were most numerous. The convoy approached. No sign of resistance appeared in the besiegers. It passed without interruption between the redoubts of the English, and a dead silence and astonishment reigned among those troops, which were formerly so elated with victory. The siege of Orleans was speedily raised, the English army being unable to continue its operation. The raising of the siege was one part of the Maid's promise to Charles. The crowning him at Rheims was the other, and she now vehemently insisted that he should set out on that enterprise. Rheims lay in a distant quarter of the kingdom, and was then in the hands of a victorious enemy. The whole road which led to it was also occupied by their garrisons, and no man could be so sanguine as to imagine that such an attempt could so soon come within the bounds of possibility. Charles, however, resolved to follow the exhortations of his warlike prophetess, and to lead his army upon this promising adventure. He set out for Rheims at the head of 12,000 men. Troyes opened its gates to him. Chalon imitated the example. Rheims sent him a deputation with its keys, and he scarcely perceived, as he passed along, that he was marching through an enemy's country. The ceremony was performed with the holy oil, which a pigeon had brought to King Clovis from heaven on the first establishment of the French monarchy. The Maid of Orleans stood by his side, in complete armor, displaying the sacred banner. The people shouted with the most unfeigned joy on viewing such a complication of wonders. The inclinations of men swaying their belief, no one doubted of the inspirations and prophetic spirit of the Maid. The real and undoubted effects brought credit to every exaggeration, for no fiction could be more wonderful than the events which were known to be true. The Maid was soon after taken prisoner by the Burgundians, while she was heading a sally upon the quarters of John of Luxembourg. The service of Te Deum was publicly celebrated on this fortunate event at Paris. The Duke of Bedford fancied that by her captivity he should again recover his former ascendancy over France, and to make the most of the present advantage, he purchased the captive from John of Luxembourg and instituted a prosecution against her. The Bishop of Beauvoir, a man wholly devoted to the English interests, presented a petition against Joan and desired to have her tried by an ecclesiastical court for sorcery, impiety, idolatry, and magic. The University of Paris was so mean as to join in the same request. In the issue, she was condemned for all the crimes of which she had been accused, aggravated by heresy. Her revelations were declared to be inventions of the devil to delude the people, and she was sentenced to be delivered over to the secular arm. Her spirit gave way to the terrors of that punishment to which she was sentenced, and she publicly declared herself ready to recant. She acknowledged the illusion of those revelations, which the Church had rejected, and promised never more to maintain them. Her sentence was then mitigated. She was condemned to perpetual imprisonment and to be fed during life on bread and water. But the barbarous vengeance of Joan's enemies was not satisfied with this victory. Suspecting that the female dress which she now consented to wear was disagreeable to her, they purposely placed in her apartment a suit of men's apparel, and watched for the effects of that temptation upon her. On the sight of a dress in which she had acquired so much renown, and which she once believed she wore by the particular appointment of heaven, all her former ideas and passions revived, and she ventured in her solitude to clothe herself again in the forbidden garments. Her insidious enemies caught her in that situation. Her fault was interpreted to be no less than a relapse into heresy. No recantation would now suffice. No pardon could be granted her. She was condemned to be burnt in the marketplace of Rouen, and the infamous sentence was accordingly executed. During the time of the Commonwealth, commissioners appointed by Oliver Cromwell were sent to Woodstock for the purpose of surveying the royal demesnes, but they speedily found themselves obliged to quit it, in consequence of the great alarm occasioned them by circumstances which could only happen, as they supposed, through the agency of means which were considered in those days to be quite supernatural, though the knowledge of later times creates a surprise at the credulity of the commissioners, being so easily worked upon by tricks which would now be regarded as almost beneath the capacity of a schoolboy. The Woodstock Devil is the name by which the supposed spirit is known. The strange events which are the subject of this article happened in the months of October and November 1649. The commissioners arrived on October the 13th, taking up their residence in the king's own apartments, turning his dining room into their wood yard, and supplying themselves with fuel from a famous oak, called the Royal Oak, that nothing might be left with the name of king about it. The first supernatural appearance that disturbed the equanimity of these worthy commissioners was that of a large black dog, which, entering one of the rooms, overturned 2 or 3 chairs, and then disappeared under a bed. The next day noises were heard overhead, as of persons walking, though they knew that all the doors were locked. The wood of the king's oak was brought by parcels from the dining room, and thrown with great violence into the presence chamber. Giles Sharp, their secretary, was active in attempting to discover the causes of these disturbances, but his inquiries were unsuccessful. On unlocking the door of the room, in the presence of the commissioners, the wood was found all thrown about in different directions. The chairs were tossed about, the papers torn, and the ink spilt, which mischief, it was argued, could only have been perpetrated by one who must have entered through the keyhole. At night, the beds of Giles Sharp and 2 other servants were lifted up and let down violently, as if to throw them out. Again on the 19th, when in bed, the candles were blown out, with a sulphurous smell, and the trenches of wood hurled about the room. On the 20th, the commissioners themselves, when in bed, were attacked with cruel blows, and the curtains drawn to and fro with great violence. This sort of attack upon the peace and safety of the commissioners was repeated almost every night. They were also assaulted from without, for a vast number of stones and horses' bones were thrown through the windows, to the great risk of those within. A servant who was rash enough to draw his sword perceived that an invisible hand had hold of it too, which, pulling it from him, struck him a violent blow on the head with the pommel of it. Dr. Plott concludes his relation of this affair with observing that many of the circumstances related are not reconcilable to juggling, and he adds, all which being put together perhaps may easily persuade some man, otherwise inclined, to believe that immaterial beings might be concerned in this business, provided the speculative theist be not after all a practical atheist. The Secret History of the Good Devil of Woodstock, a pamphlet published not long after these events, unraveled these mysteries. It appears that one Joe Collins, commonly called Funny Joe, was that very devil. He hired himself as a servant to the commissioners under the name of Giles Sharp, and by the help of 2 friends, an unknown trapdoor in the ceiling of the bedchamber, and a pound of gunpowder, played all these amazing tricks. The sudden extinguishing of the candles was contrived by inserting gunpowder into the lower part of each candle, destined to explode at a certain time. The great dog was no other than one that had whelped in that room shortly before, and which made all that disturbance in seeking her puppies, and which, when she had served his purpose, Giles Sharp let out, and then pretended to search for. The circumstance that had most effect in driving the commissioners from Woodstock was this. They had formed a reserve of a part of the premises to themselves, and having entered into a private agreement among themselves, they hid the writing in the earth, under the roots of an orange tree, which grew in a tub in the corner of the room. In the midst of dinner one day, this earth took fire, and burned violently with a blue flame, filling the room with a strong sulphurous stench, the explanation of which phenomenon may be found in modern books of experimental chemistry, under the head of Receipt to Make an Earthquake. This last attack so completely terrified the commissioners that, fearing the very devils from hell were rising against them, they speedily took to flight. So early as the reign of Henry II, Woodstock was famed for being the residence of the beautiful Rosamond, and it is thus quaintly described by Speed. Henry II built an intricate labyrinth at Woodstock, and therein he stowed this pearl of his esteem, Rosamond, under whose closet, for the inexplicate windings, none could approach but the king, and those instructed by him. Notwithstanding, his jealous queen Eleanor, favored by accident, thus discovered the privacy of the favorite, for a clue of silk having fallen from Rosamond's lap, as she sat to take the air, and was suddenly fleeing from the sight of the searcher. The end of silk fastened to her foot. The clue, still unwinding, remained behind, which the queen followed up till she had found what she sought, and upon Rosamond so bestowed her spleen that the gentle lady lived not long after. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.
Chapter 7 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 7 Military Stratagems. Characteristic mark of a skillful general. Importance anciently attached to military stratagems. The stratagem of Joshua at Ai, the first which is recorded. Stratagem of Julius Caesar in Gaul. Favorable omen derived from sneezing. Artifice of Bias at Priene. Telegraphic communication. Mode adopted by Histiaeus to convey intelligence. Relief of Casilinum by Gracchus. Stratagem of the Chevalier de Luxembourg to convey ammunition into Lille. Importance of concealing the death of a general. The manner in which the death of Sultan Suleiman was kept secret. Stratagem of John Visconti. Stratagem of Lord Norwich at Angoulême. Capture of Amiens by the Spaniards. Manner in which the natives of Sonia threw off the yoke. The part of a skillful general does not only consist in the capability of gaining a great battle, but also in knowing when to avoid the risk of an engagement. So numerous and so variable are the chances of war, that a commander of even the best appointed army should be prepared to meet all emergencies in the event of its strength being destroyed, or of its numbers diminished by famine, fatigue, or desertion, so that, notwithstanding these adverse circumstances, he may still have a chance of overcoming by policy those enemies whom he had hoped to subdue by the sword. Discretion is always the better part of valor, and in some cases a handful of men may decide the event of a campaign in which, otherwise, the blood of thousands might be spilt in vain. The old writers on the art of war did not fail to attach great importance to these stratagems, by which much was effected or attempted when one side was reduced to the necessity of maintaining a defensive system of warfare. The earliest account of recourse being had to military stratagem is that recorded in the 8th chapter of Joshua, where that leader of the Israelites, besieging the city of Ai, said, "Behold, ye shall lie in wait against the city, even behind the city. Go not very far from the city, but be ye all ready. And I, and all the people that are with me, will approach unto the city. And it shall come to pass, when they come out against us, as at the first, that we will flee before them. For they will come after us, till we have drawn them from the city. Then ye shall rise up from the ambush, and seize upon the city, for the Lord your God will deliver it into your hand." Thus fell the city of Ai into the hands of Joshua, and a similar kind of stratagem has since frequently turned the day between contending armies. Julius Caesar did not consider it beneath a general or warrior to have recourse to almost a similar stratagem, when part of the army under Q. Cicero, in Gaul, was besieged. By the apparent flight of his troops, Julius Caesar drew the enemy into a convenient spot for an engagement, and turning, overcame them. A circumstance most trifling in itself, when it has been ushered in by superstition as a good omen, has often raised the spirits of an army. Xenophon relates, in the Anabas, that when the Greeks in some alarm were consulting, previous to the celebrated retreat of the 10,000 out of Asia, an accident, which in itself was even ridiculous, did, nevertheless, through the importance attributed to it by the Grecian superstition, assist not a little to infuse encouragement. Xenophon was speaking of that favour from the gods which a righteous cause entitled them to hope for, against a perjured enemy, when someone sneezed. Immediately the general voice addressed ejaculations to protecting Jupiter, whose omen it was supposed to be. A sacrifice to the god was proposed, a universal shout declared approbation, and the whole army in chorus sang the paean. Bias, by the following artifice, induced Elates, king of Lydia, to raise the siege of Priene, where he was born. That city was pressed by famine, which circumstances being suspected by the besiegers, gave them great hopes. Bias, however, caused 2 mules to be fattened, and contrived a way to have them pass into the enemy's camp. The good condition they were in astonished the king, who thereupon sent deputies into the city, under pretence of offering peace, but really to observe the state of the town and people. Bias, guessing their errand, had ordered the granaries to be filled with heaps of sand, and those heaps to be covered with corn. When the deputies returned and made their report to the king of the great plenty of provisions they had seen in the city, he hesitated no longer, but concluded a treaty and raised the siege. The invention of telegraphic communication has proved of the greatest utility in modern warfare, both for dispatch and security. In ancient times, the bearer of messages had both an important and dangerous duty to perform, and one which was very uncertain in its execution. A singular and ingenious method of communications is attributed to Histius, who, desiring to write to Aristagoras, shaved the head of his trustiest servant and wrote upon his scalp, in certain brief characters, what he would impart to his friend, and keeping him in his home till the hair was grown as thick as before, then sent him on his errand. Footnote: the hair has often been found very useful as a means of concealment for other purposes. The Indian lavadores, whilst washing the sand for the grains of gold, were observed by the overseers to be continually scratching their heads, or passing their fingers through their thick woolly hair. A suspicion arising, the hair was combed, and was found full of the gold grains. On keeping their hair quite short, it was discovered that the necessity for such frequent applications to the head had ceased. End footnote. By the policy of Gracchus, the Roman general, the Campanian city of Casilinium was, for a considerable time, prevented from falling into the hands of Hannibal. Gracchus was encamped in the vicinity of the city, but, though the garrison was reduced to the most dreadful extremity by famine, many of the soldiers having been driven to commit suicide, he did not dare to make a movement to relieve the besieged, the dictator having imperatively enjoined him not to stir from his position. In this emergency he had recourse to stratagem. The Vulturus ran through the place, and Gracchus resolved to make it the channel by which to convey succours. He therefore, says Livy, collected corn from all parts of the country round, and having filled therewith a great number of casks, sent a messenger to Casilinium to the magistrate, desiring that the people should catch the casks which the river would bring down. The following night was passed in attentively watching for the completion of the hopes raised by the Roman messenger, when the casks, being sent along the middle of the stream, floated down to the town. The same stratagem was practised with success on the following night and on the third, but the river being afterwards rendered more rapid by the continued rains, an eddy drove them across to the side where the enemy's guards were posted, and they were discovered sticking among osiers which grew on the banks. This being reported to Hannibal, care was taken for the future to guard the Vulturnus with greater vigilance, so that no supply sent down by it to the city should pass without discovering. Notwithstanding which, quantities of nuts being poured into the river at the Roman camp and floating down to Casilinium were stopped there with hurdles. The scarcity, however, at last became so excessive that, tearing off the straps and leathern coverings of their shields, and softening them in boiling water, they endeavored to chew them, nor did they abstain from mice or any other kind of animal. They even dug up every sort of herb and root that grew at the foot of the ramparts of the town, and when the enemy had ploughed up all the ground round the wall that produced any herbs, they sowed it with turnip seed, which made Hannibal exclaim, "Am I to sit here before Casilinium until these grow?" Although he had hitherto refused to listen to any terms of capitulation, yet he now allowed overtures to be made to him, respecting the redeeming of the men of free condition. An agreement was made that for each of these a ransom should be paid of 7 ounces of gold, and then the garrison surrendered. A still more daring, and almost equally successful stratagem was employed early in the 18th century to protract the defence of Lille, which was then besieged by the Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene. Ammunition beginning to be scarce in the city, the Chevalier de Luxembourg formed a plan for introducing into the fortress a supply, not only of powder, but also of men and arms. Having succeeded in keeping his project a secret from the enemy, the Chevalier began his march at the head of 2,500 selected cavalry, a part of whom were carabiners and dragoons. Each horseman carried behind him a sack containing 60 pounds of powder, and each dragoon and carabiner had 3 muskets and a large quantity of gunflints. Between 9 and 10 in the evening, the band reached the barrier of the lines of circumvallation. In front of the detachment was an officer who could speak Dutch well, and knew all the Dutch regiments which were employed in patrolling. On being challenged by the guard, he unhesitatingly replied, "Open the gate quickly! I am bringing powder to the besiegers, and am pursued by a French detachment." The barrier was promptly opened. 1,900 of the party had passed through, when a French officer, seeing that his men were straggling, imprudently exclaimed in his native language, "Close up! Close up!" This gave the alarm to the allied officers, and a fire was opened upon the French. The powder of some of the horsemen exploded, and 60 of them were immediately blown to pieces. The rear of the party now took flight towards Douai, but of those who had been fortunate enough to pass the barrier, 1,800 reached Lille, to which they brought a supply of 1,200 muskets and 80,000 pounds of powder. The well-being of an army, and the spirits of the troops during an engagement, depend so much on the safety of their favorite general, that any sudden rumor of his being slain would in all probability entirely change the fortune of the day. In the event of such a catastrophe, his death has often been studiously concealed from the main body of the troops, till it was no longer necessary or possible to withhold such intelligence. The following instance, related by Ward in his Art of War, is perhaps the most remarkable, if correctly given, for the length of time this secret was preserved. Solomon, the Ottoman Emperor, dying at the siege of Zigith, in Hungary, his death was cunningly concealed by Mahat Basa 20 days before the Janissaries knew of it, and when any of them inquired for him, he would show them the emperor sitting in his horse litter, as if troubled with the gout. But the soldiers, suspecting something, began to be mutinous, whereupon he promised that they should see the emperor the next day, for which purpose he apparelled the corpse in the large royal robes, and placed him in a chair at the end of a long gallery. A little boy was placed behind to move the emperor's hand and to stroke his beard, as it seems his manner was. Which sign of life and strength the soldiers perceiving were well contented, so that his death was concealed for 40 days more till the siege was ended. John Visconti, archbishop as well as governor of Milan in the 14th century, was a very ambitious character, and excited the jealousy of the Pope by his show of temporal authority, and by his aiming at becoming master of all Italy. The Pope, who resided at that time in Avignon, sent a nuncio to John Visconti to demand the city of Bologna, which he had purchased, and to choose whether he would possess the spiritual or temporal power, for both could not be united. The archbishop, after hearing the message with respect, said he would answer it the following Sunday at the cathedral. The day came, and after celebrating Mass in his pontifical robes, he advanced towards the legate, requiring him to repeat the orders of the Pope, on the choice of the spiritual or temporal. Then, taking a cross in one hand, and drawing forth a naked sword with the other, he said, "Behold my spiritual and my temporal, and tell the Holy Father from me that with the one I will defend the other." The Pope, not content with this answer, commenced a process, and summoned him to appear in person, on pain of excommunication. The archbishop received the brief and promised to obey it. He sent immediately to Avignon one of his secretaries, ordering him to retain for his use all the houses and stables he could hire at Avignon, with provisions for the subsistence of 12,000 horse and 6,000 foot. The secretary executed his commission so well that the strangers, who came on business, could find no place to lodge in. The Pope, being informed of this, asked the secretary if the archbishop required so many houses. The latter answered that he feared those would not be sufficient, because his master was coming with 18,000 troops, besides a great number of the inhabitants of Milan who would accompany him. Terrified at this account, the Pope paid immediately the expense the secretary had been at, and dismissed him, with orders to tell the archbishop that he dispensed with his making a journey to Avignon. In the wars between Edward III and Philip of France, Angoulême was besieged by the Duke of Normandy. After a brave and vigorous defence, the governor, Lord Norwich, found himself reduced to such extremities as obliged him to employ a stratagem in order to save his garrison, and prevent his being reduced to surrender at discretion. He appeared on the walls and desired a parley with the Duke of Normandy. The Duke told Norwich that he supposed he intended to capitulate. "Not at all," replied he. "But as tomorrow is the feast of the Virgin, to whom I know that you, sir, as well as myself, bear a great devotion, I desire a cessation of arms for that day." The proposal was agreed to, and Norwich, having ordered his forces to prepare all their baggage, marched out the next day and advanced towards the French camp. The besiegers, imagining that they were to be attacked, ran to their arms, but Norwich sent a messenger to the Duke, reminding him of his engagement. the Duke, who piqued himself on faithfully keeping his word, exclaimed, "I see the governor has outwitted me, but let us be content with gaining the place," and the English were allowed to pass through the besieging army unmolested. By the following stratagem on the part of the Spaniards, in 1597, Amiens was taken. Soldiers, disguised like peasants, conducted a cart loaded with nuts toward the gate of the town, and let it fall, as if accidentally, just as the gate was opened, and while the guard was busied in gathering them up, the Spaniards entering, secured the gate, and thus gave their countrymen the opportunity to come up and become masters of the town. According to the testimony of the natives of Congo, says Mr. Maxwell, the country of Sonia, amongst other tribes, at no great distance of time, formed part of the kingdom of Congo, and the men of Sonia were obliged to carry burdens of white sand from the beach to Banzo Congo, 150 miles distant, to form pleasant walks to the royal residence. This servitude greatly exasperated the men of Sonia, whose warlike and independent spirit is now feared and respected by all the neighboring nations, and having concealed their weapons in several burdens of sand, they were by this contrivance enabled to avenge themselves of the indignity put upon them, and to plunder the city, killing many of the Queen's people. Having thus shaken off their yoke, Sonia has since been governed by native princes. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 8 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Malingering, or simulation of diseases. Former prevalence of malingering in the Army and the motives for it. Decline of the practice. Where most prevalent, the means of simulation reduced to a system. Cases of simulated ophthalmia in the 50th Regiment. The deception wonderfully kept up by many malingerers. Means of detection. Simulated paralysis. Impudent triumph manifested by malingerers. Curious cases of hullage. Gutta serena and nyctalopia counterfeited. Blind soldiers employed in Egypt. Cure by actual cautery of a malingerer. Simulation of consumption and other diseases. Feigned deafness. Detection of a man who simulated deafness. Instances of self-mutilation committed by soldiers. Simulation of death. A very serious evil has existed in the Army, resulting from a very general practice of idle and dissolute soldiers in barracks and even in more active service, feigning diseases and disabilities for the purpose of either escaping duty or in the hopes of being altogether discharged from the service and procuring a pension. This imposture has been termed malingering, or the simulation of diseases, and the unsuccessful or suspected impostors have been usually called malingerers. In vulgar English, the trick is called shamming Abram. Remarkable ingenuity and a very considerable knowledge of the powers and effects of medicinal agents have been shown by those who, a priori, would not be suspected of such information, and the pertinacity shown by the impostors when the object was to procure their discharge has been often wonderful. The reasons which call for or privilege a soldier to expect his discharge are chronic and incurable rather than acute diseases. It is natural, therefore, to find the malingerers most expert in simulating the former, though at the same time the more acute diseases have not been less faithfully represented, when the object in view was only a temporary evasion of duty. This practice has prevailed to a greater or less extent at different periods of our medical military history. and it is gratifying to learn from authentic sources that in the present period of highly improved discipline in the British Army, there are not probably 2 malingerers for 10 who were found in the military hospitals 30 or 40 years since. It also occurs more or less according to the manner of forming a regiment. In some of the cavalry regiments and some of the Highland and other distinguished infantry battalions, in which, along with the mild but exact discipline, there is a strong attachment to the service and remarkable esprit de corps, there is scarcely an instance of any of those disgraceful attempts to deceive the surgeon, while in regiments which have been hastily recruited and under circumstances unfavorable to progressive and complete discipline, the system of imposition is perfectly understood. Among those who counterfeit diseases, it has been observed that the Irish are the most numerous, the Scotsmen less so, but malingering seems least of all the vice of English soldiers. There appears to be a species of Freemasonry among soldiers, and thus these methods of imposture have been systematized and handed down for the common benefit. A case occurred of a man having a rupture, which on inspection was found to be artificially formed from some written directions how to make a rupture, which were produced. The man was discharged by his commanding officer, but the discharge not being backed by the surgeon's recommendatory certificate, he lost his pension. The commanding officer, after his return from Corunna, met this man perfectly well, following the laborious occupation of a porter. In the year 1804, the great increase of ophthalmia in the 50th Regiment and the reported detection of frauds in other regiments led to a suspicion in the mind of the surgeon of that corps, and a consequent investigation, by which a regular correspondence was detected between the men under medical treatment and their parents or friends. Those suffering from ophthalmia within the walls of the hospital requested that those without would forward to them corrosive sublimate, lime, and bluestone, and by the application of these acrid substances to their eyes, they hoped to get them into such a state of disease as would enable them to procure their discharge with a pension. And they mentioned the names of the men who had been successful by similar means. Proofs of guilt having been established, the delinquents were tried by a court-martial, convicted, and punished. It is hardly possible to believe that men would endure not only the inconvenience of a severe ophthalmia, than which perhaps nothing is more painful, but would even risk the total loss of sight for the uncertain prospect of a trifling pension, and with the conviction that even if they gained it, they reduced themselves to a helpless dependence on others through life. But it is nevertheless certain that whole wards have been filled with soldiers laboring under this artificially excited disease, this inflammation of the eye having been produced and maintained by quicklime, strong infusions of tobacco, Spanish flies, nitrate of silver, and other metallic salts. The inflammation thus caused is most painful, yet it has been kept up under every privation which can make life miserable. Wonderful indeed is the obstinacy some malingerers evince. Night and day they will remain, with the endurance of a fakir, in positions most irksome for weeks and months. Nay, many men for the same period have with surprising resolution and recollection sat and walked with their bodies bent double, without forgetting for one moment the character of their assumed infirmity. These impostors are most easily discovered by a retaliating deception on the part of the surgeon. he should conceal his suspicions and appear to give credit to all that is related to him of the history of the disease, and propose some sort of treatment accordingly. The nervous disorders that are simulated are such as to require a constant and unceasing watchfulness on the part of the impostor, lest he should betray himself. Paralysis of one arm was feigned with great perseverance and consistency for months, the soldier pretending that he had fallen asleep in the open air and woke up with his arm benumbed and powerless. This farce he kept up with such boldness that, being suspected, a court-martial was held on him, and he was even tied up to the halberts to be punished. But the commanding officer thought the evidence not sufficiently convincing. Having, however, subsequently undergone very severe treatment, and there being no prospect of a pension, he at last gave in. The unprincipled obstinacy of some individuals even triumphs openly in the success of their imposture. A trooper in the 12th pretended that he had lost the use of his right arm, and after resisting for a great length of time severe hospital discipline, he procured his discharge. When he was leaving the regiment and fairly on top of the coach at starting, he waved his paralytic arm in triumph and cheered at the success of his plan. Another soldier who pretended that he had lost the use of his lower extremities was reported unfit for service and was discharged. When his discharge was obtained, he caused himself on a field day to be taken in a cart to the Phoenix Park, and in front of the regiment, drawn up in a line, he had the cart driven under a tree. Then he leaped out of the cart, springing up 3 times, insulted the regiment, and scampered off at full speed. A third soldier of the name of Hollidge pretended to be deaf and dumb after an attack of fever, never for one moment forgot his assumed character till his purpose was attained. Being useful as a tailor, he was kept for 5 or 6 years subsequent to this pretended calamity, and carried on all communication by writing. On one occasion, whilst practicing firing with blank cartridge, an awkward recruit shot Hollidge in the ear, who expressed pain and consternation by a variety of contortions, but never spoke. Not having been heard to articulate for 5 years, he was at last discharged. He then recovered the use of speech, and a vacancy occurring shortly after, he offered himself to fill the situation, namely, as master tailor to the regiment. That species of blindness, thus feelingly described by Milton, so thick a drop serene hath quenched these orbs, and which is that in which no manifest alteration takes place in the eye, has been produced by the application of belladonna. Nyctalopia, or night blindness, was frequently feigned in Egypt, and nearly half of a corps were, or pretended to be, afflicted with it. The troops were employed in digging and throwing up fortifications. This state of vision was found of not so much consequence. In transporting the earth, a blind man was joined to and followed by one who could see, and when the sentries were doubled, a blind man and one that could see were put together, and not perhaps without advantage, as during the night hearing upon an outpost is often of more importance than sight. One unprincipled wretch in an hospital, pretending to be afflicted with a hopeless complaint, which was a subject of offense to the whole ward, being detected, it was determined to apply the actual cautery. On the first application of the red-hot spatula, this fellow, who for 11 months had lost the use of his lower limbs, gave the man who held his leg so violent a kick that he threw him down, and instantly exclaimed that he was shamming, and would do his duty if released. But the surgeon declared that he would apply the iron to the other hip, on which he roared out that he had been shamming to get his discharge. To the amusement of all around, he walked to his bed, and when the burned parts were healed, he returned to his duty. Spitting of blood and consumption are rather favorite diseases with soldiers who seek their discharge from the service through imposture. Yet an acute physician may easily detect the imposition. Palpitation and violent action of the heart the impostors know how to produce by the juice of hellebore, vomiting by secret pressure on the stomach, tympany, or distension of the body by air is produced by swallowing, on philosophical and chemical principles, chalk and vinegar. The acute diseases have many symptoms which are easily simulated, but as easily detected. The appearance of the white tongue is created by rubbing it with chalk or whitening from the wall, but washing the mouth with water at once proves the deceit. Dr. Hennon, in his military surgery, says, "Profligates have, to my knowledge, boasted that they have often received indulgences from the medical officers in consequence of a supposed febrile attack, by presenting themselves after a night's debauch, which they had purposely protracted, to aid the deception." Febrile symptoms are also produced by swallowing tobacco juice. One man, if unwilling to be cured secundum artem, was at least anxious to enumerate his symptoms in an orthodox manner, for he had purloined some pages from Zimmerman's treatise on dysentery, the disease he had thought proper to simulate, from one of the medical officers, and from which he was daily in the habit of recounting a change of symptoms. Stoical indifference to their frequently painful imposture and hardihood in maintaining its character are the necessary qualifications of malingerers, who have frequently evinced a constancy and fortitude under severe pain and privations worthy of a better cause. A patient permitted all the preparatory measures for amputation before he thought proper to relax his knee joint, and another suffered himself to be almost drowned in a deep lake, into which he was plunged from a boat before he stretched out his arm to save himself by swimming, an exercise in which he was known to excel. Those who affect deafness are frequently caught in a snare by opening the conversation with them in a very high tone of voice, but gradually sinking it to its usual compass, when, thrown off his guard, the impostor will reply to such questions as are put to him. A recruit, unwilling to go to the East Indies, feigned deafness. He was admitted into the hospital and put on spoon diet. For 9 days no notice was taken of him. On the 10th, the physician, having made signs of inquiry to him, asked the hospital sergeant what diet he was on. The sergeant answered, "Spoon diet." The physician, affecting to be angry, said, "Are you not ashamed of yourself to have kept this man so long on spoon meat? The poor fellow is nearly starved. Let him have a beefsteak and a pint of porter." Murphy could contain himself no longer. He completely forgot his assumed defect, and with a full face of gratitude cried, "God bless your honor. You are the best gentleman I have seen for many a day." During the insurrection in the Canadian country in 1818, a private belonging to the 19th Regiment was sentry at a post and was occasionally fired at by the enemy from the neighboring jungle. Availing himself of what appeared to be a favorable opportunity for getting invalided and sent home, he placed the muzzle of his musket close to the inside of his left leg, and discharging the piece, he blew away nearly the whole of his calf. He asserted to those who came to his assistance that the wound had proceeded from a shot of the enemy's from the jungle. But the traces of gunpowder found in the leg told a different tale, as well as his musket, which was recently discharged. A sergeant in the 62nd Regiment purchased a pistol and hired a person to shoot him through the arm, hoping by these means to make it appear that he had been fired at by one disaffected to the military, and that he should be discharged with a large pension. In this, however, he was disappointed. Even death itself has been simulated. When some officers in India were breakfasting in the commander's tent, the body of a native, said to have been murdered by the sepoys, was brought in and laid down. The crime could not be brought home to any one of them, yet there was a body. A suspicion, however, crossed the adjutant's mind, and having the kettle in his hand, a thought struck him that he would pour a little boiling water on the body. He did so, upon which the murdered remains started up and scampered off. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan Myers. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 9, Miscellaneous Impostors and Impostures. Part 1. Mary Tofts, the rabbit breeder of Godalming. Progress and detection of her impostures. Poisoning of Saint Andre. The bottle conjurer. Advertisements on this occasion. Riot produced by the fraud. Squibs and epigrams to which it gave rise. Case of Elizabeth Canning. Violent controversy which arose out of it. She is found guilty of perjury and transported. The Cock Lane ghost. Public excitement occasioned by it. Detection of the fraud. Motive for the imposture. The Stockwell ghost. The Samford ghost. Mystery in which the affair was involved. Astonishing instance of credulity in Perigot and his wife. Diabolical conduct of Mary Bateman. She is hanged for murder. Metamorphosis of the Chevalier d'Eon. Multifarious disguises of Price the forger. Miss Robertson. The fortunate youth. The Princess Olive. Caribou. Pretended fasting. Margaret Sanfried. Catherine Binder. The Girl of Una. The Osnaburg Girl. And more. Towards the close of the year 1726, one of the most extraordinary and impudent impostures on record was carried into execution by a woman named Mary Tofts, the wife of a poor journeyman clothworker at Godalming in Surrey. She is described as having been of a healthy, strong constitution, small size, fair complexion, a very stupid and sullen temper, and unable to write or read. Stupid as she was supposed to be, she had, however, art enough to keep up for a considerable time the credit of her fraud. She pretended to bring forth rabbits, and she accounted for this monstrous deviation from the laws of nature by saying that, as she was weeding in a field, she saw a rabbit spring up near her, after which she ran, with another woman that was at work just by her. This set her a longing for rabbits, being then, as she thought, 5 weeks on scent. The other woman, perceiving she was uneasy, charged her with longing for the rabbit they could not catch, but she denied it. Soon after, another rabbit sprung up near the same place, which she endeavored likewise to catch. The same night she dreamt that she was in a field with those 2 rabbits in her lap, and awaked with a sick fit, which lasted till morning. From that time, for above 3 months, she had a constant and strong desire to eat rabbits, but being very poor and indigent, could not procure any. At first sight, it would seem that so gross an imposition as that which was attempted by Mary Tofts must have been unanimously scouted. But this was by no means the case. So well did she manage, and so ready are some people to be deceived, that she actually deluded her medical attendant, Mr. Howard, a man of probity who had practiced for 30 years. There can be no doubt of his belief that, in the course of about a month, he had aided her to bring forth nearly 20 rabbits. The news of these marvelous births spread far and wide, and soon found numerous believers. It attracted the attention of even George I, who sent down to Godalming his house surgeon, Mr. Allers, to inquire into the fact. Ahlers went back to London fully convinced that he had obtained ocular and tangible proof of the truth of the story. So much so, indeed, that he promised to procure for Mary a pension. Mr. Saint-André, the king's surgeon and anatomist, was dispatched in the course of a day or two to make a further examination. He also returned to the metropolis a firm believer. The rabbits, which he and Ahlers carried with them as testimonies, had the honor of being dissected before His Majesty. An elaborate report of all the circumstances relative to their production and dissection and to his visit to Godalming was published by Saint-André, and the public mind consequently began to be agitated in an extraordinary manner. A furious controversy arose between the credulous and the incredulous, in which Whiston is said to have borne a part by writing a pamphlet to show that the miracle was the exact completion of a prophecy in Esdras. On the other hand, the caricaturists of the incredulous faction exerted themselves to cast ridicule on their opponents. Among these was Hogarth, who published an engraving called Cunicularii, or The Wise Men of Godalming. Though the report by Saint-André contained many circumstances which were palpably calculated to excite a suspicion of fraud, the multitude was as blind to them as he had been. The delusion continued to spread, and even the king himself was enrolled among the believers. The rent of rabbit warrens, it is affirmed, sunk to nothing, as no one would presume to eat a rabbit. The trick was, however, on the point of being found out. To Queen Caroline, then Princess of Wales, is ascribed the merit of having been active in promoting measures to undeceive the people. The miraculous Mary Tofts was now brought to town, where she could be more closely watched than at Godalming, and prevented from obtaining the means of carrying on her imposture. Among those who took a part on this occasion, the most conspicuous was Sir Richard Manningham, an eminent physician and Fellow of the Royal Society, and he had at length the satisfaction of detecting her. She held out, however, till her courage was shaken by a threat to perform a dangerous operation upon her, which threat was backed by another from a magistrate that she should be sent to prison. She then confessed that the fraud had been suggested to her by a woman who told her that she could put her into a way of getting a good livelihood without being obliged to work for it as formerly, and promised continually to supply her with rabbits, for which she was to receive a part of the gain. The farce terminated by the Godalming miracle monger being committed to Tothill Fields Bridewell. The reputation of Saint-André, who had previously been much in favor at court, was greatly injured by his conduct in this affair. The public attention had once before been directed to him by a mysterious circumstance, and his enemies did not fail now to advert to that circumstance and to charge him with having himself played the part of an impostor. It appears that in February 1724 he was summoned to visit a patient whom he had never before seen. The messenger led him in the dark, through numerous winding alleys and passages, to a house in a court, where he found the woman for whom he was to prescribe. The man, after having introduced him, went out and soon returned with 3 glasses of liquor on a plate, one of which Saint-André was prevailed on to take, but, finding the liquor strong and ill-tasted, he drank very little of it. Before he reached his home, he began to be ill and soon manifested all the symptoms of having taken poison. The government offered a reward of £200 for the detection of the offender, but he was never discovered. It was now asserted by the enemies of Saint-André that the story of having been poisoned was a mere fabrication for the purpose of bringing him into practice. This, however, could not have been the case, for the report, signed by 6 eminent physicians who attended him, abundantly proves that he was, for nearly a fortnight, in the utmost danger, and that, according to all appearance, his sufferings were caused by poison. We may, therefore, conclude that, though he was an egregious dupe, with respect to Mary Tofts, he was not, in this instance, an impostor. For when a man beats out his brains, the devil's in it if he feigns. In 1749, 23 years after the exposure of Mary Tofts, there appeared, about the middle of January, the ensuing advertisement, which seems to have been intended to try how far the credulous folly of the town might be worked upon. At the new theater in the Haymarket on Monday next, the 16th instant, is to be seen a person who performs the several most surprising things following, viz. First, he takes a common walking cane from any of the spectators and thereon plays the music of every instrument now in use and likewise sings to surprising perfection. Secondly, he presents you with a common wine bottle, which anyone present may first examine. This bottle is placed on a table in the middle of the stage, and he, without any equivocation, goes into it, in the sight of all the spectators, and sings in it. During his stay in the bottle, any person may handle it and see plainly that it does not exceed a common tavern bottle. Those on the stage or in the boxes may come in masked habits, if agreeable to them, and the performer, if desired, will inform them who they are. The display of these wonders was to occupy 2 hours and a half. The advertisement also promised that the conjurer, after the performance, would show to any gentlemen or ladies, for, as Trapois phrases it, a proper consideration, the likeness of any deceased friend or relative with which they might also converse, would tell their most secret thoughts, and would give them a full view of persons, whether dead or alive, who had injured them. At the same time with the above advertisement, there came forth another, which may have either been intended to put the public on their guard by its out-Heroding Herod, or to make their credulity, if possible, still more glaring, in case they should accept the invitation of the bottle conjurer. It purported to be issued by Signor Capitello Giumpedo, lately arrived from Italy, a surprising dwarf no taller than a tobacco pipe, who could perform many wonderful équilibres on the tight and slack rope, transform his body into above 10,000 different shapes and postures, and who, after having diverted the spectators 2 hours and a half, would open his mouth wide and jump down his own throat. This most wonderfulest wonder of all wonders as ever the world wondered at, expressed his willingness to join in performance with the bottle conjurer musician. Though one might suppose that nothing short of insanity or idiocy could bring spectators on such an occasion, yet it is certain that the theatre was thronged with people of all degrees, from the highest ranks of the peerage down to such of the humblest class as could raise 2 shillings for admission to the gallery. That nothing might be wanting to try the patience of the spectators, not a single fiddle had been provided to amuse them. At length, tired of waiting, they became restive. Catcalls, vociferations, and beating of feet and sticks on the floor were heard in discordant chorus. At this moment a man came from behind the scenes, bowed, and announced that, if the performer did not appear, the money should be returned. This annunciation was succeeded by another person starting up in the pit and stating that, if double prices were given, the conjurer would get into a pint bottle. This seems to have brought the multitude to the use of the small portion of sense which nature had bestowed on them. They discovered that they had been cheated, and they prepared to take vengeance on the cheater. The throwing of a lighted candle from one of the boxes into the pit was the signal for riot. All who thought that in such cases the better half of valor is discretion now became anxious to secure their retreat. A rush accordingly took place towards the doors, and numerous were the wigs, hats, swords, canes, and shoes that were lost in consequence. As the more timid part of the crowd forced their way out, the mob which surrounded the house forced their way in. Joined by these allies, the party which had remained behind began and speedily completed the work of destruction. The benches were torn up, the boxes pulled down, and the scenes broken to pieces. The fragments were then taken into the street, a huge bonfire was made of them, and the stage curtain was hoisted on a pole as a standard above the fire. The guards were at last sent for, but before their arrival the mob had disappeared, leaving nothing but smoking embers and a dismantled theatre. Foote and others were accused of having originated or shared in this trick, but they disavowed any participation in it, and there seems no reason to doubt their veracity. Some thick-skulled bigots gravely asserted that it was invented by a Jesuit to try how ripe the nation was to swallow the absurdities of transubstantiation. With more likelihood, it was said that, in order to win a wager which he had laid respecting the extreme gullibility of the public, the scheme was contrived by a mischievous young nobleman. For some time after the event, the newspapers were filled with squibs and epigrams. Among the advertisements and ridicule of the bottle conjurers, one of the best purported to be from the body surgeon of the Emperor of Manya Munji. He thus terminated the description of his budget of wonders. He opens the head of a justice of peace, takes out his brains, and exchanges them for those of a calf, the brains of a beau for those of an ass, and the heart of a bully for that of a sheep, which operations render the persons more rational and sociable creatures than ever they were in their lives. In the next instance of imposture which occurred, those who were misled could hardly be considered as blameworthy, the circumstances being such as to account for their erroneous judgment. The case to which allusion is here made was that of Elizabeth Canning in the year 1753. This female, who was about 18 years of age, after having been absent 28 days, returned home in a squalid and apparently half-starved condition. The story which she told was that, as she was proceeding at night from her uncle's to the house of the person with whom she lived as servant, she was attacked by two men in Moorfields, who first robbed her, gave her a blow on the temple, and then dragged her along, she being part of the time in fits, till they reached a house of ill fame, kept by Susanna Wells at Enfield Wash. On her arrival there, she was accosted by a gypsy named Mary Squires, who asked her if she would go their way, for if she would, she should have fine clothes. Supposing that Squires alluded to prostitution, Canning replied in the negative. Squires, upon this, ripped up the lace of her stays with a knife, took away the stays, and thrust her into a back room like a hayloft, the window of which was boarded inside. In that room she was imprisoned for 27 days, her only subsistence being a scanty portion of bread, some water, and a small mince pie, which she chanced to have in her pocket. At last she bethought her of breaking down the board, after which she crept on a penthouse, whence she dropped on the ground. She then made the best of her way home. Universal pity was excited by the tale of her sufferings, and a subscription was raised for her. The most violent public indignation was expressed against the two criminals, and while this ferment was at its height, Wells and Squires were brought to trial. The evidence of Elizabeth Canning was corroborated by that of Virtue Hall, and by various circumstances, and the jury found both of the prisoners guilty. Squires was condemned to death, and Wells was ordered to be branded and imprisoned for 6 months. Squires would certainly have suffered had not Sir Crisp Gascoigne, who was then Lord Mayor, fortunately interposed in her favour. Squires herself solemnly declared that she could bring many witnesses to prove that she was in the west of England during the whole of the time that was sworn to by Canning. There were, besides, some startling discrepancies between Canning's evidence and the real situation of places and things. And to render the matter still more doubtful, Virtue Hall, the main prop of Canning's story, retracted her evidence. Sir Crisp Gascoigne succeeded in obtaining a respite for Squires, during which time so much testimony was obtained in her behalf that a free pardon was granted to her. Such, however, was the general prejudice in Canning's favor that the benevolent exertions of Sir Crisp rendered him extremely unpopular. Floods of ink were expended in pamphlets by her defenders, among whom was the highly gifted author of Tom Jones. Her opponents were equally active. The mass of evidence against Canning at length became so enormous that it was resolved to put her upon trial for perjury. The trial lasted 5 days, and more than 120 witnesses were examined. Upwards of 40 of them were brought forward to testify as to the movements of Squires, and they traced her journeyings day by day and proved, by a chain of evidence of which not a single link was wanting, that during the whole of the time charged against her by Canning, she was far distant in the west of England. The story told by Canning was also shown to be in some parts contradictory and in others at variance with the facts. In conclusion, she was found guilty and was sentenced to 7 years' transportation. In August 1754 she was conveyed to New England, where she is said to have married advantageously. Some time before her departure, she published a declaration in which she repeated her charge against Squires, in spite of the triumphant manner in which that charge had been refuted, and, blindly faithful to her cause, many of her partisans obstinately persevered in asserting her innocence. A few years subsequently to the affair of Elizabeth Canning, there occurred an event which amply proved that superstition and credulity were as flourishing as ever. In January 1762, the whole town was thrown into a state of excitement by the imposture which bears the name of the Cock Lane Ghost, so called from the place where the mummery was performed and the supposed agent in the performance. The scene in which the farce commenced was the house of one Parsons, the parish clerk of St. Sepulchre's. As a preliminary to the proceedings, it was reported that nearly 2 years before the affair gained notoriety, alarming knockings and scratchings had been heard by the daughter of Parsons, a girl about 12 years old, and that she and others had seen, at her father's house, the apparition of a woman surrounded by a blazing light. The girl, on being questioned as to whom the apparition resembled, said it was like Mrs. Kent, who had formerly been a lodger there and had died of the smallpox since her removal. The next step was to throw out mysterious hints that Mrs. Kent had been murdered. These rumors were soon spread abroad, and the credulous and the curious rushed with headlong haste to witness the new marvels. The knockings and scratchings had by this time become exceedingly violent. It was now sagely resolved that several gentlemen, among whom a clergyman acted a prominent part, should sit up by the bedside of Miss Parsons to question the supposed ghost. As the ghost, it was imagined, might be dumb or have forgotten its native tongue, the clergyman settled that it should reply by knocks, 1 knock being an affirmative answer and 2 knocks a negative. This arrangement having been made, the ghost was interrogated, and it replied that it was a spirit of a woman named Kent who had been poisoned. As some persons suspected imposture, the girl was removed from her home and was successively put to bed at several houses. The number of watchers was increased to nearly 20, several of whom were clergymen and ladies. Still the knockings and scratchings were continued, and the same answers as before were made to questions. At length, on being pressed to give some proof of its veracity, the ghost consented to attend one of the gentlemen into the vault where the body was buried, and manifest its presence by a knock upon the coffin. When the appointed hour arrived, the spirit was very seriously advertised that the person to whom the promise was made of striking the coffin was then about to visit the vault, and that the performance of the promise was then claimed. The company, at one, went into the church, and the gentleman to whom the promise was made went, with one more, into the vault. The spirit was solemnly required to perform its promise, but nothing more than silence ensued. The person supposed to be accused by the ghost then went down, with several others, but no effect was perceived. Upon their return, they examined the girl, but could draw no confession from her. Between 2 and 3 she desired, and was permitted, to go home with her father. This want of punctuality in the ghost gave a fatal blow to its reputation. Even the most besotted of the believers were staggered by it. A flimsy attempt was therefore made to restore the ghost's credit by asserting that the coffin and corpse had been removed, which, of course, had prevented the spirit from giving the signal. But on examination they were found to be safe in the vault. Stricter precautions were now taken to guard against deception being practiced by the girl. Her bed was slung like a hammock in the middle of the room, and she was closely watched. Driven to her last shifts, she contrived to secrete, but not unseen, a bit of board previously to her being put to bed, and having, as she thought, secured the necessary materials for carrying on the trick, she ventured to declare that she would bring the ghost at 6 the next morning. In the morning, she accordingly began to make the accustomed sounds, and on being asked if she had in the bed any wood to strike upon, she positively denied the fact. The bedclothes were then opened, the board was found, and this simple process annihilated the Cock Lane ghost. Mr. Kent, the accused person, had in the meanwhile proved his innocence by certificates from the physician and apothecary who attended upon the deceased female. The base attack upon his character appears to have been prompted by revenge. While lodging with Parsons, he had lent him some money, which, after much forbearance, he was compelled to recover by a suit at law. The malignant offender, however, did not escape punishment. He, with others who had lent themselves to his imposture, being ultimately brought to trial and found guilty of a conspiracy. In 1778, the Stockwell ghost, as it was denominated, spread terror in the village from whence it derived its name, and was for some time a subject of general conversation and wonderment. Its pranks have been described in Sir Walter Scott's amusing Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft, and consequently it is unnecessary to dwell upon them here. For a long period after this, it would seem that ghosts were either out of fashion or had become averse from exhibiting before multitudes, and were determined to confine their efforts to the scaring of country bumpkins. It was not till 1810 that a supernatural case of any importance occurred. This case was, it must be owned, far more interesting and startling than its predecessors, it having been managed with such consummate skill as to baffle all attempts to penetrate the mystery. The house of Mr. Chave at Stamford Peverell in Devonshire was the scene on which the wonders were acted for several months. The spiritual agent appears to have occasionally assumed the form of some nondescript animal which always eluded pursuit, and to have had an extreme dislike of women, whom it always pummeled unmercifully. The Reverend C. Colton, the author of Lacon, who endeavored, but in vain, to find out the cause of the disturbance, tells us that he examined several females who had slept in the house, many of whom were on oath, and they all, without exception, agreed in affirming that their night's rest was invariably destroyed by violent blows from some invisible hand, by an unaccountable and rapid drawing and withdrawing of the curtains, by a suffocating and almost inexpressible weight, and by a repetition of sounds, so loud as at times to shake the whole room. Numerous other respectable witnesses also testified, and offered to do so on oath, to various astonishing circumstances, suspicions having been expressed that the whole was a juggle carried on by Mr. Chave and his servants. They made an affidavit denying in the most explicit terms any knowledge whatever of the manner in which the sights and sounds were produced. A reward of 250L was at length offered to anyone who would throw light on this obscure subject. Tempting as this bait was, no one came forward to seize it. After a while the hubbub ceased, but, like Junius, the mischievous disturber of Stamford Peverell remains to this day undiscovered. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan Myers. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 9, Miscellaneous Impostors and Impostures. Part 2. In another part of the country, a few years before the Stamford ghost began his vagaries, a fatal example of excessive credulity was afforded by a man and his wife named Perigot. The wife being ill, Perigot applied to one Mary Bateman to cure her. Bateman declined the task, but said that she had a friend at Scarborough, a Miss Blythe, who could read the stars and remove all ailments, whether of body or mind. To enable this reader of the stars to gain a knowledge of the disease, it was said to be necessary that the sick woman should send her a petticoat. It was accordingly delivered to Bateman. There was, in truth, no such person as Blythe, but a pretended answer from her was read to the credulous Perigots, in which they were told that they must communicate with her through the medium of Bateman. As a commencement, they were directed to give Bateman 5 guinea notes, who would return an equal number in a small bag. But they were informed that, if curiosity induced them to look into the bag, the charm would be broken and sudden death would ensue. In this manner, 40 guineas were at various times obtained, all of which, they were assured, would be found in the bag when the moment came for its being opened. Demand followed demand without intermission, and still the poor deluded beings continued to satisfy them. Clothing of all kinds, bedding, a set of china, edible articles, and 30 pounds more were among the sacrifices which were made to the rapacious impostor. On one occasion, the fictitious Miss Blythe ordered Perigot to buy her a live goose, for the purpose of being offered up as a burnt offering to her familiar, for the purpose of destroying the works of darkness. The work of darkness was, indeed, approaching to its consummation. Beggared by the repeated calls on his purse, Perigot began to be anxious to open the bags and regain possession of the contents. Unable any longer to put him off, the female fiend brought a packet, which she said came from Scarborough and contained a potent charm. The contents were to be mixed in a pudding prepared for the purpose, and of that pudding no one was to eat but Perigot and his wife. They obeyed, and the consequences were such as might be expected. The husband ate sparingly, for he disliked the taste, and he escaped with only suffering severe torture. The wife fell a victim. It will scarcely be believed that so deeply rooted was her credulity, the unfortunate woman, even when she was almost in her death agony, extorted from her husband a promise to follow the directions of the murderess. 2 or 3 days after the wife had ceased to exist, a letter came, pretending to be from Miss Blythe, which seemed more like the composition of an incarnate demon than of a human being. Instead of expressing the slightest sorrow, it attributed the death of the woman to her having dared to touch the bags. And it added a threat which was not unlikely to send a weak-minded man to join his murdered partner. "Inasmuch as your wife," said the writer, "has done this wicked thing, she shall rise from the grave, stroke your face with the cold hand of death, and you shall lose the use of one side." Had his blood been anything but snow broth, so much injury and insult must have roused him. But the wretched gull long persisted to yield a blind obedience to his infamous deceiver, who fleeced him without mercy. It was not till he was rendered desperate by the threats of his creditors that he ventured to open the bags. He, of course, found them filled with trash. His neighbors, to whom he bewailed his hard fate, were possessed of more courage and sense than he was, and they carried Mary Bateman before a magistrate. She was committed for the murder of the wife, was found guilty at York Assizes, and suffered on the gallows the penalty of her crime. The next character who claims our attention, though living for a great part of his life under a disguise, must not be branded as an impostor. The person alluded to is the celebrated Chevalier, generally known as Madame d'Eon. This remarkable individual, who was born at Tonnerre in France in 1728, was of a good family. d'Eon was a man of brilliant parts, a writer by no means contemptible on various subjects, an accomplished diplomatist, and a brave officer. At one period he was minister plenipotentiary to the British court. A bitter quarrel with the Count de Guerchy, who succeeded him as ambassador, is assigned as the reason for his not returning to France. It is probable, however, that the real cause of his stay in this country was his acting as private agent of Louis XV, by whom he was allowed a pension. d'Eon continued to reside in London for 14 years and was in habits of friendship with the most distinguished persons. Now comes the mystery, which still remains and perhaps must ever remain unsolved. Rumors, at first faint but daily acquiring strength, had long been floating about that d'Eon was a woman. There were certain feminine indications in his voice and person, and he was known to be averse from all affairs of gallantry and to manifest extreme caution with respect to females. At length it began to be generally believed, both in England and France, that he had no title to wear the dress of a male. Wagers to a large amount were laid upon this subject, and in 1777 one of them produced an indecent trial before Lord Mansfield. The action was brought by Mr. Hayes, surgeon, against Jacques, a broker and underwriter, for the recovery of £700, Jacques having about 6 years before received premiums of 15 guineas per cent, for every one of which he stood engaged to return 100 guineas whenever it should be proved that the Chevalier d'Eon was actually a woman. In this cause, 3 seemingly unexceptionable witnesses, 2 of whom were of the medical profession, positively swore that they had obtained such proof as admitted of no contradiction that d'Eon was of the female sex. A verdict was in consequence given for the plaintiff, but it was afterwards set aside on a point of law. The humiliating manner in which, by this trial, he was brought before the English public induced d'Eon to quit England. But it is a singular circumstance that Monsieur de Vergennes, one of the French ministers, in a letter which he wrote to d'Eon, declared it to be the king's will that he should resume the dress of his sex, meaning the dress of a woman, and that this injunction was repeated on the Chevalier arriving in France. It was obeyed, and till the end of his long life, d'Eon dressed and was looked upon as one of the softer sex. Early in the French Revolution, he returned to England, still as a female, and remained here till his decease in 1810. Death proved the folly of those who had forced him into petticoats, for his manhood was placed beyond all doubt by an anatomical examination of the body. Why he was metamorphosed, and why he continued to acquiesce in the change when he might have safely asserted his sex, there appear to be no means of discovering. A being of a far different stamp comes next before us, Charles Price, nicknamed Patch, a man who applied talents of no common order to the vilest purposes. He was possessed of courage, penetration, foresight, and presence of mind, and he degraded all these qualities by rendering them subservient to fraud. No man ever was so perfect a master of the art of disguise. Price, who was the son of a clothesman in Monmouth Street, was not out of his boyhood when he began to manifest his skill in cheating. When he was an apprentice, he put on the garb of a gentleman, assumed the name of Bolingbroke, and defrauded his master of a large quantity of goods. So well did he act his part that his master did not know him, and when Price returned home, he was ordered to carry the goods to the pretended Mr. Bolingbroke. His dishonest practices were at last detected, and he ran away. For this conduct, his father disinherited him. Price was afterwards a valet and went the tour of Europe with Sir Francis Blake de Laval. While he was at Copenhagen, he wrote a pamphlet in vindication of the unfortunate Queen Matilda. He was subsequently a brewer, a distiller, an inmate of the King's Bench for having defrauded the revenue, a lottery office keeper, and a gambler in the alley. His plausible manners gained for him a wife with a considerable fortune, but he soon dissipated the money. About 1780, he began to forge upon the bank. To detect him was difficult, for he made his own paper with the proper watermarks, manufactured his own ink, engraved his own plates, and, as far as possible, was his own negotiator. His career, in spite of every effort to arrest it, was continued for 6 years, in the course of which time he is said to have assumed no less than 45 disguises. He was by turns thin, corpulent, active, decrepit, blooming with health, and sinking under disease. At last, in 1786, he was committed to Tothill Fields Bridewell, where, to escape the shame of a public execution, he put a period to his existence. Numerous instances might be adduced of individuals gifted with abilities far inferior to those of Price, who have levied contributions to an enormous amount upon the credulity of the public. It must suffice to give a specimen of them. One was Miss Robertson of Blackheath, who, by representing herself as having had a large estate bequeathed to her, contrived to make a multitude of egregious dupes. Another was an adventurer known as the Fortunate Youth, who employed a similar pretense and was equally successful. A third, whose pretension took a higher flight, must not be forgotten. The late Mrs. Serres, who assumed the title of Princess Olive of Cumberland, and pretended also to be descended from a line of Polish princes, has secured for herself a conspicuous place in the annals of imposture. The most amusing, and perhaps the least noxious of modern cheats, was a female who assumed the name of Caribou. She pretended to be a native of Javasu in the Indian Ocean, and to have been carried off by pirates by whom she had been sold to the captain of a brig. Her first appearance was in the spring of 1817 at Almondsbury in Gloucestershire. Having been ill-used on board the ship, she had jumped overboard, she said, swam on shore, and wandered about for 6 weeks before she came to Almondsbury. The deception was tolerably well sustained for 2 months, but at the end of that time she disappeared, probably being aware that she was on the point of being detected. It was found that she was a native of Withridge in Devonshire, where her father was a cobbler. Caribou appears to have taken flight to America. How she fared in that quarter of the world is not known, but in 1824 she returned to England and hired apartments in New Bond Street, where she exhibited herself to the public. She seems to have excited little attention and was soon forgotten. A very frequent case of imposture has been that of women pretending to have the power of going without food and to have fasted for 2 or 3 or more years. Irksome and distressing as such a deceit must be, it has often been carried on, for a short time, so dexterously as to lull the suspicions of those around, who, being thus thrown off their guard, were satisfied that the abstinence, which perhaps was really persevered in for a short time, could be prolonged to any indefinite period. Margaret Sumfreet, the girl of Spires, was believed to have fasted 3 years. Catherine Binder, after continuing an alleged fast for 5 years, was separated from her parents and placed under the care of 4 women who affirmed that she had not eaten or drunk anything for 14 days, but had washed her mouth with brandy and water to comfort her head and heart. A young girl of Una, who is said to have remained without eating or drinking for 6 months, was closely watched. The first night after her removal, she was caught drinking a large cup of ale. About 1800, the Osnaburg girl created great speculation. She had fasted, by report, a long time. Doubts arising, she was watched and escaped the ordeal with her integrity unimpeached. But a second watching having been undertaken by 2 medical men, her tricks were soon discovered. Between 1808 and 1813, considerable interest was excited by various notices in the newspapers and journals respecting a woman of the name of Moore, living at Tutbury in Staffordshire, who, from long illness and other causes, was reported to have lost all desire for food, and at length acquired the art of living without any nourishment at all. No great alteration was visible in her appearance, her memory was very strong, and her piety extremely edifying. Being backed by medical testimony, the account was received as entitled to some credit, but all doubts were removed by watching the patient for 16 days and nights, which took place in September 1808. From that time she attracted crowds of visitors from all parts of the country, who witnessed her condition with a sort of religious awe and seldom quitted her without exercising their generosity towards her. Dr. Henderson visited her in 1812 in company with Mr. Lawrence. She was in bed with a large Bible before her. She asserted she had tasted no solid food for upwards of 5 years and no drink for 4, and had no desire for either, and that she had not slept or lain down in bed for more than 3. They left her, fully satisfied from certain circumstances that the history of her long fasting was a mere fabrication, and Dr. Henderson adduced many arguments to prove the absurdity of the imposture. The greatest wonder in the history was the blind infatuation of those who could for an instant entertain an idea of its truth. Her dread of the repetition of the watching was a very suspicious circumstance, and seemed to imply that she had narrowly escaped detection. She said that for nobody in the world would she undergo a repetition. Her attendant styled it a trial for her life. Yet watching her for a fortnight, though sufficiently irksome, could have had nothing alarming unless it involved the risk of starvation, which, it was afterward proved, it did in reality. At the earnest solicitation of the Reverend Lee Richmond, she, however, consented to undergo another watching, assenting to its propriety as necessary to the establishment of truth. In April 1813, the watch was commenced by a committee of 19 gentlemen, 4 remaining at one time in the room. She caught a severe cold whilst removing her from her bed, and at the end of a week she had a very severe attack of fever. On the 9th day she thought herself dying, and was very anxious to make an affidavit as to her innocence of all imposition. With great solemnity she said, "In the face of Almighty God, and on my dying bed, I declare that I have used no deception, and that for 6 years I have taken nothing but once the inside of a few black currants. For the last 4 years and a half, nothing at all." In spite of this protestation, strong suspicions of fraud were excited, and finally evidence of guilt and falsehood were discovered. Concealment was now useless, and at last she publicly expressed her contrition for her long-continued imposture. At one time, £200 from the contributions of a wondering and credulous population was placed for her in the hands of 2 respectable persons in the town, but this sum was subsequently withdrawn. The total amount of what she received was not known, but as her children and 1 or 2 attendants lived with her during the 6 years of deception, it must have been pretty considerable. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 10 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 10, Literary Impostors and Disguises, Part 1. Controversy respecting the works of Homer. Arguments of the disputants. Controversy on the supposed epistles of Phalaris. Opinion of Sir William Temple on the superiority of the ancients. Dissertation of Dr. Bentley on the epistles of Phalaris. He proves them to be a forgery. Doubts as to the Anabasis being the work of Xenophon. Arguments of Mr. Milford in the affirmative. Alcyonius accused of having plagiarized from and destroyed Cicero's treatise De Gloria. Curious mistake as to Sir T. Moore's Utopia. The Icon Basilicae. Disputes to which it gave rise. Arguments pro and con as to the real author of it. Lauder's attempt to prove Milton a plagiarist. Refutation of him by Dr. Douglas. His interpolations. George Psalmanazar. His account of Formosa. His repentance and piety. Publication of Ossian's poems by Mr. Macpherson. Their authenticity is doubted. Report of the Highland Society on the subject. Pseudonymous and anonymous works. Letters of Junius. The Drapier's Letters. Tale of a Tub. Gulliver's Travels. The Waverley Novels. Chatterton and the Rowley Poems. W.H. Ireland and the Shakespearean Forgeries. Damberger's Pretended Travels. Poems of Clotilde de Serville. Waldemar. Hunter the American. Donville's Travels in Africa. The history of literature from the earliest times has recorded singular instances of imposture and unacknowledged plagiarism, in many of which the talent necessary to design, as well as the perseverance to develop, the proposed fraud, were worthy of a better direction. In the opinion of the learned critic Dr. Bentley, the practice of writing spurious books is almost as old as letters themselves, but that it chiefly prevailed when the kings of Pergamus and Alexandria, rivaling one another in the magnificence and copiousness of their libraries, gave great prices for treatises that had the names of celebrated authors attached to them. Modern critics have, with much learned ingenuity, reasoned upon the possibilities and probabilities of the celebrated poems of the Iliad and Odyssey not being the performance of one man, though at this distance of time the question must be settled rather by individual conviction than received as a decided point in the history of literature. Yet still it may not be uninteresting to state the arguments which have been brought forward against the authenticity of Homer's poems, or rather against the existence of Homer himself. Fabricius has collected a number of fragments and accounts of authors who have been supposed more ancient than Homer. Most of these, however, have been regarded by the learned as forgeries, originating in the love of gain, and encouraged by the credulity of the Greeks. It has been maintained that neither the Iliad nor the Odyssey is the work of a single mind, but a collection of the songs of the wandering rhapsodists, as they were called, and for the first time completely arranged at Athens under the inspection of Pisistratus, or his son. Pisistratus is mentioned by Aelian as the compiler of the Iliad and the Odyssey. This theory reduces Homer to a name merely, or, as best, as only one bard more celebrated than the rest, or perhaps as nothing more than a successful reciter. This idea respecting the authenticity of the above poems was again started about the close of the 17th century by Perrault and others, but was received with derision by the learned world. More recently, it has been again advocated with great learning by Heine and with wonderful acuteness by Professor Wolff of Berlin. It appears from the best accounts that these poems, said to be the production of Homer, were first brought into Greece by Lycurgus, who had heard them in the course of his travels among the Cheyennes, by means of the recitation of their rhapsodists. Nor were they then in that perfect form in which they were afterwards presented by Pisistratus, to whom the credit of the arrangement appears to have been generally given by Cicero and others. The arguments used by Wolff and Hayne are, firstly, the improbability that in such a dark age as that in which Homer is reputed to have lived, and of which so few traces are left, one man should have been capable of composing works of such extent, consistency, and poetical elevation as the Iliad or Odyssey. Secondly, that poems of such length should have been composed and preserved entire without being committed to writing. Now there is not the least trace, even in tradition, of any complete copy of Homer's works till the existence of the Athenian edition, or at least of that of Lycurgus. No notice is taken in the poems of any epistolary correspondence, though in the Odyssey many opportunities occur where such might have been introduced. Thirdly, the Greek alphabet was not received at Athens till the 94th Olympiad, that is, about 403 years before Christ, whereas the works of Homer were dated from the 907th year before Christ. The writing materials also must have been scanty and inadequate to the preservation of a poem of 15,000 lines, stone and metal being the only materials on which, in early times, characters were imprinted. Fourthly, in these ancient poems no reference is ever made to written treaties being then only verbal and ratified by superstitious rites. Fifthly, the rhapsodists flourished in the earliest times, answering to the Celtic bards in our history, and all who followed this profession recited from memory, by the exercise of which faculty they derived honor and emolument. Without the modern aids to composition, how, it was asked, could any poet keep the plan, or previous part of his design in his recollection? Or, if that were possible, could he have ever expected to procure an audience to whom such a work should be submitted? It is more than probable that the original poems, or series of poetical sketches, were exposed to perpetual variation, from passing through the heads of the rhapsodists, many of whom were, doubtless, also poets, and who, in the warmth of recitation, would make changes unconsciously, or perhaps purposely introduce them, to produce greater effect on their hearers. From Iliad we learn that anciently the books of the Iliad or Odyssey were never recited in the order in which they now stand. The above form the chief grounds of argument used by those who are anxious to disturb our natural belief, as it were, of the integrity of Homer's poems. On the contrary side, it is asserted that other untaught poets have arisen, who, without the aid of external culture, have breathed the tenderest and most beautiful thoughts in poetry. And it is also urged that, granting the sublimity of Homer's poems as they stand, it is necessary, if we adopt the opponent's system, to come to the belief that, in a barbarous age, instead of one being marvelously gifted with poetical powers, there were many, a complete race of bards, such as never been since seen. The objection arising from the ignorance of letters and want of writing materials has been considered more formidable, but so much uncertainty attends the account of the introduction of letters into Greece that it must undoubtedly have been of high antiquity. That the memory of the reciter should be capable of retaining the whole poem does not appear so incredible in those times, when the minds of men were not distracted by the attempt to attain a variety of knowledge, for it is well known that the constant and sole exercise of a single faculty gives it a great perfection. The great uniformity of style in these poems has been considered as strong internal evidence that they were the production of an individual genius. The same epithets and similes prevail throughout. Interpolation may have occurred, but not sufficiently to affect the authority of the whole. Pindar and other early poets speak of Homer as one man, as do also the historians Herodotus and Thucydides. It has, indeed, been maintained by some that the Odyssey is the work of a different poet, because the images and descriptions evidently belong to a later period than those of the Iliad, and from allusions made to the arts, it appears that they must have made a greater progress than could reasonably have taken place during the life of one man, even granting the supposition that the Iliad was the work of Homer's youth, and the Odyssey that of his maturer years. This is probably one of the most forcible objections which has been urged against the belief that the Iliad and the Odyssey are the work of one poet. As is often the case, however, in these doubtful questions, where direct evidence cannot possibly be obtained, much may be said on both sides, and the matter must probably ever remain a matter of curious literary speculation. The Epistles of Phalaris. The following ancient literary fraud was investigated and exposed by the extraordinary learning and diligence of Dr. Bentley, who in the year 1697 commenced the famous controversy about the Epistles of Phalaris and the fables of Aesop. Sir William Temple, in comparing the intellectual pretensions of the ancients and the moderns, declared for the ancients and fortified his judgments by alleging that the Epistles of Phalaris and the fables of Aesop were proofs that the older parts of literature were the best, though, even at that time, these works have been challenged as forgeries. The Honorable Charles Boyle, at this period, having resolved to undertake an edition of the Epistles of Phalaris as an academic exercise. Wotton, who was preparing a second edition of his work on Ancient and Modern Learning, requested Dr. Bentley to write a paper to expose the spurious pretensions of Phalaris and Aesop. This paper met with violent opposition from Mr. Boyle, which determined Dr. Bentley to set about the refutation in good earnest. It will be impossible, within the narrow limits of this sketch, to follow the learned criticism, discussion, and wordy war between Mr. Boyle and Dr. Bentley in proof of and against the authenticity of the above epistles. It must be sufficient to state that Dr. Bentley's arguments rest upon many grammatical niceties and anachronisms, and on the use of certain Doric and Attic dialects, which came into use later than the supposed period of their composition. His arguments, all supported by innumerable quotations, which form an immense mass of evidence, have not failed to convince most persons of his profound erudition, as well as of the justness of his opinion. The Anabasis of Xenophon. It may be worthwhile in this place to mention a doubt that has been promulgated by some modern critics whether the Anabasis, or Retreat of the 10,000 Greeks, is really the work of Xenophon, to whom it has most generally been attributed, or whether it is the composition of one Themistogenes. In Xenophon's Annals of Grecian History, instead of giving any account of the expedition of Cyrus and the return of the army, he refers the reader to the account which he ascribes to Themistogenes of Syracuse. Such an account might then possibly be extant, though the mention by Xenophon is the sole evidence that it was so. But it by no means follows that the Anabasis itself was written by Themistogenes, and from the age of Xenophon to that of Suidas, no mention of such an author occurs in any remaining work, nor was any doubt expressed as to Xenophon being the author of the Anabasis, till Suidas thought proper to controvert the generally received opinion. The problem is well solved by Mr. Mitford. Why then, it will of course occur to ask, says he, did Xenophon, in his Grecian Annals, refer to the work of Themistogenes? Plutarch, in his treatise on the glory of the Athenians, has accounted for it thus. Xenophon, he says, was a subject of history for himself, but when he published his narrative of his own achievements in military command, he ascribed it to Themistogenes of Syracuse, giving away thus the literary reputation to arise from the work, that he might the better establish the credit of the facts related. This explanation, though I give it credit as far as it goes, is, however, not by itself completely satisfactory. Nevertheless, I think every reader of the Anabasis, attending at the same time to the general history of the age, may draw from the two what is wanting to complete it. He cannot fail to observe that it has been a principal purpose of the author of the Anabasis to apologize for the conduct of Xenophon. In the latter part of the work, the narrative is constantly accompanied with a studied defense of his conduct, in which both the circumstances that produced his banishment from Athens and whatever might give umbrage or excite jealousy against him at Lacedaemon have been carefully considered. But there are passages in the work, speeches of Xenophon himself on delicate occasions, particularly his communication with Cleander, the Lacedaemonian general, related in the 6th book, which could be known only from himself or from Cleander. That these have not been forgeries of Themistogenes is evident from the testimony of Xenophon himself, who refers to the work which he ascribes to Themistogenes with entire satisfaction. One, then, of these three conclusions must follow. Either, first, the narrative of Themistogenes, if such ever existed, had not in it that apology for Xenophon which we find interwoven in the Anabasis, transmitted to us as Xenophon's, and consequently was a different work, or secondly, Themistogenes wrote under the direction of Xenophon, or thirdly, Xenophon wrote the extant Anabasis, and for reasons which those acquainted with the circumstances of his life and the history of the times will have no difficulty to conceive may have been powerful, chose that, on its first publication, it should pass by another's name. The latter has been the belief of all antiquity, and indeed, if it had not been fully known that the ascription of the Anabasis to Themistogenes was a fiction, the concurrence of all antiquity in stripping that author of his just fame so completely that, from Xenophon himself to Suidas, he is never once named as an author of merit in any work remaining to us, while in so many the Anabasis is mentioned as the work of Xenophon, would be, if at all credible, certainly the most extraordinary circumstance in the history of letters. A fraud which perhaps occasioned the greatest regret that ever was felt in the literary world has been attributed to Peter Alcyonius, one of the learned Italians who cultivated literature in the 16th century. He had considerable knowledge of the Greek and Latin tongues and wrote rhetorical treatises. He was a long-time corrector of the press at Venice, in the house of Aldus Manutius, and ought to participate in the praises given to the eminent printer and classical scholar. He translated some treatises of Aristotle into Latin, but the execution of them was so severely criticized by Sepulveda that Alcyonius, at a great expense, bought up the criticisms of his Spanish enemy to burn them. Paul Jovius says of him in his quaint language that he was a man of downright plebeian and sordid manners, and such a slave to his appetite that in one and the same day he would dine 3 or 4 times, but always at the expense of another. Nor was he altogether so bad a physician in this beastly practice, since, before he went to bed, he discharged the intemperate load from his stomach. Alcyonius published a treatise, De Exilio, containing many fine passages. So elegant, in fact, was it, that he was accused of having taxed several parts of Cicero de Gloria to his own composition, and then, to prevent being convicted of the theft, thrown the manuscript of Cicero, which was the only one in the world, into the fire. Cicero, in his 27th epistle, 15th book, writing to Atticus, says, "I will speedily send you my book, De Gloria." That the manuscript was extant till nearly the period in question would seem to be indubitable, as it was enumerated by Bernard Giustiniani, the learned governor of Padua, among the works which he possessed. Along with the rest of his library, it is said to have been bequeathed to a convent of nuns, but from that time it could never be found. It was believed by many that Peter Alcyonius, who was physician to the monastery, and to whom the nuns entrusted the management of the library, having copied into his own treatise all that suited his purpose, from that of Cicero, had secretly made away with it. This charge was first brought against Alcyonius by Paul Manutius, and was repeated by Paul Jovius, and subsequently by other writers. But Tirabowski seems to have demonstrated that it is a calumny. It is probable that it was provoked by the excessive vanity and propensity to sarcasm and satire which distinguished Alcyonius. When the Utopia of Sir Thomas More was first published, it occasioned a pleasant mistake. This political romance represents a perfect but visionary republic in an island supposed to have been recently discovered in America. As this was the age of discovery, says Granger, the learned Padeus and others took it for a genuine history, and consider it highly expedient that missionaries should be sent thither in order to convert so wise a nation to Christianity. No literary performance has ever been the occasion of more discussion or dispute as to its authenticity than one which was published by the Royalist party to excite the public pity for Charles I. On the day after that monarch's execution appeared a volume called Icon Basilicae, or the portraiture of His Sacred Majesty in his solitude and sufferings. It professed to be from the pen of Charles himself, and a faithful exposition of his own thoughts on the principal events of his reign, accompanied with such pious effusions as the recollection suggested to his mind. It was calculated to create a strong sensation in favor of the royal sufferer, and is said to have passed through 50 editions in the course of the first year. During the Commonwealth, Milton made an attempt to disprove the king's claim to the composition of the book, but his arguments were by no means conclusive, as the subsequent publications on the same subject proved. After the Restoration, Dr. Gowden, a clergyman of Barking in Essex, came forward and declared himself the real author, but he advanced his pretensions with secrecy, and received as the price of his silence first the bishopric of Exeter, and subsequently, when he complained of the poverty of that see, the richer one of Worcester. After his death, these circumstances transpired and became the subject of an interesting controversy between his friends and the admirers of Charles I. The subsequent publication of the Clarendon Papers has, in the opinion of Dr. Lingard, firmly established Gowden's claim. But Dr. Wordsworth, in the year 1824, adjudged it to the king in his work called Who Wrote Icon Basilicae. In this, he learnedly combats the opinions of all the late controversialists on that subject. This drew forth replies from the Reverend Henry Todd and additional reasons from the Reverend Mr. Broughton in favor of Gowden's claim. Dr. Wordsworth, in a postscript, again answered his antagonists and summed up the evidence by saying that not any convincing arguments in favor of Gowden's claim had been brought forward against his, Dr. Wordsworth, but which, by negative evidence, rather strengthened his side of the question. In a short abstract or analysis of so voluminous a subject, it can only be stated that it seems hardly credible that Gowden could have proposed to write, or could have completed, the Icon, laboring under the disadvantages he did. He was not a royal chaplain, nor appears to have been much connected with the court, nor ever to have had intercourse with the king, but once when he preached before him. Yet, in a sudden fit of zeal, he took upon himself the composition of a series of reflections in the name of the king on the events of the last 7 years of his reign, and that without even any communication being made to the royal party, or any suggestion received from them that it would be acceptable, whilst any discovery made by the opposite party would be followed by a certain ruin. The evidence found in the book itself seems of a nature to disprove it being composed on the spur of the moment or during the last act of the fatal drama, 3/4 of it being devoted to events having no near connection with the emergency of the time. In fact, only the last 6 chapters treated those subjects which were likely to have occupied the public attention at that period. The tone of observation in general is such as, judging from his other works, it does not appear probable Gowden could have ventured to indulge in, habitual caution being visible in his other political writings. His fraudulent claim for remuneration after royalty was restored, being recompensed by a moderate promotion, does not, of necessity, prove its justice, as many reasons concurred why the royal party should wish to hush up any reports that might tend to reflect upon the late king's memory. Not at that time could the fact be susceptible of actual proof. These several circumstances in Dr. Wordsworth's opinion make it more than probable that Gowden's claim was, in reality, what so many other learned persons have concurred in supposing, a literary imposture, which at the time met with undeserved success. Literary imposture in our times appears to have flourished most from the middle to the latter end of the 18th century, for within 40 years of that period, various very remarkable frauds in the Commonwealth of Letters were ushered into day, and the attention of the public was solicited to them, with all the boldness that a perfect conviction of their real worth and genuine authenticity on the part of those who promulgated them could possibly have inspired. The first of these, in point of time, and intensity of malignant and selfish audacity, was the unpardonable attack made about the year 1750 by a Mr. Lauder on the poetical character and moral candor of Milton. The first regular notice the public received of his intention was from the following circular, which developed his plan of attack. I have ventured to publish the following observations on Milton's imitation of the moderns, having lately fallen on 4 or 5 modern authors in Latin verse, which I have reason to believe Milton had consulted in composing his Paradise Lost. The novelty of the subject will entitle me to the favor of the reader, since I, in no way, intend unjustly to derogate from the real merit of the writer. The first author alluded to was Jacobus Macinius. He was a professor of rhetoric in the Jesuits' College at Cologne about 1650, and he wrote Sarcotus in 5 books, which, said he, in the preface, is not so much a complete model as a rough draft of an epic poem. Milton follows this author tolerably closely through the first 2 books. In it, Adam and Eve are described under the single name of Sarcothea, or human nature, whose antagonist, the infernal serpent, is called Lucifer. The infernal council, or pandemonium, Lucifer's habits, and the fight of the angels are too obvious not to have been noticed. Milton's exordium appears to have been almost directly taken from Macinius and Ramsay. Lauder goes on to state that the Paradise Lost was taken from a farce called Adamo Perso, and from an Italian tragedy called Paradiso Perso, and that even Milton's poem itself was said to have been written for a tragedy. Having procured, continues he, the Adamus Exo of Grotius, I found, or imagined myself to find, the first draft, the prima stamina, of this wonderful poem, and I was then induced to search for the collateral relations it might be supposed to have contracted in its progress to maturity. The Adamus Exul of Grotius was never printed with his other works, though it passed through 4 editions, and it was by very great labor that Mr. Lauder was at last able to get a copy from Gronovius at Leyden. Milton is charged with having literally translated, rather than barely alluded to, this work. The severe affliction which Milton endured in the loss of sight obliged him to have recourse to filial aid, in consulting such authors as he had occasion to refer to, and Lauder, wishing to prove that he feared detection and exposure, asserted that he taught his daughters only to read the several languages in which his authorities were written, confining them to the knowledge of words and pronunciation, but keeping the sense and meaning to himself. Apparently feeling a momentary shame at his conduct, Lauder, in a kind of apology, added, "As I am sensible this will be deemed most outrageous usage of the divine, immortal Milton, the prince of English poets, and the incomparable author of Paradise Lost, I take this opportunity to declare that a strict regard to truth alone." Footnote: this lover of truth, at the commencement of his pamphlet, with consummate assurance, thus proposes himself as a private tutor. Gentlemen who are desirous to secure their children from ill example by a domestic education, or are themselves inclined to gain or retrieve the knowledge of the Latin tongue, may be waited on at their houses by the author of the following essay, upon the receipt of a letter directed to the publisher or author. N.B. Mr. Lauder's abilities and industry in his profession can be well attested by persons of the first rank in literature in this metropolis. End of footnote. And to do justice to those authors from which Milton has so liberally gleaned, without acknowledgment, have induced me to make this attack upon the reputation and memory of a person hitherto so universally applauded and admired for his incomparable poetical abilities. Dr. Douglas, to whom the world is indebted for investigating and detecting Lauder's baseness, vindicated Milton from the injustice of the charge in an answer full of diligent research of those authors who were said to have furnished Milton with materials for his poem. Dr. Douglas commences by saying, "Our Zolius charges Milton with having borrowed from the plan of his poem, and also particular passages from other authors. Should these charges even prove true, will it follow that his pretensions to genius are disproved? The same charge might be brought against Virgil, as there is scarcely a passage in his Aeneid, but is taken from the Iliad or Odyssey. There is no shadow of truth in the assertion made by Lauder that infinite tribute of veneration had been paid to Milton, through men's ignorance of his having been indebted to the assistance of other authors, when, on the contrary, those very persons who gave him the greatest praise were the principal discoverers of many of his imitations. It did not enter my head," continues Dr. Douglas, "that our critics should have the assurance to urge false quotations in support of his charge, and therefore did I, and as I imagine, did every other person, believe that the authors he quoted really contained those lines which he attributed to them, and which bear so striking a resemblance to passages in Paradise Lost, that the reader cannot avoid concluding with Lauder that Milton had really seen and imitated them. Will it not, therefore, be thought extraordinarily strange, and excite the utmost indignation in every candid person's breast, if the reverse of all this shall appear to be the case? If it can be clearly proved that our candid, conscientious critic, whose notions of morality taught him to accuse Milton of the want of common probity or honor, for having boasted that he sung things yet unattempted in prose or rhyme, has, in order to make good his charge against Milton, has recourse to forgeries, perhaps the grossest that ever were obtruded on the world. It first occurred to Dr. Douglas to search for those authors from whom Lauder asserted that Milton had borrowed his ideas. Many were scarce and not to be found, but he succeeded in getting one. Staphyrius, a Dutch poet and divine who, says Lauder, never dreamt the prince of English poets would condescend to plume himself with his, Staphyrius's feathers. And he quotes certain passages in proof of this assertion, an entire quotation of 32 lines, besides shorter ones. I was, says Dr. Douglas, at a loss where to turn for lines, for it is remarkable that through his whole work, Lauder omits to tell his readers where the quotations are to be found. With great labor, however, I found some allusion to the subject and also, with great surprise, discovered that 8 lines quoted as from Staphyrius have no existence in that author, and which 8 lines are in Lauder's essay printed in italics, as having the strongest resemblance to those in Paradise Lost, and it will be impossible for Lauder to clear himself from the charge of having corrupted the text of Staphyrius by interpolating the 8 lines not to be found there. A more curious circumstance still is that this interpolated passage is taken from a Latin translation of Paradise Lost itself, made by one Hogius, or Hogg, printed in the year 1690, without the variation of a single word. It must be thought, therefore, extremely hard that Milton should be run down as a plagiarist for having stolen from himself, yet this is strictly the case. Hogg translated the Paradise Lost into Latin. Lauder interpolates some of Hogg's lines in Staphyrius, and then urges these very lines as a demonstration that Milton copied them. There is equal testimony to prove that Lauder interpolated Phineas Fletcher and others in the same way. But the most extraordinary part of the forgery is yet to be mentioned. This interpolating critic has even forged Milton himself, and interpolates the Paradise Lost, however ridiculously improbable this may seem. In 1747, Lauder makes his first appearance as the Zoilus of Milton in the Gentleman's Magazine, where to prove that Milton had copied from the Adamus Excel of Grotius, he quotes professedly from the Paradise Lost, 1 line and a half beginning, and lakes of living sulphur ever flow, and ample spaces. After the most careful search, I can safely pronounce that the above line and a half have no existence in the Paradise Lost. From the difficulty of refuting Lauder's evidence against Milton, he had acquired some merit in the eyes of men of learning, which procured him the countenance of the great, and encouraged him to open a subscription for the publication of a new edition of those authors who, according to him, had held the torch to Milton. Upon the publication of Dr. Douglas's remarks on Lauder, the booksellers who had undertaken his work thought proper to prefix the following notice to each copy of it. After 10 months' insolent triumph, the Reverend Dr. Douglas has favored the world with the detection of the scene of villainy, and has so powerfully urged his proofs that no hope was left of invalidating them. An immediate application to Lauder was necessary, and a demand that the books from whence he had taken the principal controverted passages should be put into our hands. He then, with great confidence, acknowledged the interpolation, and seemed to wonder at the folly of the world for making such an extraordinary rout about 18 or 20 lines. As this man has been guilty of such a wicked imposition on us and the public, and is capable of so daring an avowal of it, we declare that we will have no further intercourse with him, and we now sell his book only as a curiosity of fraud and interpolation, which all the ages of literature cannot parallel. John Payne, John Busquet. In a letter addressed to the Archbishop of Canterbury, Lauder says, I own the charge of Dr. Douglas to be just, and I humbly profess my sorrow, but I cannot forbear to take notice that my interpolating these authors proceeded rather from my being hurried away by violent passions and rash imprudence, without duly weighing the case, and chiefly from a fatal anxiety not to fall short of my proof in that arduous undertaking, excusing myself on the score that Pope's criticism has spoiled the sale of my edition of Dr. Anthony Johnson's elegant paraphrase of the Psalms in Latin verse, and I bethought me of this only way left of enhancing his merit by lessening that of Milton, even as Pope had endeavored to raise Milton by lessening Johnston's. And I thought, if I could strip Milton of his chief merit, fertility and sublimity of thought, I should at once retrieve Johnston's honor and convict Pope of pronouncing so erroneous a judgment and giving so vast a preference to Milton above Johnston, a task in every way arduous and unpopular, had not necessity in a manner compelled me, as the author whom I highly value, and on whose reputation my subsistence in life in a great measure depended, was lately discredited by Pope, both in North and South Britain, in his Dunciad, and in consequence of those remarks, the sale of my edition of Johnston fell considerably, and was thought nothing of. Lauder wrote also to Dr. Douglas in the following curious strain. I resolved to attack Milton's fame, and found some passages which gave me hopes of stigmatizing him as a plagiarist. The further I carried my researches, the more eager I grew for the discovery. The more my hypothesis was opposed, the more was I heated with rage. Footnote: Dr. Johnson, who had been so far imposed upon by Lauder as to furnish a preface and postscript to his work, now dictated a letter for him, addressed to Dr. Douglas, acknowledging his fraud in terms of suitable contrition. This extraordinary attempt of Lauder's was no sudden effort. He had brooded over it for years, and it is uncertain what his principal motive was. Boswell's Life of Johnson. End of footnote. Lauder had been sanguine in his hopes that the unreserved confession would atone for his guilt, and that his subscription for a new edition of Sarcotis and Adamus Exel would meet with the same encouragement as at first. But the anxiety of the public to see them was at an end, and the design of reprinting them met with little or no success. Thus, grown desperate by disappointment, with equal inconsistency and imprudence, he renewed his attack upon the author of Paradise Lost, and then gave the world, as a reason which excited him to continue his forgeries, that Milton had attacked the character of Charles I by saying that that king had interpolated Pamela's prayer from the Arcadia in the Icon Basilike. He also scrupled not to abuse most unjustifiably Dr. Douglas as the first exposure of his own forgery. Lauder afterwards went to Barbados and died there in great poverty in the year 1770. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 10, Literary Impostures and Disguises, Part 2. Early in the 18th century, 1704, there was published in London a history of the island of Formosa, off the coast of China, accompanied by an extraordinary narrative of the author, who went under the name of George Psalmanazar, and who, from the idolatries of his own country, represented himself to have become a convert to Christianity. The description of Formosa was given with such apparent fidelity. The manners and customs were illustrated with so many engravings of the houses, modes of traveling and shipping, and specimens of the language and written character, so philologically explained, that, though some few persons of superior penetration looked upon the work as an imposture, the belief was almost general of the truth of the history, which was considered the more interesting, as the country described in the volume had hitherto been so imperfectly known. There appeared subsequently by the same author a dialogue between a Japanese and a Formosan about some points of the religion of the times. Psalmanazar was much noticed, and his ingenuity had several ordeals to undergo, from the severe examinations and investigations which the curiosity of his supporters and the suspicion of his adversaries prompted them to make. He had actually invented a Formosan language and grammar, into which he translated several prayers and short sentences, also vocabulary for the benefit of those who should visit that island. With this, his native language, he was naturally supposed to be familiar, and he must have had an extraordinary and tenacious memory not to have laid himself open to more suspicion in the several repetitions of his examinations, which were taken down for the satisfaction of others. He at last, however, confessed that the whole was a forgery from beginning to end. He was a man of very great general knowledge, together with natural talent, and appears by his will to have deeply regretted this imposture. His will thus commences: "The last will and testament of me, a poor simple and worthless creature, commonly known by the assumed name of George Psalmanazar." After a devout prayer to the Supreme Being and directing that he may be buried in the humblest manner, he says, "The principal manuscript that I felt myself bound to leave behind was a faithful narrative of my education and sallies of my wretched youthful years, and the various ways by which I was, in some measure, unadvisedly, led into the base and shameful imposture of passing upon the world for a native of Formosa and a convert to Christianity, and backing it with a fictitious account of that island and of my own travels, conversion, etc. All, or most of it, hatched in my own brain, without regard to truth or honesty. It is true I have long since disclaimed, even publicly, all but the shame and guilt of that vile imposition. Yet as long as I knew there were still 2 editions of that scandalous romance remaining in England, besides the several versions it had abroad, I thought it incumbent upon me to undeceive the world by unraveling that whole mystery of iniquity in a posthumous work. He concludes by once more thus branding his work. It was no other than a mere forgery of my own devising, a scandalous imposition on the public, and such as I think myself bound to beg God and the world pardon for writing, and have been long since, as I am to this day, and shall be as long as I live, heartily sorry for and ashamed of. This document bears date in 1752, when he was in the 73rd year of his age. In the posthumous memoirs above alluded to, he studiously concealed who he really was. It appears, however, that he was born about 1679 in the south of France, either in Provence or Languedoc, and having been guilty of some great excesses in the university where he was receiving his education, though he does not explain the nature of them, he found it necessary to take to flight and wandered clandestinely through a great part of Europe, finding it both troublesome and hazardous to preserve his incognito as a European. He determined on the plan of imposture, which ultimately led him to write his fictitious history of the island of Formosa. The latter part of his life was spent in the practice of the most unfeigned piety. He supported himself by his literary labors and was the author of a considerable portion of the ancient universal history. His death took place in 1763. About the year 1760, much speculation was excited in the literary world by the publication of a series of poems purporting to have been translated by a Mr. Macpherson from the original Gaelic of the famous poet Ossian, whose compositions had been handed down from his own times by oral tradition. The occasion of Mr. Macpherson's giving them to the world was as follows. Mr. Home, author of Douglas, in company with other gentlemen, being at Moffat in the summer of 1759, met there Mr. Macpherson, then tutor to Mr. Graham, and from him they heard some specimens of Gaelic poetry, which so pleased them that they begged Mr. Macpherson to publish them in a small volume. He complied, and this specimen having attracted a good deal of attention, he proposed to make a tour, by subscription, through the Highlands, for the purpose of collecting more complete specimens of the ancient poetry. This journey he performed in 1760, and speedily published the poems in a more complete form. They were received, however, by many with suspicion, it being thought, from the remoteness of the period at which they were said to have been produced, that they could not be genuine. In 1763, Dr. Hugh Blair wrote a dissertation on the poems of Ossian. This he sent to his friend David Hume, and requested to have his opinion as to the authenticity of the poems. In reply, Hume said that he had never heard the dissertation mentioned, where someone or other did not express his doubt with regard to the antiquity of the poems, which were the subject of it, and that he often heard them totally rejected with disdain and indignation, as a palpable and impudent forgery. The absurd pride and consequence of Macpherson, scorning, as he pretended, to satisfy anybody that doubted his veracity, tended much to confirm the general skepticism, and, added Hume, if the poems are of genuine origin, they are in all respects the greatest curiosities that were ever discovered in the history of literature. The first regular attack on the authenticity of Ossian's poem was made in 1781 by Mr. Shaw, the author of a Gaelic dictionary and grammar, and it was a vigorous one. He contended, from internal evidence, that the poems were forgeries. He asserted that many of the Highland persons who had vouched for their genuineness had never seen a line of the supposed originals, and that Macpherson himself had constantly evaded showing them to him, and he maintained that both the fable and the machinery of the principal poems were Irish, and that if, as a blind, any manuscripts had ever been shown, they must have been in the Irish language, the Erse dialect of the Gaelic never having been written or printed till, in 1754, Mr. Macfarlane printed a translation of Baxter's Call to the Unconverted. An answer was attempted by Mr. Clark, a member of the Scottish Antiquarian Society, but, though he succeeded in some points, he failed in his principal object. After a lapse of nearly 20 years, a more powerful antagonist of Ossian took the field. This was Mr. Malcolm Lang, author of A History of Scotland. To that history, he added an elaborate dissertation, in which he skillfully investigated the claim of the poems to antiquity. The principal grounds on which he decided against it were the many false and inaccurate allusions to the history of Britain, or the country was under the dominion of the Romans, the flagrant difference between Highland manners as described in the poems and by historians, the many palpable imitations from the classics and the scriptures, the fact that all the Highland traditionary poems yet known referred to the 9th and 10th centuries, and that there existed no Gaelic manuscript older than the 15th century, the resemblance which the strains of the pretended Ossian bore to the Highlander, one of Macpherson's acknowledged compositions, and lastly, certain startling expressions used in print by Macpherson, which seemed almost to render it certain that he was not the translator but the author of the works which he had given to the world under the name of Ossian. Anxious that the truth should be elicited on a subject so interesting to them as their national poetry, the Highland Society had already, as far back as 1797, appointed a committee to inquire into the nature and authenticity of Ossian's poems. Mr. Lang's dissertation, of which a second edition was published in 1804, seems to have quickened the movements of the committee. To assist in elucidating the subject, a series of queries was circulated throughout the Highlands and the Scottish Islands. The series consists of 6 articles, of which the first is the most important. Have you ever heard repeated or sung any of the poems ascribed to Ossian, translated and published by Mr. Macpherson? By whom have you heard them so repeated, and at what time or times? Did you ever commit any of them to writing, or can you remember them so well as to set them down? The same answer was requested as to other ancient poems of the same kind, and the committee likewise expressed a wish to obtain as much information as possible with regard to the traditionary belief of the country concerning the history of Fingal and his followers, and that of Ossian and his poems. It was not till 1810 that the Society published the result of the inquiry, which it had set on foot. The answers to the queries were certainly by no means satisfactory. The report, which was drawn up by Henry Mackenzie, stated that the committee had directed its inquiry to 2 points. First, what poetry, of what kind, and of what degree of excellence, existed anciently in the Highlands of Scotland, which was generally known by the denomination of Ossianic, and secondly, how far that collection of such poetry published by Mr. James Macpherson is genuine. On the first point, the committee spoke decidedly. It declared its firm conviction that such poetry did exist, that it was common, general, and in great abundance, that it was of a most striking and impressive sort, in a high degree eloquent, tender, and sublime. On the second point, there was a woeful falling off in confident assertion. The committee, says the reporter, is possessed of no documents to show how much of his collection Mr. Macpherson obtained in the form in which he has given it to the world. The poems and fragments of poems, which the committee has been able to procure, contain, as will appear from the article in the appendix, number 15, often the substance, and sometimes almost the literal expression, the ipsissima verba, of passages given by Mr. Macpherson in the poems, of which he has published the translations. But the committee has not been able to obtain one poem, the same in title and tenor, with the poems published by him. It is inclined to believe that he was in use to supply chasms and to give connection by inserting passages which he did not find, and to add what he conceived to be dignity and delicacy to the original composition, by striking out passages, by softening incidents, by refining the language. In short, by changing what he considered as too simple or rude for a modern ear, and elevating what, in his opinion, was below the standard of good poetry. To what degree, however, he exercised these liberties, it is impossible for the committee to determine. The advantages he possessed, which the committee began its inquiries too late to enjoy, of collecting from the oral recitation of a number of persons, now no more, a very great number of the same poems on the same subjects, and then collating those different copies, or editions, if they may be so called, rejecting what was spurious or corrupted in one copy, and adopting from another something more general and excellent in its place, afforded him an opportunity of putting together what might fairly enough be called an original whole, of much more beauty, and with much fewer blemishes, than the committee believe it now possible for any one person or combination of persons to obtain. This report, published as it was by persons who were anxious to establish the authenticity of the poems, seems decisively to prove that Macpherson was, in fact, the fabricator of the works attributed to Ossian, or, at the least, that he formed a cento from fragments of ballads and tales, blended with interpolations of his own. The controversy was, however, continued for some time longer, and much ink was shed by the believers and infidels. The presumed Gaelic originals were also at length published, but the believers, nevertheless, dearly lost ground. The public ceased to take an interest in the dispute, and the question seems now to be finally set to rest. The letters of Junius, though not so strictly to be considered as a literary imposture, have yet excited so much attention and speculation, both by their matter and the impenetrable mystery in which they have hitherto been involved, that a brief notice of that which I consider to be the most successful attempt to discover the real author may not here be unacceptable. Mr. G. Chalmers wrote a dissertation to prove that the author of the Letters of Junius was a Mr. Macaulay Boyd, and certainly, as far as circumstantial evidence goes, short of direct proof, there appears much reason for supposing him not far from the truth in his conjectures. Macaulay Boyd was born in April 1746 at his father's house, Ship Street, Dublin, and in 1761 was received as a fellow commoner in the University of that city. He came to London in 1766 to study the law, but his propensities carried him oftener to St. Stephen's than to Westminster Hall, and he exhibited a wonderful retention of memory by reciting perfectly the speeches of the night to his associates in his club. He became intimate with Burke, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Garrick, and many of the members of the literary club. At the time of an election in Antrim, he addressed 12 letters to the independent electors under the appellation of the Freeholder, to gain their votes for a constitutional candidate, Wilson, and those letters are known to have contributed to the raising of that wild clamor which carried Wilson's election by an enthusiastic blast of momentary madness. The style of the Freeholder is strongly impregnated with the essence of Junius. A great deal of evidence is adduced in continuation by Chalmers, which seems to bear him out in his conjectures, and it may be briefly recapitulated that, firstly, the letters of Junius appear to have been written by an Irishman. Secondly, that they are the work of an inexperienced or juvenile pen, and if Boyd wrote them, it must have been when he was between his 23rd and 25th years. Thirdly, they were published by one who delighted to fish in troubled waters, a propensity which Boyd frequently gratified. Fourthly, the author was a constant attendant on both houses of Parliament. Fifthly, compared with the Freeholder, Boyd's acknowledged work, there is a wonderful sameness in all the faults and excellences of the two. Boyd took a particular interest in Junius and talked as if he knew the author, but that he never would be generally known. His wife often suspected him to be the writer. He never disclaimed the imputation or claimed the honor. The public, says Mr. Chalmers, has an interest in exposing this mystery, and the relatives of those respectable persons who were said to be the writers have also an interest, if it is known where the application could be made, in placing the seditious pen of Junius in the proper hands. Allman, a bookseller, imagined that he had clearly detected Boyd as the author. In 1769, at a meeting of the booksellers and printers, H.S. Woodfall read a letter from Junius because it contained a passage relating to the business of the meeting. Allman saw the handwriting of the manuscript without disclosing his thoughts to the meeting. But the next time he saw Boyd at his shop in Piccadilly, Allman said, "I have seen a part of one of Junius's letters in manuscript, which I believe is your handwriting." Boyd instantly changed color, and after a short pause replied, The similitude of handwriting is not a conclusive fact. Now Boyd was by nature confident, and by habit a man of the world, a sort of character not apt to blush. From this time Almond used to say that he suspected Junius was a broken-down gentleman without a penny in his pocket. The anonymous publication of a series of letters was, before this time, had recourse to for a political purpose. About the year 1722, when Charles, Duke of Grafton, was Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, William Wood, a hardware man and bankrupt, alleging the great want of copper money in that kingdom, procured a patent for coining £108,000 to pass there as current money. This measure was thought by some persons to be a vile job from beginning to end, and that the chief procurers of the patent were to be sharers in the profits. Some anonymous letters were, therefore, written in 1724 under the assumed name of the Drapier, or Draper, warning the people not to receive the coin which was then sent over. The real author of these letters, as afterwards appeared, was the celebrated Dr. Swift, Dean of St. Patrick's, who, indignant at the scheme, boldly withstood the designs of the grasping projector. Wood's project was, by virtue of a patent fraudulently obtained, to coin halfpence for Ireland at about 11 parts in 12 under their real value, but which, even if ever so good, no man could have been obliged to receive in any payment whatever. The first letter convinced all parties in Ireland that the admission of Wood's money would prove fatal to the nation. Some passages in the fourth, being thought to reflect upon the people in power, were selected for prosecution, and £300 offered as a reward for the discovery of the author. But no clue was ever given by which such discovery could be made. The copies were always sent to the press by some obscure messenger, who never knew the person from whom he received them. The amanuensis alone was trusted, to whom, 2 years afterwards, the author gave an employment that brought him in £40 a year. The purpose of the letters was completely answered. Wood was compelled to relinquish his patent, and his halfpence were totally suppressed. That the letters of Junius, the Drapier, and other political tracts should have been published anonymously cannot be considered a very extraordinary caution on the part of the authors, though the public are always anxious to know the writers of such pamphlets as have been cleverly executed. But many authors of works purely literary, and which, after perusal by the public, have been deservedly praised, have for a time kept themselves studiously concealed, as if unwilling to receive any public tribute of admiration, or perhaps amused by the variety of speculations afloat concerning them. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 10, Literary Impostors and Disguises, Part 3. Dean Swift at first published his Tale of a Tub anonymously. It speedily excited very considerable attention, some applauding, others reprobating its tendency and design. 14 years after this, Gulliver's Travels appeared, which acquired a still more extended popularity. Even Swift's most intimate friends were unacquainted with its origin, though many suspected who the author was. Gay wrote to him saying, "About 10 days ago a book was published here of the travels of one Gulliver, who has been the conversation of the whole town ever since. The whole impression sold in a week, and nothing is more diverting than to hear the different opinions people give of it, though all agree in liking it extremely. It is usually said you are the author, but, I am told, the bookseller declares he knows not from what hand it came. In the summer of 1814 there appeared, anonymously, a novel bearing the title of Waverley. It was written in a fascinating style and was read with avidity by everyone. It was speedily followed by other historical novels, as interesting or more so, from the pen of the author of Waverley. They succeeded each other with such prolific and astonishing rapidity, and were executed in such a masterly manner, that, at last, the curiosity of the public became extreme to discover to whom they were indebted for them. Pamphlets on the subject and speculations in periodicals were abundant. Various persons were named, but the majority leaned to the opinion that Sir Walter Scott was the writer. It was not, however, till many years afterwards that circumstances arising out of the bankruptcy of his publishers compelled him to throw aside the veil and to stand forth the avowed author of productions which have spread his fame to the farthest limits of civilized society, and which can never cease to remain a strong hold upon the human mind. From this brief notice of one extraordinary genius who lived long to enjoy his fame, we must go back nearly half a century to make mention of another who perished unpraised and unfriended before he reached the age of manhood. In the annals of literature, there is no example recorded of precocious talent which can vie with that of Thomas Chatterton. He was born at Bristol in St. Mary Redcliffe Parish on the 20th of November, 1752, and was the posthumous son of an individual who had been successively writing master to a classical school, singing man in Bristol Cathedral, and master of the Pyle Street Free School. At the age of 5 years, he was apparently so stupid as to be deemed incapable of learning his letters. It was not till his latent powers were roused by being shown the illuminated capitals of an old French manuscript that he became anxious to acquire learning. Henceforth he needed no stimulant. Before he was 8 years old, he was admitted into Colson School, the Christ Hospital of Bristol, where he read much in his intervals of leisure and began to try his poetical skill. When he was somewhat under 15, he was apprenticed to Mr. Lambert, an attorney. It was while he was in this situation, and early in October 1768, when the new bridge at Bristol was completed, that he gave to the world the first article of that series of literary forgeries which has immortalized him. It was sent to Farley's Bristol Journal, and was called A Description of the Friars' First Passing Over the Old Bridge, taken from an ancient manuscript. He subsequently, from time to time, produced various poems of preeminent beauty, clothed in antique language. The language, however, was not that of any one period, nor was the style, nor in many instances the form of composition, that of the 15th century, the age to which he assigned them. He pretended that they were written by Thomas Rowley, a priest, and Thomas Canninge, and that they were copied from parchments, which his father had found in a large box in a room over the chapel on the north side of Radcliffe Church. While he was engaged in composing these poems, he was also a liberal contributor of prose and verse to the magazines. Having, in his moody moments, avowed an intention of committing suicide, his master released him from his adventures, and Chatterton repaired to London, where he resolved to depend upon his pen for subsistence. At the outset, his hopes were raised to a high pitch, but they were soon blighted. In spite of his wonderful fertility and his persevering exertions, he seems to have been unable to provide for the day that was passing over him. Privations and wounded pride drove him to despair, and on the 25th of August, 1770, he put an end to his existence by poison. Editions of the pretended poems of Rowley were published by Mr. Tyrwhitt and Dean Mills, and a controversy was long and vehemently maintained on the question of their antiquity. There are now few persons who doubt that they are the work of Chatterton. That he was capable of producing them is sufficiently proved by his acknowledged poems. We come now to a much more daring forgery, perpetrated by an individual whose talents were far inferior to those of Chatterton. Mr. Malone, in the preface to his edition of Shakespeare, had shown that Shakespeare died at the age of 52 in April 1616, leaving his daughter and her husband, Dr. J. Hall, executors. The will demonstrates that he died possessed of baubles, gewgaws, and toys to mock apes, etc. Dr. Hall died in 1635, leaving a will, and bequeathing his library and manuscripts to J. Nash. Here, says Mr. Malone, is a proof that the executor of Shakespeare's will left a library and manuscripts behind him. In a satisfactory manner did Mr. Malone trace down from the public records the legal transmission of the personal property of Shakespeare's descendants to a recent period, from which he inferred that, amongst the present generation of them, fragments might be found, if curiosity would prompt diligence to search the repositories of concealment. The search proved successful, and from the appearance of the manuscripts of Shakespeare in 1790, every moment was expectancy of more arrivals. In fact, discovery succeeded discovery so fast that Mr. Malone obtained documents enough to fill a folio. A painting of Shakespeare was also found, the very painting that enabled Drew Holt to engrave the effigies of Shakespeare, which was prefixed to the folio edition of his dramas, and of which Ben Jonson affirmed that the graver had of strife with nature to outdo the life, and everything concurred to evince the genuineness of this ancient painting. A new discovery of Shakespearean papers were announced for exhibition in Norfolk Street in 1794, and curiosity was again roused. Mr. Malone, from some private reasons, seemed indifferent about these papers in Norfolk Street, and he was urged by his skepticism to contradict that probability which he had taught the imaginative world to entertain in favor of the discovery of Shakespearean fragments. Many other learned persons being, however, convinced by examination of the authenticity of these miscellaneous papers, the publication of them was undertaken by subscription, and 4 guineas a copy were freely paid by the subscribers. When the book came out, and not till then, did Mr. Malone condescend to look at it and examine its pretensions, and he quickly decided it to be a palpable and bold forgery. This he demonstrated by a learned and critical examination of each particular paper. His inquiry was drawn up in the form of a letter, and addressed to the Right Honorable James, Earl of Charlemont, in the year 1796. The editor of them, Mr. Ireland, in his preface, had assured the public that all men of taste who had viewed them previous to publication unanimously testified in favor of their authenticity, and declared that there was on their side a mass of irrefutable evidence, external and internal, that it was impossible amid such various sources of detection for the art of imitation to have hazarded itself without being betrayed, and consequently that these papers could be no other than the production of Shakespeare himself. The editor in continuation said that these papers came into the hands from his son, Samuel William Henry Ireland, a young man 19 years of age, by whom the discovery was accidentally made, at the house of a gentleman of considerable property, amongst a heterogeneous collection of family papers. The legal contracts between Shakespeare and others were, it was said, first found by the junior Ireland, and soon afterwards the deed of gift to William Henry Ireland, described as the friend of Shakespeare, in consequence of his having saved the dramatist's life. In pursuing this research, He was so fortunate as to meet with some deeds very material to the interest of the gentleman at whose house he was staying, and such as established beyond all doubt his title to considerable property, of which he was as ignorant as he was of possessing these interesting manuscripts of Shakespeare. In return for this service, the gentleman promised him every paper relative to Shakespeare. Fully satisfied with the honor and liberality shown to him, the finder of these treasures did not feel justified in importuning or requesting the gentleman, to whom he was known by obligation alone, to subject himself to the impertinence and licentiousness of literary curiosity and cavil, unless he should voluntarily come forward. He had applied to the original possessor of them for his permission to print them, and only obtained it under the strongest injunctions of secrecy. It is to be observed, says Mr. Malone, that we are not told where the deed was first discovered. It is said in a mansion house, but where situated is not stated. Another very remarkable incident is mentioned. The discoverer met the possessor, to whom he was unknown, at a coffee house or some public place, and the conversation turning on old autographs, of which the discoverer was a collector. The country gentleman said to him, "If you are for autographs, I am your man. Come to my chambers any morning and rummage my old deeds, and you will find enough of them." Accordingly, the discoverer goes, and taking down a parcel in a few minutes, lighted on the name of Shakespeare. The discovery of the title to a considerable estate was so fortunate and beneficial a circumstance to this unknown gentleman that we cannot wonder at his liberality in giving up all his right to these valuable literary curiosities. But one naturally wishes to know in what country this estate lies, or whether any suit has been instituted within the last year or two, in consequence of such a discovery of title deeds so little dreamt of. According to Mr. Malone, the great objections, critically speaking, to be brought against the manuscripts are, firstly, the orthography. This is not only not the orthography of Elizabeth of her time, but for the most part of no age whatever. The spelling of the copulative and the preposition for, and, A-N-D-E, for, F-O-R-R-E, is unprecedented. I have, says Mr. Malone, perused some thousands of deeds and manuscripts, and never once found such a spelling of them. The absurd way in which almost every word is overladen with both vowels and consonants will strike every reader who has any knowledge on the subject. Quotations from manuscripts are made by Mr. Malone from Chaucer downwards to the end of the 16th century, showing the progressive changes in the mode of orthography, and they certainly appear to prove most satisfactorily that the papers in which such labored and capricious deformity of spelling is introduced are an entire forgery. For example, the word master, M-A-S-T-E-R-R-E, at that period was spelt maister, M-A-I-S-T-E-R. There is not a single authority for London, L-O-N-D-O-N-N-E. So early as the time of Edward I, Robert of Gloucester said, "And now me clepet it London, that is lighter in the mouth." Leicester, L-E-Y-C-E-S-T-E-R-R-E, for Leicester, L-E-Y-C-E-S-T-E-R, is as incorrect. Secondly, the phraseology is equally faulty, particularly in the letter, supposed to be written and directed by Queen Elizabeth to William Shakespeare. This letter in particular is very easy to prove a forgery as, by an anachronism, it is directed to William Shakespeare at the Globe by the Thames. Now the Globe was a theater which did not open till the year 1594, yet in the same letter mention is made of the expected presence of Leicester, who died in September 1588, when this theater did not exist. The deeds and miscellaneous papers were exhibited in Norfolk Street, long before their publication, and they were submitted to the critical examination of anyone willing to question them. Not, from their appearance of venerable antiquity, was a doubt of their genuine authenticity allowed to be entertained. When the elder Mr. Ireland afterwards published his vindication, he showed how readily the most discerning persons yielded their faith to this imposture. Mr. Bowden, he says, thus wrote to G. Stevens after having seen the manuscripts. In some instances, credulity is no disgrace. Strong enthusiasm is always eager to believe. I confess that, for some time after I had seen them, I continued to think they might be genuine. They bore the character of the poet's writing. The paper appeared of sufficient age. The watermarks were earnestly displayed, and the matter diligently applauded. I remember that I beheld the papers with the tremor of utmost delight, touched the invaluable relics with reverential respect, and deemed even existence dear as it gave me so refined a satisfaction. Similar and even stronger impressions were made on James Boswell, one of those literary characters who, in the company with Dr. Parr, signed a certificate expressing their belief of the authenticity of the papers. Previous to signing his name, Boswell fell on his knees, and in a tone of enthusiasm and exultation, thanked God that he had lived to witness their discovery, and that he could now die in peace. In proportion to this strong belief, therefore, was the public indignation excited against the inventors of that monstrous, and to the subscribers expensive, forgery, which the critical acumen of Mr. Malone had so clearly exposed. The blame of the transaction was imputed as much to Mr. Ireland, the father, as to William Henry, the son, who was in reality sole contriver of this imposture. In an exculpatory pamphlet he says, "In justice to the memory of my father, I think it necessary to give a true account of the publication of these manuscripts. After dinner my father would read different accounts of Shakespeare, and remark how wonderful it was no vestige of his signature remains, except that at Doctors' Commons. Curiosity led me to look at the signature in Stevens' edition of his plays, and it occurred to me that if some old writing could be produced and passed off for Shakespeare's, it might occasion a little mirth, and show how far credulity would go in search of antiquities. I first tried an experiment by writing a letter, as from the author of an old book in my possession, in dedication of it to Queen Elizabeth. I showed it to my father, who thought it genuine. This encouraged me to proceed till the whole work was completed, and published with the following title page: Miscellaneous Papers and Legal Instruments under the hand and seal of William Shakespeare, including the tragedy of King Lear and a fragment of Hamlet, folio, London, 1796, and subsequently free reflections on the miscellaneous papers, etc., in the possession of S. Ireland, to which are added extracts from The Virgin Queen, a play. The story of the country gentleman was told to silence the numerous inquiries as to where they came from. In conclusion, Mr. S. Ireland says, "I most sincerely regret any offense I may have given the world, or particular individuals, trusting at the same time that they will deem the whole the work of a boy, without any evil or bad intent, but hurried on, thoughtless of any danger that awaited to ensnare him." The drama of Vortigern, which formed one portion of the forgery, was brought out at Drury Lane Theatre and was unanimously damned. The art of counterfeiting old deeds and manuscripts has often been had recourse to for the purpose of fraud. Some curious evidence of such practices was given in the case of Mossman v. Dame Theodosia Joy, which may be found at large in the State Trials, Volume 7, page 571. This lady was proved to have forged the title deeds of an estate to which she laid claim. Sergeant Stringer, in the course of the trial, inquired of Mrs. Stufford, one of the witnesses, "Pray, what did they do to the deeds to make them look like ancient true deeds?" The witness replied, "For the making of the outsides look old and dirty. They used to rub them on the windows that were very dusty, and wear them in the pockets, to crease them, for weeks together, according as they intended to make use of them. When they had been rubbed and made to look dirty, and they were to pass for deeds of many years standing, it was used to lay them in a balcony, or any open place, for the rain to wet them, and the next clear day they were exposed to the sun, or placed before the fire, to dry them hastily, that they might be shriveled." The introduction of the Inquisition into Portugal has been stated to have resulted from the admirable skill in counterfeiting signatures, which was possessed by a monk named Saavedra. About the year 1540, this monk forged apostolic bulls, royal decrees, and bills of exchange, with so much accuracy that they passed for genuine. He also succeeded so well as to pass himself off for a knight, commander of the military order of St. Iago, the income of which amounted to 300 ducats, which he received for a year and a half. In a short time he acquired, by means of the royal deeds, which he counterfeited, 360,000 ducats. He might have remained undetected through life, had not his successes tempted him to undertake a still more hazardous fraud, which led to his detection. Falling in with a Jesuit traveling to Portugal, with an apostolic brief for the foundation of a Jesuits' college, he concerted a plan for introducing the Inquisition. Saavedra forged letters from Charles V to the King of Portugal and a papal bull for establishing the Inquisition there. This bull appointed Saavedra legate. Following up his deception, he assumed the character of a Roman cardinal and made a visit to Portugal. The king dispatched a distinguished nobleman to receive him. Saavedra spent 3 months at Lisbon, after which he traveled through the kingdom, but he was at last detected by the Inquisitor General of Spain and was sentenced to the galleys for 10 years. The 18th century was closed with a literary fraud, concocted in Germany, to which circumstances gave a temporary success. So little is known of the interior of Africa that anything which seems likely to add to our knowledge upon this subject can hardly fail to excite attention. Public curiosity was, therefore, raised to the highest pitch when a work was announced with the captivating title of Travels in the Interior of Africa, from the Cape of Good Hope to Morocco, from the years 1781 to 1797, by Christian Frederick Damberger. Translations of a work which promised to remove the veil that had so long covered Central Africa were immediately undertaken in England and in France, and each translator labored indefatigably in the fear of the market being forestalled by his rival. The delusion, however, was quickly dispelled, the work being discovered to be the manufacture of a printer of Württemberg, by name Zachary Tauridness, who had before tried his skill in forging a voyage to the East Indies, Egypt, etc., and a voyage and journey to Asia, Africa, and America. A literary imposition similar to that which was practiced in England by Chatterton was effected in France in 1804. A small volume was published at Paris, edited by Monsieur Vandenberg, and professing to be the poems of Margaret Eleanor Clotilda de Valence Chalice, afterwards Madame de Surville, a French poetess of the 15th century. They were said to have been discovered in 1782 among the dusty archives of his family by a Monsieur de Surville, a descendant of the fair authoress, who had a transcript of them made. The originals were unfortunately destroyed by fire, and Monsieur de Surville lost his life during the French Revolution, but the copy of the poems was saved, and with much difficulty was procured by the editor. Madame de Surville is represented as having displayed singularly precocious abilities, to have been married in 1421, and to have lived at least to the age of 90, exercising her poetical talent to the last. Serious doubts as to the truth of this story are entertained by the literary men of France. But though the authenticity of these compositions may be disputed, there can be no dispute respecting their merit. There is a grace, sweetness, and spirit in them, which are exceedingly delightful. From the following translation of the supposed Madame de Surville's Verses to My Firstborn, which appeared in an early number of the New Monthly Magazine, some idea may be formed of her poetical talents. My cherished infant, image of thy sire, sleep on the bosom which thy small lip presses. Sleep, little one, and close those eyes of fire, those eyelids which the weight of sleep oppresses. Sweet friend, dear little one, may slumbers lend thee delights which I must never more enjoy. I watch o'er thee, to nourish and defend thee, and count these vigils sweet for thee, my boy. Sleep, infant, sleep, my solace and my treasure. Sleep on my breast, the breast which gladly bore thee. And though thy words can give this heart no pleasure, it loves to see thy thousand smiles come o'er thee. Yes, thou wilt smile, young friend, when thou awakest. Yes, thou wilt smile to see my joyful guise. Thy mother's face thou never now mistakest, and thou hast learned to look into her eyes. What, do thy little fingers leave the breast, the fountain which thy small lip pressed at pleasure? Couldst thou exhausted, pledge or passion blest, e'en then thou couldst not know my fond love's measure. My gentle son, sweet friend whom I adore, my infant love, my comfort, my delight, I gaze on thee, and gazing o'er and o'er, I blame the quick return of every night. His little arms stretch forth, sleep o'er him steals, his eye is closed, he sleeps, how still his breath. But for the tints his flowery cheek reveals, he seems to slumber in the arms of death. Awake, my child, I tremble with affright. Awaken, fatal thought, thou art no more. My child, one moment gaze upon the light, and e'en with thy repose of life restore. Blessed era, till he sleeps, I breathe again. May gentle dreams delight his calm repose. But when he will, for whom I sigh, oh, when will he, besides me, watch thine eyes unclose? When shall I see him who hath given thee life, my youthful husband, noblest of his race? Methinks I see, blessed mother and blessed wife, thy little hands thy father's neck embrace. How will he revel in thy first caress, disputing with thee for thy gentle kiss? But think not to engross his tenderness, Clotilda too shall have her share of bliss. How will he joy to see his image there, the sweetness of his large cerulean eye, his noble forehead and his graceful air, which love himself might view with jealousy. For me, I am not jealous of his love, and gladly I divide sweet with thee. Thou shalt, like him, a faithful husband prove, but not, like him, give this anxiety. I speak to thee, thou understandst me not. Thou couldst not understand though sleep were fled. Poor little child, the tangles of his thought, his infant thought, are not unraveled. We have been happy infants as thou art. Sad reason will destroy the dream too soon. Sleep in the calm repose that lulls thy heart, ere long its very memory will be gone. In 1823, a visit to England was made by a singular individual named Hunter, a native of America, who, though it appears certain that he professed to be what he was not, was undoubtedly a man of considerable abilities. During his stay in this country, he published his own adventures under the title of Memoirs of a Captivity Among the Indians of North America, from childhood to the age of 19. with anecdotes descriptive of their manners and customs. The work contains a highly interesting narrative of his alleged wanderings with various tribes of the red men, and was at first much prized as a faithful picture of Indian life. The society of Hunter was eagerly sought by many eminent literary and philanthropic characters, who were eager to assist him in that which he professed to be his grand object, namely, to devote himself to the civilization of the red race, in order to avert the destruction which seems to impend over it. After his departure from England, however, strong evidence was brought forward to demonstrate that his story was, in great part, if not wholly, a fabrication. That Hunter had had some intercourse with the Indians is not improbable, but the romantic tale which he tells of his peregrinations must henceforth be classed among works of fiction. In the following year, 1824, the extraordinary popularity which Sir Walter Scott's novels had acquired in Germany gave occasion to an audacious fraud on the part of some German booksellers. A novel was got up by them with the title of Waldemar, and was ushered into the world at the Leipzig Fair as the translation of a new production by Sir Walter. This furious Simon Pure subsequently made its appearance in an English dress. Though the author must undoubtedly be classed among knaves, it must in justice be owned that he was not a fool, there being some parts of his work which are by no means contemptible. The last instance of literary imposture dates no further back than the year 1832. A.M. Duville was the perpetrator, and the title which he gave to it was A Journey in Congo in the Interior of Equinoctial Africa. Monsieur Duville had probably visited some of the Portuguese settlements on the coast, but his astonishing discoveries in the interior must, like the captivity of Hunter, be considered as deserving of equal credence with the travels of Gulliver. End of Chapter 10, Part 3.
Chapter 11 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Impostures in Engraving. Fashion of the Crying Modern Artists. Monsieur Picard asserts the merit of modern engravers. Means employed by him to prove the truth of his assertions. The innocent impostors. Goltzius imitates perfectly the engravings of Albert Dürer. Marcantonio Raimondi is equally successful. Excellent imitation of Rembrandt's portrait of Burgomaster 6. Modern tricks played with respect to engraved portraits. Sir Joshua Reynolds metamorphosed into the monster. About a century since, it was the fashion among the would-be pretenders in matters of taste to decry the works and depreciate the talents of the engravers of that time in comparison with the earlier artists. This induced Monsieur Picard, an ingenious engraver, to undertake the task of exposing the fallacious reasoning of these conoscenti, who asserted that they could easily distinguish the works of the earlier painters, which had been engraved by themselves, and secondly, that as an engraver could never attain the picturesque style, they could easily distinguish whether an engraving was the work of a painter or of merely an engraver, and thirdly, that the modern engravers could not copy the paintings of the old masters so well as the contemporary engraver. In direct opposition to these frivolous conceits, Monsieur Picard asserted that the plates engraved by Signor Contarini after Guido were much preferable to those incontestably engraved by Guido himself, and also that the works of Gérard Audran, an engraver by profession, were touched with as much spirit as could possibly have been given by a painter. To put it to the test of experiment, however, Picard chose some designs of the earlier painters which had not been engraved, worked at them in secret, stamped some of them on old paper, and dispersed them quietly. And no one ventured to doubt but that they had been both engraved and printed in Italy. Having by this artifice sufficiently disproved the validity of those assertions which tended to depreciate the modern engravers, M. Picard collected in one volume all the plates he had so circulated, and they were afterwards published under the name of Picard's Innocent Impostors. Goltzius, a celebrated engraver of an early period, had recourse to a somewhat similar artifice to convince the world of the malevolent attraction of certain rival artists, who, to humble Goltzius, were accustomed to say that his works were not to be compared with those of Albert Dürer or Lucas of Leyden. He therefore engraved the circumcision after the manner of Albert Dürer, stamped below his own name and mark. Some impressions were taken off on old and discolored paper, and his name was burnt out or otherwise effaced. This plate went thus in masquerade to Rome, Venice, and Amsterdam, and was received by all the amateurs and curious with astonishment and pleasure, and was purchased at a very high price by those who esteemed themselves too happy to have found an opportunity of possessing themselves of an engraving by Albert Dürer. Soon after, the same plate appeared entire and freshly stamped with the name and mark of Goltzius. The connoisseurs were of course greatly confused and extremely angry, and the malevolent jealousy of his rivals was exposed to the world. Marcantonio Raimondi raised himself into notice in the following manner. Many engravings by Albert Dürer were brought to Venice for sale, and Raimondi was so much struck by the style and execution that he purchased them and set to work to copy them, counterfeiting Albert Dürer's mark A.D. These copies appeared so similar that they were believed to be the genuine works of Albert, and as such were exposed to sale and became speedily purchased. This made Albert so indignant that he quitted Flanders and came to Venice to make a complaint against Raimondi to the government, and he was forbidden in future to make use of Albert's name or mark. The engraving of the Burgomaster 6, the patron of Rembrandt, was so much valued and so scarce that Beringen could not obtain it for any money, and he therefore procured a copy of it to be made with a pen and afterwards washed with Indian ink, which was in the French king's cabinet at the time M. Gersaint wrote Rembrandt's life, and was so excellent an imitation that it deceived several good judges. The tricks of transmutation which are often played with copperplate engravings are well known. At the time when the person so justly execrated and branded with the name of the monster made such a noise, the dealer in one of the catch-penny accounts of his life and adventures was very desirous of giving to the public some representation of him. Not being able suddenly to procure one, it was necessary for him to find a substitute. An old plate, which had been engraved for a magazine and intended to pass for a likeness of Sir Joshua Reynolds, was likely obtained, and was made to answer the purpose. As the print bore no resemblance whatever to Sir Joshua, and had indeed a most unprepossessing appearance, the original inscription was erased, the monster substituted, and it did very well. In the ephemeral publications which daily issue from the press, similar metamorphoses are by no means uncommon. End of chapter 11, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 12 of Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketches of Imposture, Deception, and Credulity by Richard Alfred Davenport. Chapter 12 Forged Inscriptions and Spurious Metals. Ancient memorials of geographical discoveries, mistakes arising from them, frauds to which they gave occasion, imposture of Evemerus, Annius of Viterbo, wrongfully charged with forging inscriptions, spurious works given to the world by him, forged inscriptions put on statues by ignorant modern sculptors, spurious metals, instances of them in the cabinet of Dr. Hunter, coins adulterated by Grecian cities, Evelyn's directions for ascertaining the genuineness of metals, spurious gold medals, tricks of the manufacturers of pseudo-antique metals, collectors addicted to pilfering rarities, metals swallowed by Valent, mistakes arising from ignorance of the Chinese characters. It appears to have been the practice of the early Greek navigators to leave memorials on shores discovered for the first time, and to take possession of them by a dedication to one of their gods or heroes. As modern navigators in their discoveries have usually named prominent headlands, islands, or secure harbors from some statesman or hero of the day. These ancient inscriptions being found among barbarous nations by succeeding navigators, when the original discoverers were forgotten, it might be concluded that those heroes to whom the shores had been merely dedicated in the first instance had actually been there. The probability of such circumstances led the way in after times to a species of fraud, for conferring a spurious antiquity on certain places and things by persons, producing, as authentic and ancient, histories and monuments of their own manufacture. Evemerus, a Messenian, or, according to some writers, a Sicilian, a contemporary of Cassander, king of Macedon, seems to have been the first who attempted this kind of fraud, for he pretended to have found on a golden column in an ancient temple in the island of Panchaea a genealogical account of a family that had once reigned there, in which were comprised the principal deities then worshipped by the Greeks. Not only were their lives recorded, but also their deaths, and thus a deadly blow was aimed at their divinity. This fable was translated into Latin by Ennius. Annius of Viterbo, who was born at Viterbo in 1432, and whose real name was John Nanny, has been charged with framing inscriptions from his own imagination, and burying them in certain places that, when they had acquired an appearance of antiquity, he might pretend to find and might vend them. He is also said to have manufactured medals of an early date. Both these charges are, however, erroneous. It is nevertheless certain that, accompanied by his own commentaries, he presented to the world as genuine the pretended works of several exceedingly ancient authors. For this he has incurred much odium, but it is believed by many learned men that instead of being a forger, he was himself deceived by forged manuscripts. This fraud gave rise to a violent controversy in which many of the most eminent literary men were engaged. The great uncertainty relative to the genuineness of inscriptions on ancient statues originated in the ignorance or fraud of those who restored them. Even Phaedrus, in the application of a fable at the beginning of his 5th book, alludes to this practice in his time by mercenary artists. The name of Apollodorus on the plinth of the Venus de Medicis, says Mr. Dalloway, has been detected as a modern forgery. The statues, which have been dug up in a mutilated state and placed in the hands of venal or ignorant artists, have always had the name of some eminent character given to them. Doubts of genuineness are at least allowable and often justified of those statues the hands of which have been evidently engrafted. The fabrication of spurious coins for the market was neither a modern contrivance nor of unfrequent occurrence. The collection of medals belonging to Dr. Hunter affords some examples. One of a Laden coin, cased in silver, as remote as the time of Seleucus, king of Syria, may be seen in that cabinet, and also a similar coin of the city of Naples. In the Roman series, Newman makes mention of a remarkable instance from Schulzius of a leaden coin of Nero, which had been anciently circulated for brass, in which metal it was enclosed. In Dr. Hunter's cabinet are 2 examples of leaden coins covered with gold, one of the Emperor Trajan, the other of his successor. Demosthenes relates, on the authority of Solon, that several cities in Greece adulterated their coins, and Dion Cassius states that the Emperor Caracalla, instead of gold and silver, issued brass and leaden coins, which were merely washed or cased with silver or gold to conceal the fraud. Evelyn, in his Numismata, exposes many of the tricks of those who, at the period at which he wrote, supplied the market with spurious coins and medals. The most likely means, says he, for procuring genuine coins or medals are from country people who plough and dig about old walls, mounds, etc., where castra imitations have formerly been. The composition or grouping of the figures should also be well considered, that it be with judgment, for the ancients seldom crowded many figures together. A perfect medal has its profile and outstrokes sharp, and by no means rugged, the figures clean and well polished, and an almost inimitable spirit of antiquity and excellence in the most ancient. Yet after much research, travel, and diligence, cost and caution, one is perpetually in danger of being deceived and imposed upon by cheaters and mercenary forgers. And even the country people in Italy and Holland often deceive the less wary medalist. Where a series of ancient medals is known to be imperfect, suspicion should always attach to him who pretends to supply the chasm and complete the series. All medals of gold, Greek or Roman, that are not of the best alloy are to be considered impostures. The manufacturers of pseudo-antiques will raise and carve the effigies of one emperor out of another antique head of a less costly and rare description. For instance, an Otho out of a Nero, and also the reverses. Nay, they have the address to slit and divide two several medals, and, with a certain tenacious cement, join the reverse of one to the head of the other, and so repair and trim the edges that it is impossible to discover the ingenious fraud. A partial deceit is often practiced on the unwary by taking off a part of a relievo and applying it to another medal. By the same artifice and dexterity, the title of a genuine medal may be entirely altered, where there are but few letters, by pinching up a letter in one part or removing superfluous matter in another, so that in process of time the metamorphosis is complete. Mr. Obadiah Walker accuses the Jews of being most industrious in putting off spurious metals. Some persons purposely bury metals near the remains of some Roman works, and then pretend to have found them by chance, as is also reported of a certain statuary who carved the pseudo-Hercules and sold it at a great price before the justly admired original statue was discovered. Rival collectors have been known to prey on each other's rarities by clandestinely swallowing the most precious gem in a collection. At least an anecdote to this effect is related on the continent of Baron Storch, a celebrated gem collector. The Abbé Barthélemy, taught by experience, was very careful how he exposed to visitors the rarities in the French cabinet of medals, of which he was the keeper. For in his account of the duties of his office he says, "Such a depository as this cabinet of medals cannot safely be made public. Several persons might put their hands on them at one time, and it would be easy to carry them off, or substitute such as are spurious or common. I had no other resource, after I had got rid of the groups, but to examine the shelves at which they had been looking." Vaillant, the celebrated numismatist, when pursued at sea by Algerian pirates, is said to have swallowed a whole series of Syrian kings. When he landed at Marseilles, he hastened to his friend physician and brother antiquary, Dufour, groaning horribly with the treasures in his belly. Dufour was only anxious to know whether the medals were of the higher empire. Vaillant showed him 2 or 3, of which nature had relieved him. A bargain was immediately struck, and the coins recovered. The almost universal ignorance in Europe of the Chinese alphabet and written character has been the cause of some curious mistakes in deciding on the merits of certain coins. So little was a professor of Chinese at Rome versed in the language he professed to know, that he is said by Mr. Pao to have mistaken some characters found on a bust of Isis for Chinese, which bust and characters were afterwards proved to be the work of a modern artist of Turin, made after his own fancy. In Great Britain, we have, till recently, known still less of the Chinese language and literature than on the continent. It is not many years since, says Mr. Barrow, that one of the small copper coins of China, stamped in the reign and with the name of the late Chien Lung, was picked up in a bog in Ireland, and, being considered as a great curiosity, was carried to an indefatigable antiquary, whose researches have been of considerable use in investigating the ancient history and language of that island. Not knowing the Chinese character, nor their coin, it was natural enough for him to compare them with some language with which he was acquainted, and the conclusion he drew was, that the 4 characters on the face were ancient Syriac, and that the reverse appeared to be astronomical or talismanic characters, of which he could give no explanation. The Manchu Tartar characters of another coin he supposed to signify P, U, R, which he construed into swords or lot, and it was concluded that these coins must either have been imported into Ireland by the Phoenicians or manufactured in the country, in which case the Irish must have had an Oriental alphabet. In either case, these metals, it was sagely observed, contribute more to authenticate the ancient history of Ireland than all the volumes that have been written on the subject. End of chapter 12.